$75 billion, that's the number SpaceX is aiming to raise in its IPO, and that would absolutely shatter the record set by Saudi Aramco's $25.6 billion offering back in 2019.
And the filing just went public today? I saw the ticker is SPCX on NASDAQ. This is the first time SpaceX has ever made a move like this. They've been privately held for over 2 decades.
Right, the S1 hit the SEC yesterday, May 20th. They're targeting a valuation around $1.75 trillion. Of course, that comes after their merger with XAI back in February. That combined entity was valued at $1.25 trillion at the time, so they've added half a trillion in a few months.
And this is the big one for Elon Musk personally. NBC News is already running the headline that this IPO could make him the world's first trillionaire. That's not just paper wealth. If they pull off a $75 billion raise, that's real liquidity coming into the market.
It's interesting that they're doing a public listing at all. SpaceX has famously avoided this for years. Musk always said going public would be a distraction because quarterly earnings pressure would hurt long-term projects like Starship and Starlink.
But the XAI merger changes the story, doesn't it? Now you've got an AI company inside the rocket company. That's a narrative Wall Street loves. Space infrastructure plus artificial intelligence, both in one ticker.
And the filing itself confirms their listing on NASDAQ. The question is how retail investors price this. SpaceX has always had this almost mythical status among enthusiasts. Now anyone with a brokerage account can buy a piece.
Assuming the SEC signs off, and assuming the market can absorb a $75 billion offering at a $1.75 trillion valuation, that's a lot of shares.
It would be the largest IPO in history, no question. And we'll see if the Musk effect, the built-in fan base, the meme stock energy, turns this into something even bigger.
Or something more volatile. Anyway.
Road trip ready? That's the message from St. Louis City SC this morning. They're heading back to Colorado in September for the U.S. Open Cup semifinals against the Rapids.
So that penalty shootout against Houston on May 19 really paid off. I know St. Louis went through on penalties 4-2 after a 2-2 draw, but the big story was backup keeper Ben Lunt having to come in after Roman Burki went down injured in the 26th minute. He made some crucial saves.
That was St. Louis's first ever Open Cup quarterfinal in club history, so advancing is a big deal. And now they get Colorado, who must have won their quarterfinal too, because the tweet confirms it's the Rapids.
September feels like a long way off though. Why the gap?
The tournament is taking a break this summer while the U.S. co-hosts the FIFA World Cup, so the semifinals got pushed to September, and the final will be October 21. That's the 111th Open Cup final.
So 2 months of waiting. That's tough for momentum, but Colorado will be preparing too. And if Burki's still not fully fit, Lunt could be the guy again. He proved he can handle the pressure.
Absolutely. The date and time for that semifinal are supposed to be confirmed next week, but the stage is set. St. Louis versus Colorado, winner goes to the final.
A road trip to the mountains with a trophy on the line. That's real cup energy.
The Indonesian rupiah just hit 17,000 against the dollar. That's not a typo, that's a level not seen since the 1997 Asian financial crisis.
And India's rupee is at 95.34, a record low. The Philippine peso is also at an all-time low. This is what 3 months of the Iran war does to the most vulnerable Asian economies.
The war started late February, and the pressure has been building ever since. The Strait of Hormuz is the choke point. Asia gets 80% of its shipped oil through there. With oil above $120 a barrel, import-dependent countries are getting crushed.
You're seeing capital flight, currency depreciation, rising bond yields. Indonesia, Philippines, India, the three that Bloomberg flags as most at risk. Their central banks are intervening, but they've got limited room. Raise rates too much and you choke growth. Don't raise enough and the currency keeps sliding.
The projections are ugly. Analysts are talking about the rupiah going to 100, the rupiah to 18,000, the peso to 65. These are extreme bear scenarios, but they're being discussed seriously now.
And it's not just currencies. Bond yields are climbing as foreign investors pull out. The global bond sell-off is adding to the turmoil. The Business Times piece says the war is forcing these economies to confront sliding currencies and surging oil simultaneously. A brutal combination.
The irony is, these were supposed to be the growth stories of the decade. India, Indonesia, demographic dividends, reform momentum. Now they're fighting a war they didn't start, with monetary tools that aren't designed for this.
Right? And there's no ceasefire in sight, so the pressure just keeps building. The question is how much worse it gets before something breaks.
89.8%. That's how much of the Colorado Democratic Party's Central Committee voted to censure their own governor, Jared Polis.
Over the Tina Peters commutation, which is wild because Polis is a two-term Democrat in a blue state, and his own party just publicly slapped him down.
Yeah, nearly 200 Democratic officials, candidates, and activists filed a formal complaint. They called Polis's decision conduct detrimental to the interests of the Colorado Democratic Party, wanted, specifically incompatible with election integrity. Peters was convicted of tampering with election equipment to try to prove unsubstantiated 2020 fraud claims.
Right, she got nearly 9 years. Polis cut that roughly in half on May 16th, making her eligible for parole as soon as June 1st. And his defense is that the sentence was disproportionate, that it was based too much on her speech, not her actions. That's a real procedural punch. I mean, how does a sitting governor govern effectively when his own party won't let him show up to their events? And this wasn't a close vote, 89.8%. That's nearly a consensus.
Polis seems to be betting the public will see this as a fairness issue, not an endorsement of Peters's election denial. But the Democratic base in Colorado, the ones who filed that complaint, clearly see it as a betrayal of a core party principle.
And it's not just the state party. You've got Senator Bennett saying he wouldn't appoint Polis to the Senate if a vacancy opened, and J.D. Vance is out there saying Peters might qualify for some fund. The politics are getting weird fast.
Well, the censure is official now. What happens when Polis tries to campaign for anything else in Colorado? The party just drew a very bright line. Congress leaders gathered at Veerbhumi in Delhi this morning. Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, P. Chidambaram, all there.
Right, the death anniversary of Rajiv Gandhi, May 21st, that marks the day he was assassinated in 1991 at Sri Perumbudur during an election campaign.
34 years since the "18 years ago today, Moscow, Luzhniki Stadium, Manchester United and Chelsea, the first All-English Champions League final."
And it genuinely delivered. 1-1 after 90 minutes, went to penalties. Cristiano Ronaldo header in the 26th minute, Frank Lampard equalizer just before halftime. That's the kind of game where every detail gets replayed forever.
The shootout is the part everyone remembers, though. John Terry slipping on that wet turf. He had the chance to win it for Chelsea, put his penalty wide. Then Nicolas Anelka stepped up and Edwin van der Sar saved it. United win 6-5.
That save from Van der Sar on Anelka, left-handed down low, still gets highlighted in every penalty clinic video, but the stat that sticks with me from that night, Ryan Giggs came off the bench and broke Sir Bobby Charlton's all-time appearance record, 759 appearances for United. That was his 759th.
Sir Alex Ferguson's second Champions League title. And the timing carries a lot of weight, too. 50 years after the Munich air disaster. 40 years after United's first European Cup in '68, the club made a point of that narrative.
Yeah, the anniversary framing was very deliberate even at the time, and now this tweet from Eurofootcom is just marking the 18-year anniversary, a throwback to that night. The photo, the final score, the shootout detail.
It's one of those finals that ages well. Two English giants, dramatic penalties, the Terry slip, the Van der Sar save. 18 years on, people still watch the highlights.
Right, and the tweet doesn't even mention the rain that made the turf so slick it probably decided the whole thing. Anyway,
Jacinta Millar used to cook on a clean LPG stove. Now she's back to gathering firewood. Reuters has her story. She works at a tea factory in Sri Lanka, and the Middle East conflict pushed energy costs so high she couldn't afford the gas anymore.
and she's not alone. The research context here is brutal. After US and Israeli strikes on Iran, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz got disrupted. That's where roughly 1/5 of global oil transits. India imports about 62 to 67% of its LPG consumption, and 90% of that normally goes through the strait. So supplies are critically constrained.
Right, and India's Ujjwala Yojana scheme had moved 104 million poor households to LPG for clean cooking. That progress is now reversing. Households and businesses are reverting to firewood. Scroll.in documented it. The push for clean cooking fuel has gone up in smoke.
And for Sri Lanka's tea sector, it's a double hit. They export about 45% of their annual tea to Middle Eastern markets, worth roughly $680 million. So not only are production costs soaring because of energy, but demand in those markets might also be affected by the broader conflict.
Jacinta Millar's story is a microcosm of a much larger crisis. She switched to firewood because cooking gas became unaffordable. That's something we haven't seen at this scale in years.
It's a stark reminder that geopolitical shocks don't just affect oil prices on a screen, they change how people cook dinner. And once you've lost that clean fuel habit, getting people back onto LPG is expensive and difficult.
The Atlantic Council report calls it demand destruction, and it's already begun across South Asia. What happens when a whole region's energy infrastructure gets knocked sideways like this? The LA Times is reporting a fire tearing through Santa Rosa Island has reached those critically endangered Torrey pines.
Yeah, these trees only exist in two places in the world naturally, Santa Rosa Island and down near San Diego at the Torrey Pine State Reserve. The island subspecies is actually genetically distinct, shorter and bushier, which also makes it more vulnerable.
Right, and the research says the fire started on May 15, sparked by a flare from a shipwrecked sailor. Believe it or not, by May 19, it was already up to nearly 17,000 acres, only about a quarter contained.
And the pine grove was reached on May 18. But here's the surprising part. When crews did an initial assessment, they found the grove largely intact. The fire burned at low intensity through that area. Some of those trees are over 250 years old.
That's remarkable. They're using drones now for a more detailed damage assessment. But the fire did destroy two historic structures, the Johnson's Lee Equipment Shed and the Wreck Line Camp Cabin, and 11 National Park Service employees were evacuated by helicopter.
Still, the trees being okay is the headline. These are the kind of species you can't replace. One fire in the wrong spot and a whole genetic lineage is gone. So the fact that the grove survived the initial pass gives crews some breathing room to get containment up before the winds shift.
Exactly. The fire is still actively burning, but the priority was always that grove. If the drones show significant crown damage, that's a different story. For now, it's cautious optimism. So, Donald Trump told reporters yesterday he could run for prime minister in Israel, claims he's at 99% approval there.
99%, and he said Netanyahu will do whatever I tell him on Iran. That's the line that jumped out at me.
Yeah, the Jerusalem Post has that quote. Trump framed Netanyahu as a wartime prime minister, but also took a shot at Israel's President Isaac Herzog for not granting Netanyahu a pardon in his corruption trial.
Meanwhile, Israel's on alert for potential military action against Iran after a Trump Netanyahu phone call, and Trump added he's in no hurry to reach an Iran deal, so there's a bit of whiplash there.
I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel and run for prime minister. That's the quote from Al Jazeera. He said it as a joke, but you don't joke about something like that unless there's some kernel of belief.
The thing is, he does have real support in Israel, but the Israeli system doesn't work that way. You can't just parachute in. Although I guess if you're Trump, rules are suggestions.
He also criticized Herzog specifically. That's notable. Herzog's role is largely ceremonial, but he's the one who could pardon Netanyahu, Trump essentially saying Herzog should do that.
Right, and Netanyahu's trial is ongoing. So Trump wading into Israeli domestic politics uninvited while also claiming he can dictate Iran policy to Netanyahu. It's a lot of assumptions of control.
He will do what I tell him. That's a direct quote. Whether Netanyahu actually follows, that remains to be seen. Israel's security cabinet has its own calculus.
And Trump says he's in no hurry on Iran, but Israel's been bracing for action. So if Trump's not pushing, that leaves Netanyahu in a weird spot.
Anyway, it's a lot of signals in one press interaction. $826 million. That's what JSW Motors just locked in from India's largest lender, the State Bank of India.
And that's specifically for their new energy vehicle play, not to be confused with the JSW MG Motor India joint venture with SAIC.
Right, completely separate entity. JSW Motors is Sajan Jindal's wholly owned automotive arm, and this $206 million, about 8,000 crore rupees, is long-term project financing for a greenfield manufacturing facility in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Maharashtra.
So this is a domestic play, building an integrated NAE ecosystem from the ground up. The brief mentions they're also looking at battery manufacturing through JSW Energy and R&D infrastructure.
The JSW Group has committed $2 to $3 billion total over 5 years across automotive investments. This SBI financing is a big vote of confidence, lender backing at that scale for a relatively new standalone venture.
And it's separate from the JSW MG Motor India JV, which was formed in 2024 with SAIC holding 49%. That venture had its own expansion plans, but this is Jindal going it alone on EVs.
The timing's interesting. India's EV market is still small, but growing fast, and domestic supply chain is a priority for the government. JSW Motors is betting on that.
$800 million is a serious down payment. We'll see if they can deliver on that million vehicle ambition the group has floated.
A tweet just says it keeps their NEV plans on track, so for now, the money's there.
Yeah, the factory site is chosen, the financing is secured, execution is the next question.
I worry especially about young people who think they have a really strong sense of where they want to be and where they're going. Sometimes doors open off to the side a little bit. That's Mary Branco, one of the 3 co-winners of the 2025 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine.
And she's speaking from experience. Brunkow discovered the FOXP3 gene while working at a small biotech company that shut down in early 2004. That discovery ended up being the key to understanding regulatory T cells and immune tolerance, and it won her a Nobel.
Right, she shared the prize with Shimon Sakaguchi and Fred Ramsdell. But the thing that stands out about Bronkow's story is how her career kept pivoting. After that biotech closed, she moved to the Institute for Systems Biology in Seattle in 2009. She's gone back and forth between academia and industry.
Which is exactly what she's telling young researchers not to fear. The tweets from the Nobel Prize account linking to an official interview probably part of Nobel Week materials from December. She's basically saying, don't lock yourself into a single track. The door that opens sideways might be the one that matters.
Easy to say when you've already got the medal, but her track record backs it up. She wasn't in a top tier academic lab when she made the Foxby 3 finding. She was at a small company that didn't even survive.
And that's the kind of counterintuitive career advice that actually resonates in science right now, especially for early career researchers watching funding get tight and tenure lines shrink. Brunkow's proof that the non-traditional path can still lead to Stockholm.
It's almost a reframe of the whole stick to your plan narrative. She's not saying abandon ambition, she's saying pay attention to the unexpected openings.
Yeah, and her own trajectory, it's hard to argue with the results.
The Financial Times is asking whether Chris Hone is Britain's answer to Warren Buffett.
That's a heavyweight comparison. Hone runs TCI Fund Management, about $50 billion, and he's known for holding stocks for an average of 8 years. That's far longer than the typical fund manager. Most are under a year.
Right? And that long term thinking is the Buffett parallel. Hone focuses on businesses with strong competitive moats, pricing power, sustainable advantages, not just chasing growth.
But there are real differences. Hone is more activist. He'll push for changes at companies, shake up boards. Buffett historically prefers a more hands-off approach once he invests.
And Hone is notably more cautious about tech than Buffett has been. Buffett eventually came around on Apple and some others, but Hone seems more skeptical of the sector overall.
They do share a philanthropic streak, though. Hone just donated £1.4 billion in 2026, which topped the Sunday Times giving list. That's about 16.8% of his estimated £8.5 billion fortune.
So he's giving away a significant chunk while still actively managing the fund. The FT article apparently weighs all this, whether the comparison holds.
I think the question is fair. He's not a perfect analog, but in an investment world obsessed with short-term moves, someone holding for 8 years and thinking in decades, that's rare. Whether he's Britain's Buffett might depend on whether he can sustain that record for another 30 years.
And whether his activist style produces the same kind of compounding over time. Buffett's big wins came from buying and holding great businesses, not forcing change.
Exactly. But Hone's track record at TCI is strong enough that the comparison is worth making. The FT doesn't usually throw around names like that lightly.
No, they don't. Interesting debate. The Polish Senate just blocked President Karol Nawaki's bid for a national referendum on EU climate policy.
Blocked is putting it mildly. They crushed it. 32 votes in favor, 62 opposed, 1 abstention. He needed an absolute majority, 48 votes. He wasn't even close.
Only his own party, Pi-S, backed it. Every other faction voted no. Senate Marshal Malgorzata Kidawa-Blanska was pretty blunt about why. She said the proposed question wasn't neutral, it was a leading statement dressed up as a ballot.
Let's hear the actual question. Do you support climate policy that has led to rising living costs, energy prices, and burdens on business and agriculture? That's not asking for opinion, that's begging for a specific answer.
Nawaki submitted the request in early May, proposing a vote on September 27th. The framing was squarely aimed at the economic pain Poles feel from energy prices, which is real. But the Senate said that's not how you run a referendum.
Poland's constitution gives the Senate a gatekeeping role here. The president can propose a referendum, but the upper house has to consent. They just said no. So the whole thing's dead unless Nawaki tries a different route, which the reports don't suggest he's doing.
It's a clear political defeat for him. He staked some credibility on this, campaigned on it, framed it as giving people a voice, and the Senate basically replied, not with that wording, you don't.
And you have to wonder, does this hurt his standing going forward, or does he spin it as the establishment silencing the people?
That's exactly the playbook. He can argue the political class in Warsaw doesn't want Poles to have a say, but the numbers are what they are. 62 senators said no. Alex Caruso just put up a combined 24 points per game across games 1 and 2 of the Western Conference Finals, shooting over 61% from the floor and from 3.
And this is a guy who averaged 6.2 points during the regular season. That's not a hot streak. That's a full transformation when the lights get brightest.
Game 1 specifically was something else. Caruso dropped 31 points, 8 threes in a double overtime loss to San Antonio. That's a career playoff high.
The Thunder lost that game 122-115, but without Caruso, it's not even close. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was struggling against San Antonio's defense, and Caruso just kept firing.
And defensively, he was on Victor Wembanyama. Wemby still finished with 41 points and 24 rebounds. So it's not like Caruso shut him down, but the effort was there. 2 steals, 2 blocks.
Coach Mark Daigneault specifically praised Caruso's shot-making and competitiveness afterward, said his performance kept Oklahoma City in that game.
The tweet's quote from Caruso is perfect for this moment. It's that time of year. If you're not fearless, then you're probably going to lose and go home.
And this isn't a one-off for him. He shot 41.1% from three in the entire 2025 postseason during their championship run. The guy just elevates.
So now the question is whether the Thunder can steal a game in this series. Caruso's giving them everything they could ask for from a role player.
Role player might be underselling it at this point. In these two games, he's been their second best offensive option.
And the Spurs have to account for him now. That changes the whole defensive calculus for San Antonio.
Anyway,
$75 billion, that's what SpaceX is trying to raise in its IPO, and the S1 landed this morning.
$75 billion. That would make it the biggest public offering ever, right? Saudi Aramco was around $29 billion.
Yeah, more than double. But here's the thing, SpaceX reported a net loss of $2.6 billion on $18.7 billion in revenue for 2025. They're still bleeding money.
So how do you justify a $1.75 trillion valuation? That's what they're targeting, according to the filing. It would make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
You justify it with Starlink, Starship, the Mars narrative. The prospectus is betting that future revenue from satellite internet and deep space launch contracts will eventually flip those losses.
But public markets are different from private investors. Private money has been patient with SpaceX because they believe in the long game. Once you're on NASDAQ, you get quarterly pressure.
They're listing under ticker SPCX, expected to start trading in late June. The SEC filing today is the formal kickoff, and the AP is already calling it one of the largest stock sales to the public ever.
It's definitely the most ambitious, but I keep coming back to that $2.6 billion loss. What's the path to profitability in the prospectus? The filing didn't give a timeline.
They don't have to, not yet. For now, the story is biggest IPO ever and first trillionaire. The details about when they actually turn a profit, that's a question for after the hype settles.
Or for the first earnings call. Anyway,
Chinese AI smart glasses just posted an 80% sales surge during the Spring Festival in Shenzhen's Huaqiangbei. Total revenue up 35% year on year.
80%? That sounds more like a subsidy effect than organic demand. The government started offering 15% discounts on AI glasses in January.
The subsidy definitely helps, capped at about $73 on products under 6,000 yuan, but brands are piling in. Huawei launched its first AI glasses this month at 2,499 yuan. Voice calls, video recording, even calorie tracking through the lens.
Calorie tracking through glasses is a neat demo, but the deeper question is whether these things do anything your phone can't. Battery life is still measured in hours, they overheat, and early adopters are mostly using them for translation and navigation, stuff a phone already handles.
Phone in your pocket isn't the same as hands-free in your field of view. China's betting this is the next interface. Meta still dominates globally with 85% market share and 7.4 million units shipped last year, but the domestic market is just waking up.
So it's a race to find a killer use case. If it's just a second screen, I'm skeptical. But if the user needs are genuinely different, like teleprompter mode for live speeches, maybe it sticks.
Right. And with Alibaba and Xiaomi in the mix, the competition isn't going anywhere. Adamar Ben-Grit posted a video yesterday that's getting condemned by at least a dozen countries.
What's in it?
He's taunting about 430 activists from the global Sumud flotilla. They're kneeling, hands zip-tied behind their backs. He waves an Israeli flag and says, "Welcome to Israel, we are the masters."
That's the Israeli National Security Minister saying that to detained activists.
Exactly. The flotilla was intercepted by Israeli naval forces while trying to deliver aid to Gaza. Ben Grid went to the port in Ashdod to film this.
And the international response?
Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni called it intolerable and demanded an apology. Italy summoned the Israeli ambassador. France, Canada, Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, Poland, the UK, Turkey, South Korea, Greece all either summoned diplomats or issued formal protests.
Even within Israel?
Yeah. Foreign Minister Gideon Sar called Ben Griz's actions disgraceful. Prime Minister Netanyahu said the treatment was not in line with Israel's values.
So you've got Netanyahu distancing himself from his own security minister.
Right. But Ben Grid seems unrepentant. The video was posted on May 20th, just yesterday, and the imagery is deliberately humiliating. One clip shows police forcing a female activist to the ground as she chants, "Free, free Palestine."
There's a long history here. Flotillas trying to break the blockade, Israel intercepting them, but a minister personally going down to taunt detainees on camera? That's a new level of provocation.
It's hard to see how this doesn't escalate tensions further. The flotilla was a humanitarian mission, and the response is drawing widespread condemnation. 7 minutes. That's how long the standing ovation lasted for Andy Garcia's passion project, Diamond, at Cannes this week.
And he's been sitting on that idea for over 20 years. Started as a story he improvised for his daughter's English homework back around 2005.
Garcia plays a private detective named Joe Diamond, neo-noir, set in LA. But the cast is what jumps out. Vicky Krieps, Brendan Fraser, Bill Murray, Dustin Hoffman.
That's an expensive ensemble. The Reuters tweet doesn't say who financed it, but the research I saw says he funded it himself after 15 years of getting rejected by every streamer and studio.
He tried pitching it as a TV pilot to HBO around 2014, 60 pages, no takers, eventually just went independent and shot it.
So you've got a Cuban-born actor who first conceived this, helping his kid with homework, then spends 2 decades knocking on doors, finally puts his own money in, and gets a 7-minute standing ovation at Cannes. That's either a triumph or a cautionary tale.
Why cautionary?
Because Hollywood said no for 15 years. The question is whether the industry was wrong about the script or just wrong about the math of a noir thriller with that cast. 7 minutes doesn't answer that.
It doesn't have to. He's back at Cannes for the first time since 2007, and the movie screened. That's the win.
Fair. And it's his directorial passion project. You don't get many of those financed on your own dime anymore.
Especially not with Bill Murray and Dustin Hoffman in the same frame. I want to see how the noir looks on a Garcia budget.
We'll see. The reviews will tell us. Michael Caputo just filed the first claim against that new DOJ anti-weaponization fund.
The former HHS spokesperson, I saw he's doing a sit-down with Katie Pavlik on News Nation about it. What's the ask?
$2.7 million. He's citing the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation and a later probe into a documentary he made about Biden and Ukraine. His claim letter has a pretty stark line. They found nothing, we lost everything.
That fund is enormous, though. What is it, like 1.7 billion?
1.776 billion to be exact. It was created as part of a settlement between Trump and the IRS over that $10 billion lawsuit about leaked tax returns. Caputo's the first.
1,300 kilometers of fortifications in just 2 months. That's what analyst Clement Mullen is reporting Ukraine has dug from Kiev down to Odessa and across the east.
That is an absolutely staggering pace. I mean, 1,300 kilometers in 2 months, that's roughly what? 20 plus kilometers per day of trench lines, anti-tank ditches, fortified positions.
Right, and it's not just Mullen's numbers. This aligns with what Zelensky announced back in March of 2024, that Ukraine was building 2,000 kilometers of fortifications across 3 defensive lines. They allocated UAH $17.5 billion, around $466 million to the project.
And from what I've seen, the British Ministry of Defense has confirmed the mix. Anti-tank Dragon's Teeth, ditches, infantry trenches, minefields, fortified defensive positions. It's essentially a continuous defensive belt.
The recent construction has focused on critical hot zones, Pokrovsk, Zaporizhia, the Donbass region. Ukraine's prime minister said hundreds of kilometers of new fortifications have been built along the entire front line.
It's a clear signal of preparation for sustained Russian offensive operations. You don't allocate $500 million and dig 1,300 kilometers in 2 months unless you're expecting a serious fight.
And it's working, at least in slowing things down. The whole strategy is designed to halt or at least degrade any Russian advance before it reaches major cities.
Yeah, the scale here is just, compare it to any modern conflict. Fortifications on this level, this fast, in an active war zone, it's remarkable.
There's a photo making the rounds from the FT, barnacles and jellyfish clinging to the hulls of ships trapped in the Gulf. It's not just a nature shot, it's a symptom of a much deeper crisis.
Right, because those ships haven't moved in weeks. The Strait of Hormuz has basically been shut since late February. When the US and Israel started bombing Iran, normal traffic through there is about 150 commercial vessels a day. Since March 1, fewer than 100 have crossed total.
So you've got roughly 1,000 ocean-going vessels carrying over 20,000 seafarers just sitting in warm Gulf water, accumulating marine life. Biofouling, barnacles, jellyfish, the whole ecosystem settles on the hulls. That's not just gross, it degrades the vessel's performance, increases fuel burn, can mess up the propulsion system.
And these crews are already dealing with GPS jamming, missile attacks, shortages of food and water. The UN's calling it an unprecedented humanitarian emergency for seafarers. Now they have to worry about their ship becoming a floating reef before they can even move.
It's been nearly 8 weeks with no clear exit strategy. Ports are overwhelmed, crew repatriation is frozen, and now the ships themselves are being damaged by the environment they're trapped in.
The irony is brutal. The same water that's supposed to be a transit corridor is literally growing a layer of problems on the hulls. If and when these vessels finally get passage, they're going to need serious dry dock time just to scrape off the buildup.
So it's compounding an already catastrophic situation. The biofouling isn't the headline, but it's the kind of detail that makes you feel how stuck everyone really is. Barney Frank has died at 86, The Hill is reporting that, and the Post confirms he passed away at his home in Maine on Tuesday.
It's a huge loss. He was 86, had been in hospice since April, congestive heart failure, but still, you never quite prepare for it.
Yeah, and he was such a distinctive figure, the blunt, funny liberal who also helped write the most significant financial reforms since the Great Depression. The Dodd-Frank Act doesn't happen without him.
Right? He chaired the House Financial Services Committee after the 2008 crash. But obviously, his legacy goes way beyond banking. He was the first member of Congress to voluntarily come out as gay in 1987. That took real courage.
He said at the time he didn't want to be the gay congressman. He wanted to be the congressman who happened to be gay. But he ended up being a trailblazer anyway, and then in 2012, he became the first sitting lawmaker to marry someone of the same sex, married Jim Reddy.
That's a remarkable arc, from being closeted in the House to marrying his partner while still in office. And he kept his sense of humor through all of it. I remember him joking about how his marriage was the first same-sex marriage in the history of the United States Congress.
Yeah, he was a real institutionalist too. Believed in government, believed in legislating, even when it was messy. That's rarer now.
It is. He served 32 years representing Massachusetts, and he left a mark on both policy and culture. Anyway,
Yeah, rest in peace, Barney Frank. 44 gigawatts of new coal capacity built globally in 2025. And yet, somehow the world actually burned less coal overall.
that's the weird headline from AFP today. More plants, less burning. The numbers from Global Energy Monitor show 44.1 gigawatts commissioned, only 25.2 retired. But the real story is who's doing the burning.
Right, China and India both dropped coal generation last year. First time both fell simultaneously in 52 years. China's coal-fired output fell 1.9%, even though electricity demand rose 5%. Renewables absorbed 97% of that new demand.
That's the encouraging part. India's coal use fell 3% too, early monsoons, and more wind and solar. Then you look at the US, and it's the outlier.
The only major economy where coal generation actually went up, 10 to 13% increase, reversing a 16-year decline.
The IEA points to higher natural gas prices and strong electricity demand. Plus, the current US administration has been slowing coal plant retirements. So you've got a global record 8,845 million tons of coal demand in 2025, but the growth is concentrated.
It's a split screen. The developing world building capacity but using it less, the US bucking its own long trend. And meanwhile, global coal demand keeps hitting new highs, just barely.
Right, up marginally from 2024. So the headline, World Built More But Used Less, works if you average it out. But the US piece is a political story as much as an energy one.
The question is whether 2025 was a blip or a turning point. China and India showing you can grow an economy without growing coal use, that's real. But one country reversing a decades long decline stands out.
And if natural gas prices stay high, that reversal could continue. Hard to call this a clean energy victory lap when US emissions are heading up.
A magnitude 4.0 earthquake just rattled Naples, Italy, about 30 minutes ago. 5:50 a.m. local time, shallow depth, 15 kilometers northwest of the city.
Yeah, the Euromed Seismological Center's automated account flagged it. At last quake put the epicenter near the Campi Flegrei volcanic complex again. That area is basically always simmering.
Right. Campi Flegrei, that's the big caldera west of Naples. They've been tracking a lot of small to moderate quakes there. Last June, a 4.6 hit, almost the exact same spot, 15 kilometers west.
And before that, a 4.0 in May 2024. So this is consistent with what's become a pretty active seismic season for that region. The brief says 7 quakes of magnitude 1.5 or greater in the past year near Naples alone.
Which sounds like a lot, but for Campi Flegrei, that's actually within normal range. These shallow quakes, people feel them, windows rattle, but structural damage is usually minimal. The bigger worry is always whether it signals something deeper with the magma chamber.
And that's the question every time. Is this just another tremor in a long pattern, or does it change the risk calculus for the supervolcano underneath? The tweet doesn't indicate any damage reports yet.
No, but it's early. Just before 6 in the morning, people were probably asleep. A 4.0 shallow at that hour would definitely wake people up. We'll likely see more reports as the morning goes on.
Yeah. Naples has been living with this ground noise for centuries. Usually it's just a reminder that the ground underneath isn't stable. But every time it happens, you wonder if this one's different.
For now, no alerts from Italian civil protection, just another Tuesday morning in Campania.
So the visual is striking. Putin and Trump both getting the full red carpet treatment in Beijing just a week apart.
Yeah, and the Sky News piece is asking exactly that. What are the similarities and differences? On the surface, it's the same ceremony, military honor guards, national anthems, gun salutes outside the Great Hall of the People. But the substance is night and day.
Trump's visit was May 13-14, and he walked away with actual deliverables, $17 billion in annual agricultural purchases through 2028, a 200 aircraft Boeing order, and a September meeting already scheduled in Washington.
Meanwhile, Putin's visit, May 1920, was all about the power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline. And the result? Quote, general understanding with no timeline. That's diplomatic code for we agreed to keep talking.
So Xi Jinping hosted both. That's strategic. He's projecting China as the pivotal global power that can sit down with either side. But the outcomes tell you where the leverage actually is.
Trump came in needing a win. He's weakened by the Middle East conflict, but he got deals. Putin came in needing China more than ever, given the Ukraine war sanctions, and left with a handshake and a vague promise.
And the BBC's framing is that Xi is basking in the spotlight. 2 superpower leaders, 1 week apart, both coming to Beijing. But if you're Putin, the optics are nice. The reality is your biggest trading partner just inked billions with your adversary.
And that pipeline deal, still just a general understanding. which in diplomacy speak means over a dozen countries. That's how many diplomats were in that delegation touring Jenin when Israeli warning shots rang out.
And the diplomatic response is fast. France, Canada, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, all summoning the Israeli ambassador. The tweet names a few, but the research shows it's even wider.
Consulting market growth in Saudi Arabia dropped from 38% in 2022 to just 14% in 2025. That's not a slowdown, that's a collapse.
And the FT is reporting Saudi Arabia has stopped issuing new work for consultants entirely. The Public Investment Fund went a step further, a one-year ban on PwC getting any new contracts.
Right, PwC specifically. That sent shockwaves through the industry. These firms, McKinsey, BCG, Bain, they've been advising on mega projects like NEOM for years, hundreds of millions in fees.
And the kingdom is saying they didn't get adequate value, plus oil prices are down, budgets are tighter. The era of the blank check is over.
Competition among the consultancies got intense too. They were all piling on, cutting prices. Now they're relocating staff to Doha just to stay in the region.
It's a sharp reversal. For years, Saudi was the consulting industry's most reliable ATM. Now the ATM is issuing a memo saying the account is frozen.
The question is whether this is temporary or structural. The PwC ban is a year, but the broader slowdown feels like a signal to the whole sector.
And if the firms that built NEOM are suddenly being told to pack up their laptops, what does that say about the trajectory of those projects?
Exactly. The consultancy boom was built on Vision 2030. If Vision 2030 starts cutting its advisors, that's a story that's only just beginning. There was just an earthquake off the coast of Japan, magnitude 3.9, struck at about 1:20 p.m. local time.
Miyagi Prefecture offshore, the same region that's had multiple events in recent months, the Japan Meteorological Agency says no tsunami risk, which tracks for a 3.9.
Depth was around 50 kilometers. That's fairly deep, which probably helped keep shaking moderate. Maximum intensity came in at a 2 on the Japanese scale.
A 2 is felt by most people, but nothing falls off shelves territory. The areas that got that strongest shake were Ichinoseki City in Iwate and Kasenama City in Miyagi.
So localized, shallow enough to feel, deep enough not to be dangerous. And again, no tsunami.
Right. The tweet is from the EQ Map account, which auto-posts from the JMA data. There's no damage report in any of the follow-up feeds, just the intensity readings.
That's probably the headline, routine subduction zone activity. Japan's infrastructure handles this stuff without blinking.
Yeah. The same stretch of seafloor has been producing low to mid 3s and low 4s over the past few months. This one is squarely in the noted and logged category.
Worth keeping an eye on the sequence, though. Clusters sometimes shift patterns.
Sure, but right now? Felt, measured, filed.
Elon Musk just told an audience that Neuralink implants will give people godlike powers and described them as Jesus-level miracles.
That's a hell of a sales pitch. But let's be precise. The tweet is paraphrasing, but the actual Y Combinator talk he gave last year did float this idea of dramatically augmenting human capabilities. Infrared vision, ultraviolet vision, massively expanded bandwidth between brain and computer.
And they already have real results. 5 tetraplegic individuals are operating phones and computers by thought alone using Neuralink's first device called telepathy. The first human implant was back in January of 2024. Patient was recovering well, showing promising neuron spike detection.
So the medical restoration use case is real. But Musk is already looking past that. He's saying this will eventually give healthy people superhuman senses, literally godlike cognitive abilities. That's not clinical anymore, that's transhumanist branding.
I mean, the word miracle carries a lot of weight. He's deliberately using religious language. Is he saying Neuralink will cure paralysis, blindness, brain injury? And then go further, give people abilities no human has ever had?
That's exactly what he's saying. The vision is a complete rewrite of the human sensorium. But we've got one implant working in a handful of patients for motor control. The step from that to visual cortex implants giving you infrared sight is enormous. It's not impossible, but calling it Jesus level sets an expectation that's going to be measured in decades, not months.
Right, and Musk himself didn't provide a timeline for those godlike powers. hours in that talk, he just said eventually. So we're talking about a long term ambition framed as a near term promise.
Which is classic Musk. Inspire with the biggest possible vision, let the engineers figure out the incremental steps. The real question is whether Neuralink can keep the clinical work moving while managing the hype around what comes after.
5 patients already controlling computers with their minds. That's genuinely impressive. But yeah, miracle is a tall order.
For now, it's a miracle if the implant stays stable for a year without degrading. Once they prove that, then we can talk about godhood.
Japan's trade numbers just landed for April, and they're striking exports up 14.8% year on year, way above the 9.3% economists were expecting. Eighth straight month of growth.
Eighth month is the headline, but the context is brutal. Crude oil imports collapsed 64%. That's the steepest drop since 1980 because the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed right now due to the US-Israeli conflict with Iran.
Right. So Japan is heavily dependent on Middle Eastern oil. You'd expect that to crater the whole trade picture, but they actually posted a surprise surplus, 301.9 billion yen versus a forecast deficit.
How? They diversified procurement to US suppliers and tapped strategic reserves. And on the export side, semiconductors were the monster, up 41.6%, driven by global AI infrastructure investment. That's the story that cuts through the geopolitical noise.
Exports to the US climbed 9.5%, but China shipments jumped 15.5%. So, despite the supply chain disruptions from the Hormuz closure, demand for Japanese goods, especially chips, is just relentless.
Yeah, and imports still grew 9.7% overall because you can't just stop buying energy, but the export machine is running hot enough to offset it. It's a weird moment, a war-driven oil shock that Japan is actually absorbing better than most would have predicted.
The semiconductor surge is the key. That 41.6% number is not a blip. That's structural demand from the AI build-out globally. Japan's chip equipment and materials companies are basically printing money right now.
And it's masking what would otherwise be a pretty ugly import shock. If you strip out the chip story, the headline would be oil imports crater trade balance in the red, but the chip tailwind is that strong.
So the question becomes, how long can that hold if the strait stays closed? Strategic reserves aren't infinite.
Right, the April data is a snapshot of resilience. The May data will tell us whether it's sustainable. JP Morgan has shed 6,000 New York jobs over the past decade, and Jamie Dimon is pointing directly at City Hall.
His annual shareholder letter came out Monday, May 19th, and he's warning that Mayor Zohran Mamdani's push to tax luxury second homes above $5 million could accelerate an exodus. Dimon says high taxes and regulatory burdens are already driving companies elsewhere.
And the numbers are stark. JP Morgan went from 30,000 employees in New York a decade ago to 24,000 today. Meanwhile, their Texas headcount jumped from 26,000 in 2015 to 32,000 now. That's not a coincidence.
Mamdani's camp argues the city needs the revenue, and they've been unapologetic. He released a campaign-style video spotlighting Citadel CEO Ken Griffin's $238 million penthouse. Griffin called it, quote, creepy and weird, and said Citadel will expand in Miami instead.
But here's where it gets interesting. JLL's latest analysis shows New York's office vacancy rate actually dropped to 13.5% in Q1 2026, and the city still draws more early career professionals than Florida does, so the migration story might be more nuanced than Dimon's letter suggests.
Right, the mayor and Dimon are reportedly meeting this week. Mamdani walked into a meeting with JP Morgan's chief recently. The Wall Street Journal had that, so both sides are at least talking.
Still, Dimon is invoking the 70s when nearly half of New York's Fortune 500 companies fled. He's saying, watch the historical tape. Mamdani is saying the rich can afford to pay more. And the real data shows New York isn't collapsing yet, but the trend lines
Almost $116 billion in goods from China to Russia last year, And The Economist reports that roughly two-thirds of that qualifies as dual use, civilian parts that end up in missiles and drones.
And Beijing still calls itself neutral. The numbers make that claim pretty hard to sustain. We're talking semiconductors, machine tools for assembly, ball bearings, strategic minerals like germanium and tungsten, all flowing across the border.
The research I've seen puts the monthly value of sanctioned tech items alone at about $300 million in 2023, and China is supplying roughly 90% of Russia's high priority sanctioned imports.
Right, and it's not a handful of shady companies. One investigation flagged over 4,000 Chinese firms supplying Russian defense-linked firms. That's not a leaky faucet. That's a deliberate pipeline.
China's official line is that they're not providing weapons or military aid. They frame it as normal commerce, unbound by Western sanctions. But when you're the primary supplier of the components that keep a war machine running, that's a pretty fine line.
A fine line, sure, but the scale, 116 billion, two-thirds dual use, that's a strategic choice, not a coincidence. And the tweet points out China itself maintains its neutral, so either they're inconsistent or they've redefined neutrality.
Or they're simply choosing to see trade and geopolitics as separate spheres, which they clearly aren't.
No, they aren't, and the evidence keeps piling up.
The Financial Times has a fascinating piece out of Tehran today. Iranian officials are suddenly very vocal about Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei being the one who decide on a U.S. peace deal.
Which is interesting because Mojtaba Khamenei hasn't been seen in public since February 28th, the day his father was killed and the war started. U.S. intelligence says he was seriously injured in that same attack.
Right, CNN reported earlier this month that he's communicating exclusively through sealed messages via couriers. So the question is this messaging strategy a sign he's actually calling the shots, or is it cover for other people making decisions?
Analysts quoted in the FT piece suggest it's the latter. The officials invoke Khamenei's authority to shield themselves from domestic backlash, while real decision-making is distributed among military commanders, the parliament speaker, and the president.
That makes sense if you think about it. If you're an Iranian official right now, you don't want to be the one publicly blamed for accepting terms with the US. Blaming a reclusive supreme leader who's not seen in public is a pretty convenient hedge.
Yeah, it's a way to project regime unity while everyone knows the fractures are real. You've got visible infighting over whether to negotiate at all, and then suddenly every official mentions Khamenei as the ultimate decider. It feels coordinated.
The FT report specifically says these comments are aimed at showing he remains in charge. That's a very deliberate phrase, not demonstrating, but aimed at showing. There's an element of performance here.
Exactly, and we don't even know if he's conscious enough to actually decide anything. The last concrete update from US Intel was weeks ago, and it described him as largely out of view with serious injuries. So when Iranian officials say he'll make the call,
They're banking on nobody being able to fact check that claim, really. Friedrich Merz has outlined a plan to give Ukraine interim EU benefits short of full membership, participation in council meetings, access to the internal market, even a political version of the Mutual Defense Clause.
it's a big shift. Der Spiegel is reporting this as a special plan from the chancellor. Where did he unveil it?
At an EU summit in Cyprus back in April, the idea is to offer Kyiv concrete steps while the formal accession process crawls along. Commissioner Koss said Ukraine probably can't meet the criteria before 2027.
So it's a bridge, not a destination, but President Zelensky already rejected symbolic membership. He said Ukraine doesn't need that, it needs full-fledged status.
Right, his ambassador to the EU, WSA's Wolod Shenzhou, said full membership remains the priority but still expects early concrete steps, so there's tension between Kyiv's maximalist demand and what the EU can deliver.
And what about the old blocking obstacle? Hungary, Viktor Orban was the perpetual holdout, but the research context notes that opposition leader Péter Magyar has replaced Orban. That changes the calculus significantly.
That's the underrated angle. With that political change in Hungary, the path to interim measures like the ACAA agreement for industrial goods to cross borders without extra checks becomes feasible. The EU fleshed this package out after rejecting accelerated full membership in March.
So Merz is offering a half step, but if Kiev insists on a full ticket, this could stall. Ambassador Chenzhou might be the pragmatic voice, but Zelensky's public stance is firm.
Yeah, the political will in EU capitals is there. MERS even floated the idea that Ukraine may need to cede territory for peace, which complicates things. But this plan keeps the door open without promising a date.
Let's see if Ukraine takes the seat at the table without a vote. State Department's Inspector General is investigating how $30 million was spent by a Gaza aid nonprofit that doesn't even exist anymore.
Wait, defunct? The group just got the grant, what, last year?
June 2024, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a former DOG official named Jeremy Lewin, pushed it through in 5 days, waived 9 mandatory counterterrorism safeguards, overrode 58 objections from USAID's staff.
58 separate objections, and they just ignored them?
The approval process itself is now part of the investigation. Lewin apparently had the authority to override. No one's saying it was technically illegal, but the OIG wants to know how the money was actually spent before the organization collapsed.
What was the original plan? Why was there even a separate foundation instead of working through existing aid groups?
The UN and most major humanitarian organizations boycotted it from the start. They said it was weaponizing aid and coordinating too closely with Israeli military forces, so the foundation was set up outside normal channels.
And now it's gone, with $30 million worth of questions.
Right. The FT's reporting suggests the investigation is looking at whether standard vetting was deliberately bypassed. The grant itself was approved on June 24, 2024, exactly a year ago next month. The timing is worth noting.
So the money flowed, the group dissolved, and we're only now asking who signed off?
That's the shape of it. Lewin's role, he was at the Department of Government Efficiency before this, is likely a focus. 9 safeguards waived. 58 objections overridden. The OIG tends to get interested when the paper trail is that clean.
Barney Frank has died at 86. The former Massachusetts congressman and Dodd-Frank co-author, also a huge figure in the push for legal online poker.
Yeah, Poker News is calling him one of the game's biggest advocates in government. He spent years fighting the 2006 Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act.
His big push was 2010 Internet Gambling Regulation, Consumer Protection and Enforcement Act. It actually passed the Financial Services Committee 41 to 22. That was huge at the time.
He chaired that committee, so he had real leverage. He kept reintroducing bills even after that initial momentum faded. The poker community really latched onto him.
It's interesting, that's not the headline most people know him for. Obviously, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street reform is his legacy in financial regulation, and he was openly gay at a time when that was rare in Congress.
Right, served 32 years, retired in 2011, I think partly because redistricting made his seat tougher, but poker never went away for him. He stayed an outspoken supporter.
The 41-22 vote in committee, that was a big moment. A Democratic chairman moving a gambling bill forward after years of Congress treating internet gambling as this untouchable issue.
And now he's gone. The community's paying respects, and it's a reminder of how much the regulatory landscape has changed since his time in office. Or hasn't changed, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, that fight, it's not over. Binance just launched something that lets retail traders bet on SpaceX's valuation before the IPO even happens.
Perpetual futures for pre-IPO exposure, yeah, I saw that. The ticker is SPCX USDT, margined in USDT, and it's designed to track where SpaceX would trade if it were public.
And that's a huge deal. SpaceX is the world's most valuable private company, $400 billion on the secondary market. They filed for an IPO targeting June 2026 at maybe $1.75 to $2 trillion.
Right, so the futures give you a way to speculate on that gap between the current $400 billion and whatever the IPO price is at. Historically, that kind of access was only for VCs and big allocators.
Exactly. But Binance also integrated tokenized pre-IPO exposure through their Web3 wallet. SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, Anduril, Kalshi, Polymarket, via a partnership with Prestocks.
Those are tokens that give you price exposure but no voting rights, no dividends, and naturally they're blocked for US users.
Still, it's part of a broader trend. Robinhood, Kraken, Republic already offer similar products. The interesting wrinkle here is the perpetual futures contract. It's a derivative on a company that doesn't exist yet on any exchange.
And that creates some real pricing weirdness. One report mentioned that after SpaceX was listed on exchanges first, the price difference between different pre IPO vehicles was nearly 3 times. Huge arbitrage opportunities.
So you're basically betting on where the market will value a company that hasn't even set its final IPO price yet. OpenAI is also anticipated to go public at around $852 billion. That's coming down the pipeline.
I get the democratization argument, letting regular people get in early on these names, but these are synthetic instruments with no underlying shares. If something goes wrong with the settlement mechanism, or if the IPO gets delayed,
Right, there's no guarantee the IPO happens on schedule. SpaceX's June 2026 timeline could slip, and then your perpetual future is just tracking a phantom.
exactly. So you're taking on timeline risk, valuation risk, and platform risk all at once. It's a bet on a bet.
And yet, the volumes will probably be enormous. Pre IPO is the new meme stock frenzy, just with a different wrapper. IPO fundraising in India just hit a 2 year low, first 5 months of 2026, and it's been brutal.
Yeah, and the tweet from business says Citi thinks it recovers in the second half. But the research I'm seeing says the Iran war really did a number on this market. February 28th escalation triggered a 12% drop in Indian benchmark since January,
Foreign investors pulled out over $12 billion in 2026 so far, $8 billion in March alone. That's not a blip, that's a stampede.
and you got marquee names like PhonePe, Zepto, Flipkart, all deferring their IPOs. Valuation mismatches, market volatility, they just couldn't get the numbers to work.
The pipeline is still huge. Nearly 4 lakh crore rupees worth of listings waiting, and cities betting that marquee listings like NSE and Geo platforms could reignite things in H2.
I'm skeptical. Citi also downgraded India to underweight recently, citing earnings and geopolitical risk, so their optimism feels more like things can't get worse than genuine conviction.
The rupee's sliding, foreign investors are still selling. Those aren't exactly recovery signals. But the IPO market in India has been on a tear for years. This might just be a pause, not a collapse.
A pause triggered by a war, that's not exactly a normal cycle. I'd want to see foreign capital actually coming back before I believe the second half bounce.
Well, the tweet says Citi thinks IPOs get back on track. We'll see if the data follows. For now, it's a waiting game. The WSJ's got a piece out today that's basically saying jury rooms are getting uglier, not because of the law, but because of us. More jurors refusing to budge, more mistrials.
I mean, dissension in jury rooms is as old as juries themselves. What's the actual change?
Trial lawyers and jury consultants say trust in the justice system has eroded, viewpoints are more rigid, and the political divide is showing up in deliberations. They've got a concrete example, the Elon Musk civil trial back in March this year. About 40 potential jurors were excused because they said flat out they couldn't be impartial.
40 out of how many?
Doesn't say the total pool, but that's a big chunk, and it's not just high-profile cases. There was a Johnson & Johnson talc case in Florida that ended in a mistrial because jurors dug in on their initial positions despite the evidence.
So people are walking into courtrooms already having made up their minds.
Exactly. Consultants say jurors are researching cases ahead of time, forming opinions through media and social media before they even hear a witness. That's not deliberation, that's defending a pre-existing belief.
But is this really new? Or are we just noticing it more because every trial gets dissected online?
Experts tie it directly to broader cultural polarization and declining civic engagement. The institution of the jury assumes people will listen to each other. If that baseline trust is gone, the whole system creaks.
So what's the fix? Better voir dire? More education for jurors?
Maybe, but if the problem is that people don't trust the system itself, there are photos coming out of ex-Shrangbana right now, rose apples and coconuts being handed off a truck, right on the street to anyone walking by.
And that's not just a one-off feel-good thing. The Jinghong Urban Management Bureau is doing this as part of a regular seasonal harvest. They're picking the fruit off roadside trees to prevent wind damage during rainy season and then just giving it away.
Hundreds of kilograms, according to what's been reported. Rose apples, coconuts, people grab them on their way home. One greening department manager described it as letting residents experience the dividends of ecological protection.
It's not just Jinghong either. Mangxi, they call it the city of flowers and fruit, apparently distributes something like 40 to 50 tons of fruit every July and August. Mangoes, jackfruit, rose apples. Same setup, ornamental street trees, free distribution.
And the tweet from People's Daily China today says this is happening right now in May as the ripening season hits. So you've got local authorities coordinating picking activities and free fruit distribution, bringing sweetness and joy, their words.
It's an interesting model. You're combining urban beautification with public welfare, and the maintenance crews are already out clearing dead branches and yellow leaves anyway. So the fruit harvest becomes a byproduct of routine upkeep.
Right, instead of letting it rot or become a hazard, you turn it into a community event. Rui Li has done similar, tens of tons of tropical fruits handed out from street trees.
I mean, the numbers from Mangxi alone, 40 to 50 tons annually, that's a serious logistical operation. Not just a few baskets on a table.
And it's all free, no charge, no program to sign up for. Just walk by, get a coconut.
Which is probably why the tweet's getting attention. It's a nice counterpoint to the usual news cycle.
Severe thunderstorms hit the East Coast on Wednesday, flooding, damaging winds right ahead of Memorial Day weekend. ABC is reporting it.
The timing is rough. People are trying to travel or get outside, and instead they're dealing with a squall line from Charleston up to DC and Virginia Beach. Winds clocked 50 to 60 miles in some spots.
New York City got about an inch of rain with localized flooding warnings, too. Not the start to the holiday weekend anyone wanted, but this pattern feels familiar.
Very familiar. 2 years ago, almost to the day, Memorial Day 2024, a multi-day storm system ripped from Oklahoma all the way to the coast. 22 people died. 10 tornadoes were reported from Oklahoma to Florida.
Right, that system started over the plains on Saturday, hit the Midwest on Sunday, then slammed the East Coast on that Wednesday. This year's setup looks similar. Heavy rain, flash flooding, and a real nasty squall line moving through the mid-Atlantic.
The difference is, so far we're not hearing reports of fatalities from this round. The tweet just says flooding, not casualties. But the National Weather Service had warnings up for localized flooding and damaging wind.
Yeah, and last time around, by this point in the week, there were already fatalities in Texas and Oklahoma from overnight tornadoes. So even if this stays at flooding and wind, it's still enough to mess up travel.
Definitely. If you're flying out of DC, Baltimore, or New York today, you're probably looking at delays. And with Memorial Day travel volume, that's a headache.
Anyway, we'll keep an eye on it. 158.5p per liter. That's where UK petrol prices are now, highest since December 2022. And the government just confirmed they're keeping the 5p fuel duty cut through the end of the year.
Right, so they've scrapped the planned 1p and 2p increases that were supposed to kick in after September. Keir Starmer directly tied this to Iran's restrictions on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, started February 28th, and it's been squeezing global supply ever since.
That original 5p cut dates back to March 2022. The Conservatives brought it in after Russia invaded Ukraine. It's been extended so many times it almost feels permanent now. But this time the context is different. The Treasury's calling this a £455 million package, and they're also cutting red diesel duty from 10.18p to 6.48p a liter, starting June 15th for farmers and hauliers.
Which is interesting because the government's own cost of living czar had been pushing for exactly this extension, citing the Iran war. Drivers in the UK have already paid a cumulative £3 billion in what the Independent calls a war premium since February. That's real money coming out of household budgets.
And Starmer's framing is pretty direct. He's not hiding behind inflation or global markets. He's saying Iran is restricting tanker movements, oil prices are up, so we're absorbing the cost to keep pumps bearable. The opposition will probably ask how long the Treasury can keep burning money on this, though.
Yeah, because the original conservative era rationale was a temporary cushion during a specific shock. Now you've got two overlapping shocks, Ukraine, then Iran, and the cut keeps getting rolled forward. At some point, temporary starts looking structural. But for now, motorists get a reprieve through December.
And with petrol at 158.5p, the relief is real. The question is what happens in January if the strait stays tight. 8 consecutive years. That's how long foreign direct investment in Germany has been dropping, and now it's at a 14-year low.
Der Spiegel is reporting on a new EY study, and the headline is brutal. 608 announced projects last year, down 17% from the year before. Since the peak in 2017, over 1,100 projects, that's a 46% drop.
EY's chief, Henrik Allers, is pretty direct: high energy costs, too much bureaucracy, expensive labor, weak growth. And he says the word is out internationally. Germany's reform inertia is now a known risk.
There's a parallel KPMG survey of 400 CFOs from international companies, and that one is even worse. 52% now rate their German operations as poor or very poor. A year earlier, it was just 18%.
That's a massive confidence collapse in 12 months. And when you look at the broader picture, Germany used to be the top destination for foreign capital in Europe. Now it's sliding faster than any other big economy.
The authors of the study explicitly warn that the country's reputation for reformunfähigkeit, inability to reform, has spread globally. That's a tough label to shake once it sticks.
So, what's the counterargument? Germany still has a strong industrial base, a skilled workforce, central location in Europe. But if the CFOs are this pessimistic, that narrative is losing ground fast.
Right. And these are announced projects, money that could flow in, but companies are putting it elsewhere. The trend line is unmistakable, and 8 years is not a blip.
Yeah, 8 years is a pattern. And patterns like that don't reverse on their own. What does it mean when a major housing development gets rejected because the heritage harm outweighs the benefits? Because that just happened in Peckham.
The Aylsham Center shopping complex. Berkeley Homes wanted to put up 867 homes across 13 to 16 tower blocks, up to 20 stories. The planning inspectorate dismissed their appeal just 3 days ago on May 18.
And the sticking point is the affordable housing number. Berkeley only offered 77 units, that's 12%, and that was down from an original 35% they'd promised.
The developer blamed rising costs, but Suffolk Council argued that low provision didn't justify the damage to the conservation area and the town center's character. The inspector agreed, said the proposed benefits don't outweigh the harm to designated heritage assets.
So you have 4,000 households in Peckham on affordable housing waiting lists, and the plan that cleared the hurdle only gives 77 affordable units. That's a brutal ratio.
It's the classic London squeeze. You can't build enough to meet demand without massive towers, and those towers get blocked on heritage grounds. Berkeley pulled its 35% offer, the council held firm, and now nobody gets anything.
The full FT piece apparently frames this as the middle of Britain's fight to build new homes. A perfect case study and a stalemate.
Right. The scheme would have changed Peckham's skyline forever, but at 12% affordable, hard to see how that flies anywhere.
141 votes in favor, 8 against. That's the UN General Assembly vote on a resolution backing the International Court of Justice's climate opinion. Israel and the US are in the no column.
Along with Russia, Saudi Arabia, Belarus, Iran, Liberia, Yemen. That lineup tells you everything about who's most exposed to the ICJ's key finding that states have binding legal obligations to protect the climate system and violators may owe reparations.
The ICJ advisory opinion itself came down last July. This resolution is the follow-up enforcement push led by Vanuatu and the island nations. It calls for an international register of damage to track climate-related harms.
The Trump administration was actively lobbying against this, urging other countries to pressure Vanuatu to withdraw the whole thing, called it a threat to U.S. industry. That didn't work.
28 countries abstained, so it's not unanimous, but a 141-8 margin is hard to argue with. The question is, what happens next? The resolution says states should comply with their climate obligations, but it's not binding.
Right, it's a political signal, not a treaty. But the ICJ opinion itself is authoritative, and now the Assembly has effectively endorsed it. That's a legal and diplomatic foundation that developing countries can use in future negotiations, maybe even in litigation.
Vanuatu's foreign minister called it a historic moment for climate justice. The 8 opposing votes are mostly fossil fuel producers or governments that been at odds with the court system generally.
Or in the case of Liberia, a country that's already seeing climate impacts and voted against it. That one's a head scratcher.
Might be pressure from the US or just a vote against the language. Either way, the margin is the story. Attorneys for a Tennessee death row inmate are raising a pretty chilling concern. The state might be planning to use expired lethal injection drugs at his execution later today.
Tony Von Carruthers, convicted of a triple murder from over 30 years ago. His legal team says they asked the Department of Correction for assurance the drugs hadn't expired, and the state just wouldn't confirm.
Federal public defender Amy Harwell made the request twice. Tennessee cited its SHIELD law, argues expiration dates are protected secret information. And here's the part that really raises eyebrows. Harwell says Tennessee did provide that same assurance to a different inmate before a December execution. So why not for Carruthers?
Right. If you can tell one person your drugs are unexpired, you can tell another. The refusal itself becomes suspicious. And this isn't a one-off worry, it's a growing national pattern. States buying lethal injection drugs from unregulated compounding pharmacies or gray markets, keeping everything about sourcing and quality behind secrecy laws.
Tennessee actually switched to single drug pentobarbital executions back in December 2024, after a moratorium the year before revealed their previous drug supply hadn't been properly tested. So they've already had one drug scandal. Now there's no independent verification of what's in that syringe.
The execution is scheduled for today. Carruthers has been on death row for 30 years. His conviction has been challenged on evidence grounds. The ACLU's petitioned the Supreme Court to stop it. But the clock's ticking, and the question hanging over the whole thing is, does the state have working, non-expired pentobarbital? They won't say.
And if it's expired, there's real risk of a painful, botched execution. That's not speculation, that's what happens when the chemistry degrades. The SHIELD law is meant to protect suppliers, but it's also eroding any public accountability for what's actually administered. L'Equipe ran this piece today asking why so many stadiums in France are named after Léo Lagrange. And honestly, I had to pause. I knew the name, but not the full story.
Yeah, it's one of those names you see on sports facilities all over the country, town stadiums, gyms, but most people probably couldn't tell you who he actually was beyond maybe some politician from the 1930s.
Right, and the article digs into that. So Lagrange was appointed Under-Secretary of State for Sports in 1936 under Léon Blum's Popular Front government. He only held the post for 19 months, but in that time, he basically invented the idea of sport as a public good, not elite competition, but sport for all.
That's a pretty radical shift for the era. What did that actually look like on the ground?
He created something called the Popular Sports Certificate, essentially a state-endorsed fitness program, subsidized youth hostels, and even negotiated 40% railway fare reductions for workers traveling to sporting events. He also set up the Superior Council of Sports, which is still a thing today.
So he was building infrastructure and policy for everyday participation, not stadiums for spectators. That actually makes sense of why so many local facilities carry his name.
Exactly. And then he volunteered to fight in both world wars. He was killed by artillery fire in the Ain region on June 9, 1940. That's what really cemented his legacy.
Though the stadiums aren't just naming after a bureaucrat, they're naming after someone who lived the values, died for his country, and changed how France thinks about sport. That's a much richer story than the plaque usually tells.
Singtel just posted a 12% rise in annual underlying profit as $2.77 billion, but the number that matters more is what they didn't hit. Analysts were expecting $2.82 billion.
Missed by about 50 million, and the outlook is where it gets cloudy. They're warning about the Iran war, started February 28, as a risk even though they've got no direct Middle East operations.
Right, it's all indirect. Most of their key Asian markets are net energy importers. Higher energy costs squeeze operating margins, dampen consumer spending. CEO Yen Kwan Moon used the word stagflation specifically.
He said they're keeping a close watch for potential second order effects. Meanwhile, the earnings themselves got a boost from regional associates, Bharti Airtel in India, AIS in Thailand. Those are the bright spots.
So the headline is profit up, but EBIT growth going forward is forecast at low to mid single digits. Compare that to nearly 9% growth last year. That's a sharp slowdown.
Markets tend to look forward, not backward. If the war keeps energy prices elevated, those associates could start feeling the pinch too. Singtel's basically telling investors, we did well this year, but don't expect the same next year.
And share price reaction? Down about 4% on the day from one of the research briefs. So the market is reading the same signal.
Yeah. A beat on profit that was actually a miss on estimates plus a cautious forecast. That's a tough combo to spin. Yen Kwan Moon has his work cut out. Labor Party members just backed Shabana Mahmood's immigration crackdown by a 2-to-1 margin. That's according to YouGov polling, and the numbers are pretty stark.
Yeah, 44% of members support her current approach, and another 18% want even stricter rules. Only a quarter want a more liberal policy. For a party that's historically been seen as softer on immigration, that's a significant shift.
And the policy itself is pretty aggressive. Mahmood's basically doubling the time for most migrants to qualify for indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 10. For refugees, it's 20 years. And it applies retrospectively to people already here.
She's explicitly cited Denmark's social democratic model as the inspiration. That's the Nordic approach that's been pretty restrictive on immigration while maintaining a strong welfare state.
Right, but here's where it gets interesting. Despite the rank and file support, there's a serious rebellion brewing among Labour MPs. Over 100 of them have opposed the plans, including former Deputy Leader Angela Rayner, who called them un-British and a breach of trust.
Nearly 50 MPs have threatened actual rebellion. So you've got the party membership saying go harder, while a big chunk of the parliamentary party is digging in against it.
And public polling splits the difference. About 50% of the general public supports the proposals. So Mahmood's got a majority of voters with her, a majority of her own members with her, but a very loud, organized opposition inside Westminster.
That's a classic Labor fault line, isn't it? The membership pulling one direction, the parliamentary party pulling another. Just usually it's the other way around on immigration.
Exactly. Normally, you'd expect the MPs to be more centrist and the members more left-wing. Here, the members are backing a pretty hardline Home Secretary while the MPs are calling it a betrayal. It's almost flipped.
Google is trying smart glasses again. More than a decade after Google Glass flopped, they just showed off a new pair at I/O.
And the big difference this time is there's no screen. The whole thing is audio-based. Small camera in the frame, speakers in the arms, and Gemini talks to you through your ear instead of a display on your eye.
Right, so you can ask it to navigate, take a photo, translate something you're hearing. They're even demoing it, ordering coffee through Gemini. But the privacy question is obviously back.
That was the killer problem last time. People got called glassholes for wearing cameras on their face. Google's response this time seems to be no screen, no recording light that people can see, and they're partnering with Warby Parker and Gentle Monster on the frame designs so they actually look like normal glasses.
They're also working with Samsung on the hardware. Two frame styles at launch this autumn, and it works with both Android and iOS.
Which is interesting, they're not locking it to Pixel phones, and there's supposedly a version with a proper in-lens display in development, but that's not ready yet.
The original Glass, launched in 2013, died by 2015 after the price tag and the creep factor. We're now in 2026. Do you think people are more ready for this?
I think the context is totally different. In 2013, wearing a computer on your face felt dystopian. Now everyone's walking around with an AI assistant in their ear via earbuds. This is just putting a camera on that. The question is whether the camera triggers the same reflex.
And they're being careful. No display means no one can see what you're looking at, which removes one big anxiety, but the camera's still there.
Right. And The autumn launch means we'll find out pretty soon whether people actually want to wear these.
INPEX just signed preliminary LNG supply deals with three Indonesian state owned companies, witnessed by President Prabowo himself at the IPA convention in Tangerang.
Three non-binding heads of agreement, right? So this is a handshake, not a signed contract.
That's the typical path for a $20 billion mega project. The Abadi LNG development in the Masela block, INPEX holds 65%. Pertamina and Petronas have the rest after Shell sold its stake back in 2023.
And what kind of volume are we talking about?
Up to 9.5 million metric tons of LNG per year. Indonesia's first LNG facility built with carbon capture and storage from day one. That's a big selling point as buyers get more sensitive about emissions.
Buyers here are PLN for power, PGN for gas, and Pupuk Indonesia for fertilizer, essentially locking in domestic supply. But non-binding means nothing is locked yet.
True, but these agreements signal intent. INPEX is targeting a final investment decision by 2027, with first production in the late 2020s. The fact that President Prabowo personally witnessed the signing tells you this is a national priority. He's been pushing for more foreign investment in energy.
And INPEX needs that government backing. The Abadi story has been in development for years. Shell's exit, the cost, the CCS requirements, getting three state-owned utilities to sign up early helps de-risk the offtake.
Exactly. It's a long road, but this is the first concrete step since the ownership reshuffled.
So we'll check back in 2027 for FID and then hope it doesn't slip.
Right. Energy mega projects rarely run on schedule, but the foundation is here. Cocoa prices down about 75% from the late 2024 peak, and Hershey just announced it's putting real chocolate back in its product.
Finally, because for the past year or so, if you bought a Reese's or a Hershey bar, you were getting vegetable fats and compound coatings instead of actual cocoa butter. The company switched during the price spike. Cocoa futures hit $12,000 a metric ton.
Now they're around 3,100, so Hershey says it will restore its classic milk and dark chocolate recipes by 2027. The reversal covers the core Reese's and Hershey's lines.
And it's not just market economics. Brad Reese, grandson of the peanut butter cup inventor H.B. Reese, went public in February calling out the substitution. He basically shamed the company.
Yeah, the company had been using cheaper alternatives in spin-off products. Apparently, Brad's criticism got traction, but the bigger story is that other major chocolate makers may follow suit now that the bean price slump makes real cocoa profitable again.
Right? And you have to wonder how many consumers even notice the difference. But the industry clearly saw the downgrade as a risk to brand loyalty. If you can put the real stuff back and still make margins, why wouldn't you?
The supply side has improved dramatically. Ivory Coast and Ghana, the two big producers, have been dealing with a sales crisis after the price collapse. So there's a whole commodity chain story here.
Meanwhile, the candy aisle is about to get less depressing. That's not nothing.
Elon Musk just posted a hiring call for SpaceX that's unconventional. He wants world-class engineers and physicists for something called SpaceX AI, even if they've never touched AI before.
Smart humans figure it out fast. That's literally his pitch. 3 bullet points demonstrating exceptional ability. Email it to a SpaceX address. No resume, no cover letter, no degree check.
It's a direct reflection of how SpaceX and XAI are now integrated. The company is building AI satellites and space-based data centers out of Austin and Seattle. They're even constructing a 230 MeV cyclotron facility in Florida for radiation testing. So the hiring push is very real.
3 bullet thing is interesting though. Analysts are calling it a screen for analytical thinking and self-awareness over formal credentials. And the timing makes sense. 76% of employers now pay up to 10% more for AI skills, with adaptability and critical thinking being the most in-demand competencies.
So Musk is basically saying, I don't care if you've never trained a model. Show me you can solve hard problems, and I'll teach you the rest.
Which works if you're SpaceX and can attract that caliber of person, but it also signals something bigger. They're integrating advanced AI directly into the Starlink constellation for orbital computing, not just ground-based inference, actual compute in space.
Right. And the job categories they're hiring for aren't just AI specific. Solar, mechanical, electrical, optics, software, elite engineers across disciplines. The AI piece is the glue.
It's a very Musk approach. Skip the gatekeepers, find the weirdos who built something cool in their garage, and throw them at orbital data centers. I'm curious how many applications they'll get.
Given the response to the tweet already, 856 likes in what looks like a short window, probably a lot. Whether any of those three bullet emails actually get read is another question.
Fair. But if even one works out, that's a satellite engineer who'd never have applied through traditional channels. And that's the bet.
Ukraine says it's destroying 30,000 Russian drones a month now. That's the March number, just 1 month.
And they're producing over 1,000 interceptor drones a day to do it. The economics are wild. The P-1 Sun interceptor is basically a 3D printed drone that costs about $1,000, and it's going after Shaheds that cost 50,000 each.
So you can afford to miss a few, is the idea.
Exactly. And it's not just the interceptors. They built this AI platform called SkyMap. It fuses radar, thousands of sensors, video feeds, and machine learning to detect threats and guide defenses in real time.
That's the command and control layer. But what struck me in the BBC piece is that even with all this tech, they still need shotguns and nets for the cheap FPV drones.
Right. The first-person view drones are the ones causing the most casualties. AI can't always track something that small and fast at low altitude. Skip.
Zelensky said they intercepted 94% of long range drones and 73% of missiles in recent attacks. Those are stunning numbers.
And they're bending the cost curve in their favor. A $1,000 interceptor versus a $50,000 Shahed. You can lose a lot of those interceptors and still come out ahead.
But the FPV problem is the hard part. The low tech stuff doesn't scale as well.
No, it doesn't. So you've got this weird layered system where AI and 3D printed drones work alongside guys with shotguns, and somehow that mix is holding.
For now, the question is how Russia adapts. The White House just dropped an executive order that's got the banking industry paying very close attention. Trump signed something yesterday called Restoring Integrity to America's Financial System.
Right, and the headline is that banks now have to check citizenship status on their customers. NBC's reporting this as a new immigration enforcement push.
Specifically, the order directs bank regulators and Treasury to start looking for signs that undocumented individuals are opening accounts, getting loans, or using credit cards. The administration's argument is that there's a credit risk from potential deportations. That's a direct quote from the order.
I've been watching how this got watered down a bit from the original idea. Apparently, the administration initially wanted to mandate that banks collect citizenship information on every single customer. Banks pushed back hard, said that would be incredibly costly and burdensome.
Right, so the final version is softer. It gives Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent 60 days to issue guidance on red flags. And one of the specific things they're flagging is use of individual taxpayer identification numbers, or ITINs, instead of social security numbers.
Which is interesting because ITINs are how a lot of people without social security numbers, including undocumented immigrants, file taxes and interact with the financial system. So if banks start treating ITINs as a red flag, that's a pretty direct signal.
The White House statement is pretty blunt about it. They said they will not permit risks to our financial system posed by the extension of credit or financial services to the inadmissible and removable alien population.
That's strong language, and it's going to be a massive operational lift for banks. They're going to have to figure out how to check citizenship without just asking every customer for a passport.
8 MEK members executed since March, 2 more just today, according to Tasnim. Iran says they were forming a group to undermine national security.
The timing is the story here. This is May 21st. The announcement was actually May 19th, 2 days after the broader crackdown really kicked into gear post the February 28th strikes.
Right, US and Israeli strikes that killed Iran's supreme leader. That's the context the judiciary keeps invoking. Attempts to undermine national unity is the exact phrase their top judge used.
And we're not just talking MEC members. The research shows 7 men executed in connection with the January 2026 anti-government protest. So there's a dual track. opposition group members, and protest participants.
Human rights organizations have been critical, but Iran's official line is that these are national security threats linked to foreign adversaries. The MEK is a banned opposition group. They've been designated terrorists by Iran for decades.
8 MEK members since March, plus these two, plus the 7 protest-related executions. That's at least 17 people executed in the last 2.5 months. And the judiciary warns of more.
Undermining national security. That's a broad charge. Could cover anything from actual sabotage to organizing political dissent. The Tasnim report doesn't name the individuals, just the accusation.
Which makes it hard to verify. But the pattern is consistent. Post February 28th, Iran has been executing at a pace we haven't seen in years. The Manila Times reports this is part of a crackdown tied directly to the conflict with the US and Israel.
So, two more today. Whether they were MEK, protests linked, or something else, we don't have those details yet. But the total keeps climbing.
The Economist just put up a headline that basically asks whether AI makes you stupid.
And the research behind it is pretty striking. An MIT Media Lab study from June last year tracked 54 Boston area students with EEG brain scans while they wrote essays. The students using ChatGPT showed up to 55% weaker neural connectivity in the regions tied to memory and creativity compared to the ones writing independently.
55% weaker. That's not a small dip. And there's a separate study from Carnegie Mellon, MIT, Oxford, and UCLA that found even 10 minutes of AI use reduced persistence. People who relied on the tool to solve problems were more likely to just give up when they didn't have it anymore.
10 minutes. That's barely a single query.
Right. So the pattern seems to be you outsource the cognitive load and your brain stops exercising those muscles. The Economist piece talks about ways to keep the brain fit, but the underlying question is whether we're building a generation of users who can't think without the bot.
Though the research also points out it depends on how you use it. If you treat AI as a tool to challenge your thinking, ask it to critique your argument, surface counterpoints, you actually stay cognitively engaged. The problem is passive consumption.
But how many people are doing that versus just typing, write me an email or summarize this article? The default behavior seems to be the mindless one.
And the data on creativity is similar. People who use AI for creative tasks tend to produce less original ideas. You get a more polished output, but it's less novel.
So the trade-off is real. Efficiency in exchange for the cognitive edge. The question is whether we notice it happening.
70 billion parcels in 4 months. That's the headline from China's State Post Bureau today.
And that's just the postal sector overall. 64.5 billion of those were express deliveries. The growth rate is a touch slower than what we saw in Q1, but still positive at 4.1% year on year.
Right, Q1 was 51.9 billion parcels, up 4.5%. So April itself probably added around 18 billion packages, keeping the momentum going.
Revenue tells a similar story. Through Q1, the sector pulled in 449 billion yuan. That's about $65.5 billion. Express delivery revenue alone was 369 billion, up 6.8%.
And the Bureau frames this as an economic indicator. Parcel volume tracks e-commerce and consumer spending pretty directly. China's economy grew 5% in Q1, so the postal numbers are consistent with that.
4.1% growth over 4 months is slightly below Q1's 4.5%. Could just be a February bump evening out, or it could be a tiny deceleration. Hard to tell from one data point.
The interesting part is that the tweet cites first 4 months data, but the publicly posted government figures only go through March. So this might be a preliminary April estimate from the Bureau.
Or it's a rounding of the cumulative. Either way, 70 billion parcels in 121 days, that's about 580 million packages a day. The logistics engine is still humming.
And the Bureau seems comfortable calling it stable growth. No alarm bells there.
No, just a lot of cardboard box.
Hershey is reversing course on those flavored coatings. Today's announcement says they're going back to real milk and dark chocolate recipes in Reese's and Hershey's products by 2027.
And cocoa prices cratered. That's the real story here. Finamize is reporting futures have fallen roughly 70% from late 2024 highs. When cocoa nearly tripled in 2024 because of weather and disease in West Africa, manufacturers switched vegetable fat coatings and shrank the bars.
Right, the skimflation playbook. But now that bean prices are down, real chocolate is profitable again. CEO Kirk Tanner said the shift affects less than 3% of Reese's products and a small slice of Hershey's lineup, things like the Fast Break Bar and Mini Reese's Cup.
I love that the public pressure came from Brad Reese specifically, the grandson of H.B. Reese, the inventor of the peanut butter cup. He criticized them for swapping milk chocolate for chocolate-flavored coatings on products like Valentine's Day mini hearts, so this is kind of a vindication for him.
The grandson versus the skimpflation. Reuters has a piece saying other major chocolate makers may follow suit now that the slump in bean prices is making the traditional treat profitable again.
It's a full cycle. A year of smaller bars, extra wafers, chocolate alternatives, and now the cocoa's coming back. Though I'm curious how fast the actual packaging changes hit shelves. 2027 is still a ways off.
Right, it's a rollout, not a flip of a switch. But the signal is clear. When commodity costs normalize, the real ingredients come back. Analog Devices just dropped their earnings and they're riding the AI wave hard. Revenue came in at $3.62 billion for the fiscal second quarter, beating analyst estimates of $3.51 billion.
And the forecast is even punchier. They're calling for third quarter revenue around $3.9 billion, which is well above the $3.61 billion Wall Street was expecting. Adjusted EPS guidance of 330 against estimates of 3.00.
CEO Vincent Roche used the phrase record demand and sharp operational discipline, record bookings across industrial, automotive, and communications markets. That's not just chip demand, it's AI infrastructure pulling everything along.
Right, because Analog Devices makes power management semiconductors and sensor components. Data centers need that stuff to run AI workloads, and automotive systems are sucking it up too. They also just announced a $1.5 billion acquisition of Empower Semiconductor to double down on AI-focused power management.
So this isn't a flash in the pan beat, it's structural. The AI boom is turning into real hardware spend, and Analog Devices is right in the middle of it.
It's notable that they're not just a GPU company riding the hype cycle. Power management is boring. Essential infrastructure, that's actually a more sustainable bet than some of the flashier names.
Yeah, and the numbers back that up. Q2 earnings per share hit 3.9 against estimates of around 2.90. That's a clean beat on both top and bottom lines.
The question is whether the market was already pricing this in. Analog Devices has been climbing, but guidance like this usually gives the stock another leg.
We'll see when the market opens, but if you're looking for a signal that AI spending is still accelerating, not slowing down, this is it.
Right, and it's coming from a company most people don't think about when they say AI chipmaker.
For the first time in 100 years, renewables just overtook coal in the global electricity mix. That's from Ember's Global Electricity Review out this morning.
Wait, coal is finally declining? I thought it was still climbing in a lot of places.
Globally, it fell 0.6% in 2025. That's 63 terawatt hours, the first drop since 2020. The big moves were China down 1.2%, India down nearly 3%.
So the heavy emitters are finally turning the corner, but the US went the other way, up 13%.
Right, because natural gas prices spiked, so some coal plants came back online. That's 85 extra terawatt hours. But that's a local anomaly. The global picture is renewables now at 33.8% of electricity, coal at 33.0%. Failed to commit to any significant changes. That's Ofcom's verdict on TikTok and YouTube today in their new child safety report.
They're calling the platforms not safe enough for kids. Meanwhile, Meta, Snap, and Roblox actually agreed to tighten things up. Snap's blocking adult strangers from contacting UK children by default now.
Roblox too. Parents can disable direct chat for under 16s. And Meta's hiding teens' Instagram connection lists and building AI tools to flag sexualized conversations. That's concrete.
But TikTok and YouTube, they're basically saying their existing features like TikTok's under 16 DM restrictions and YouTube's Shorts timer are already enough. Ofcom clearly disagrees.
The report is out today, May 21, and there's a ticking clock The government's consultation on banning social media for under 16s closes in 5 days on the 26th. Ofcom's warning enforcement action if promises aren't delivered.
So TikTok and YouTube are potentially gambling with a regulatory hammer coming down. The contrast with the other platforms is pretty stark.
Yeah, you've got three big players saying we'll do more and two saying we've done enough. Ofcom's making it clear that answer isn't good enough.
And the clock is running. If the government leans toward a ban, this report just gave them ammunition.
Right. We'll see what happens next week. So, the UN just passed a climate resolution with teeth, or at least the idea of teeth. The General Assembly voted 141 to 8 to back a ruling that failing to meet climate targets is unlawful under international law and could open the door to reparations.
8 against. That's the interesting part. The US, Russia, and Iran all voted no. Three of the world's biggest oil and gas exporters basically saying, not us.
Right. And the resolution itself is a watered down version of what was originally proposed. There was supposed to be an internal register of damage, a formal mechanism to compile evidence of climate harm. That got stripped out during negotiations.
Because the big emitters push back hard. So what does the resolution actually do? It welcomes an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice from last July 2025, which said climate inaction is an unlawful act. But that opinion is non-binding.
Non binding, but the language matters. The ICJ called it an authoritative contribution to international law. Courts around the world can now cite it in climate litigation. So it's not a direct check writing machine, but it shifts the legal baseline.
The Spiegel piece frames it as countries that violate climate goals can be required to pay damages. That's the headline. But the reality is more like the UN has now formally endorsed the principle. The actual enforcement will happen case by case, country by country.
And the countries most likely to file claims are the ones most affected by climate change. Small island states, developing nations, against the big historical emitters. This gives them a stronger legal foundation.
Still, without a register of damage, proving causation is going to be messy. A drought in Bangladesh, was that climate change or just weather? The science is getting better, courts need specifics.
That's the next fight. For now, 141 countries just said, yes, you can be held liable. The US, Russia, Iran said no. That's the line in the sand. 250 million shekels. That's what Israel just approved for preserving heritage and antiquity sites across the West Bank, including new research and tourism centers.
The Jerusalem Post is reporting it as a Wednesday cabinet decision. But when you look at what's actually being funded, the critics have a pretty sharp take. This is about territorial control dressed up as preservation.
Right, the plan's called the Land of Heritage, and it's not really starting from zero. The research shows a February 2026 cabinet decision already expanded enforcement powers and approved developing 200 Jewish heritage sites. This builds on that.
And on a July 2023 decision that allocated 120 million shekels over 3 years for archaeology work, plus another 32 million for one site called Sebastia, so the total is now well over 400 million shekels across these tranches.
What's interesting is the governance shift. The cabinet also advanced legislation to create a new statutory authority under the Ministry of Heritage to oversee antiquities in the West Bank, bypassing the military command structure that normally runs things there.
Which is exactly why groups like Peace Now and Emek Sheveh are calling this annexation in the name of archaeology. They argue only a small slice of the money goes to stopping actual antiquity theft. Most of it is tourism infrastructure and settlement-linked development.
So the question becomes, is this about protecting history or entrenching a political footprint?
And the Heritage Minister has said publicly that Palestinians are destroying archaeological sites, framing it as a rescue mission. There's no neutral ground here.
85% voting control one guy and a $4.94 billion loss. That's the headline from SpaceX's IPO filing.
That lost number jumps out. Especially when you remember they actually turned a profit in 2024, 791 million. So this is a massive swing.
The filing hit the SEC yesterday, and the story there is the February merger with XAI. That single move burned something like 14 billion in cash. The whole AI side of the business is what flipped them red.
And yet, Starlink is apparently printing money, 4.42 billion in operating profit. It's basically subsidizing everything else.
Right. So you've got Starlink as the cash cow, and then capital spending surged to 20.74 billion last year. 12.7 billion of that was AI. Starship alone has cost over 15 billion to develop.
The prospectus is really explicit about Starship being the centerpiece. They need it to deploy the next-gen Starlink V3 satellites starting later this year, and the AI satellites too.
And then there's the control structure. Musk holds about 42% of the equity, but through these super voting Class B shares, 10 votes each, he'll control up to 85% of the vote post IPO.
That's the part that usually gives institutional investors pause. You're buying into a company where one person has absolute say.
They're targeting a June 12 debut on NASDAQ, ticker SPCX, seeking a 1.75 trillion valuation and a $75 billion raise. That would be the largest IPO in history.
And they're not even profitable. It's a bet on future AI revenue and Starship actually flying at airline-like cadence. Huge risk.
The filing says they've spent 15 billion on Starship so far. The question is whether the next 15 billion gets them to revenue. $1 trillion in chip sales by 2027. That's the line Jensen Huang just laid out on the NVIDIA Q1 earnings call.
And he's not just hoping. He laid out 3 specific ways they could beat that number. New customers like Anthropic, selling a standalone Vera CPU, and licensing Grok's inference tech.
Right, the Vera CPU is interesting. Huang is calling that a $200 billion new market for agentic AI. Basically, chips that can reason and act on their own.
And the Grok deal is them monetizing a competitor's architecture, not something you see every day from the company that basically owns the AI compute stack.
Let's talk demand. They guided 91 billion for Q2, still growing sequentially, all driven by data center. And Huang said big tech is spending 700 billion on AI this year, up from 400 billion last year.
But here's the tension. 4 hyperscalers accounted for 78% of data center revenue last quarter. If any of them builds a better in-house chip, that's a problem.
Huang addressed that. He argued the total addressable market is so big that even with internal competition, demand for NVIDIA's latest Blackwell and Vera Rubin is still front-loaded.
And the forecast through 2027 assumes that broad base of customers, not just the big 4, but Taiwan's semiconductors capacity is also expanding, which could bring more competition on the manufacturing side.
For now, investors seem to take the message. The stock held steady after the call. The question is whether the Vera CPU story has legs or if it's just a narrative hedge.
It's a hedge, but a smart one. If hyperscalers start shifting away from GPUs for agentic workloads, NVIDIA wants to be the one selling them the brain instead.
Raul Castro just got indicted by a federal grand jury in Miami. Murder, conspiracy, aircraft destruction, 4 counts each.
The former Cuban president? He's 94. What's the timeline here?
This goes back to 1996. February 24th, Cuban fighter jets shot down 2 civilians operated by Brothers to the Rescue, a Miami-based exile group. 4 people died, 3 U.S. citizens, 1 green card holder.
And prosecutors are charging Castro for authorizing that. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced it yesterday, said they pursue anyone who kills Americans, no matter how much time has passed.
Right. The indictment alleges Castro met with military leaders in January 1996 and authorized them to use decisive and deadly action against the planes. He was Cuba's defense minister at the time.
The UN's International Civil Aviation Organization looked into this. Their finding was the planes were outside Cuban airspace when they were hit. Cuba disputes that, obviously.
The case had been dormant since 2003. Now it's back, and it's not just Castro. 5 others were indicted alongside him.
So a sitting former head of state now charged in a U.S. court. What's the actual path to prosecution here? Extradition from Cuba isn't exactly likely.
That's the open question. The announcement felt symbolic. Blanche stood in Miami, flanked by families of the victims. But symbolically, it's a huge escalation.
Symbolism or not, it's the first time a former Cuban leader has faced U.S. murder charges. That alone shifts the diplomatic ground.
And it happened on the eve of what would have been the 30th anniversary of the shootdown next year. Timing's not accidental.
So, Trey Savage and Cam Schlittler finally faced off. Did it live up to the billing?
It really did. Blue Jays beat the Yankees 2-1, and both young right-handers were dealing a 2+ hour rain delay, and then they just traded zeros until the 7th.
Yes, Savage threw 6 shutout innings, allowed 2 hits, struck out 8. That's a 1.07 ERA. Now through 5 starts after missing April with a shoulder impingement. Not bad for a 22-year-old.
And Schlittler was nearly as good, 7 strikeouts, no runs through 6. He finally got tagged in the 7th when Toronto loaded the bases and scored on an 11-pitch walk to Andres Gimenez and a sacrifice fly from Vlad Guerrero. That was it, 2-1.
Schlittler falls to 6.2, but his ERA actually went up to 150, which is still best in baseball. That's how good he's been. He didn't pitch badly. The Jays just manufactured the runs.
This was their first regular season matchup after both had monster postseasons in 2025. Schlittler struck out 12 in an AL wildcard win, and Yesavage threw 5 1/3 hitless with 11 strikeouts in a playoff game. So the hype was justified.
It's early, but if these two are each going to anchor their rotations for the next decade, the AL East just got a lot more interesting. And the Jays needed that win too. They're trying to keep pace.
Yeah, every division game matters. And a pitcher's duel that actually delivers, that's rare. This one delivered. A Chinese ship just left dock in Jiangxi province, the Ningyuan Daipeng, and it's being called the world's largest pure electric container ship.
World's largest electric container ship. That's a title that didn't exist 5 years ago.
Right. This thing is 127 meters long, can carry 740 standard 20-foot containers, and it's powered entirely by batteries. 10 containerized battery units, totaling about 19,600 kilowatt hours.
That's a massive battery bank. How do you even charge something like that without tying up a port for days?
2 ways. High voltage shore power, or what they call battery swapping. They lift the spent battery containers off and drop fresh ones in using a floating platform system. The ship can also top up from onboard solar panels.
So it's essentially a giant electric truck that floats. What's the range?
They didn't give a range figure directly. Top speed is 11.5 knots, which is modest. But the sister ship, the Ningyuan Daipeng, already started commercial operations on April 15th this year. So this isn't a prototype, it's a production vessel.
That's the part that stands out. They've already got one in service. The Daikun was built first, and now the Daipeng is heading out for sea trials. That's a real fleet build.
And it's built for zero-emission operations. The entire supply chain is supposed to be carbon-free from port to port. The builder is Jiangxi Jiangxin Shipbuilding, and the owner is Ningbo Far East Shipping.
So coastal shipping routes, right? Shanghai to Ningbo, maybe up the Yangtze, not transoceanic. But still, replacing diesel bunker fuel with batteries on a 1,000-ton container ship is not nothing.
No, it's not. 19,600 kilowatt hours is enough to power something like 600 homes for a day.
Or one large ship for a coastal run. I want to see what the charging infrastructure looks like at the destination ports. That's where these projects usually hit a wall.
The Daipeng just left Hukou County in Jiangxi yesterday, May 20th. Sea trials will tell us if those batteries hold up under real conditions.
We'll keep watching. Iran executed 2 men on Thursday, Ramin Zaleh and Karim Marufpour, the judiciary's Mizan News, both convicted of membership in militant groups and armed action against the state.
Their sentences were upheld by Iran's Supreme Court. That's the official line. But you have to look at the numbers here. In 2025, Iran executed at least 1,639 people. That's more than 4 per day.
It's the highest number since 1989, And human rights groups are saying this isn't just about criminal justice, it's political repression, especially targeting people tied to the January 2026 anti government protests.
So, these two executions today fit a pattern. The regime is accelerating its use of capital punishment, and the Supreme Court is signing off on these sentences consistently.
Mizan News identifies both men by name, Zaleh and Marufpour, but what we don't get is much detail on the specific charges beyond militant groups and armed action. That's a broad brush in Iran's legal system.
It's the same language they use for protesters, for activists, for anyone the state labels a threat. And at this pace, 1,639 last year alone, the numbers are just staggering.
Right, so Thursday's executions aren't an outlier, they're a data point in a much larger trend, and the trend line is climbing. So Fleetrider24 just posted that Wizz Air Malta flight W46525 is squawking 700 and descending toward Rome.
That's the emergency code. If you see 7700 on a tracker, something's happening in the cockpit. This one was heading from Catania to Turin. Looks like it's dropping altitude near Rome instead.
No news reports yet. The flight history shows this route is a regular daily run for Wizz Air Malta, Catania to Turin. Nothing unusual about the destination.
Right, but squawking 7700 means the crew declared an emergency, could be medical, could be a mechanical issue. They're descending, which typically means they want to get on the ground as soon as possible.
And Rome is a major airport with long runways and full emergency services. If you're going to divert somewhere in central Italy, that's the logical choice.
We don't know what triggered it. Fleetrider24 just puts the raw signal out there, no confirmation of landing status yet, no statement from Wizz Air.
That's the weird part. Usually by the time a Squawk 7-700 hits social media, there's already a news story forming. Maybe it resolved in the air, or maybe the coverage just hasn't caught up.
Could be a minor issue. Crew declares emergency as a precaution, lands safely, everyone walks off. But we simply don't have the outcome yet.
Yeah, not much more to say until we see a photo of the plane parked at the gate in Rome or a statement from the airline. We'll keep an ear on it.
So, the Philippine government has officially ordered police to arrest Senator Bato de la Rosa, the former police chief who ran Duterte's drug war and now has an ICC warrant over his head.
Right, and this is the warrant that was unsealed May 12. Crimes Against Humanity, the ICC says. De La Rosa has been hiding out in the Senate compound for days.
He actually fled before dawn on May 16. His wife called it an escape. There was a standoff at the Senate on May 14 with gunshots fired. That's how tense this got.
Yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected his bid to block the arrest, so the Justice Secretary had already said on May 15 the government would definitely comply. Now the order goes to police.
It's a huge test for the Philippines. Duterte's drug crackdown killed thousands, and now one of the key figures is being handed over to The Hague. De La Rosa was the first police chief under that campaign.
The question is whether Filipino authorities actually pick him up. He's a sitting senator, he's got political allies, but the Supreme Court ruling clears the legal path, no more injunctions, no more delays.
And the Justice Secretary's public statement was unambiguous, definitely comply. So today's police order is the enforcement piece. They've got a warrant, a court green light, and a cabinet-level directive.
This is going to test Marcos' relationship with the ICC and with Duterte's political base all at once. De La Rosa isn't just any senator, he's the face of the drug war.
His wife's already framing this as persecution, but the ICC case has been building for years. Now it's not theoretical anymore. It's at the Senate's gate.
Wes Streeting just gave his resignation speech in the Commons, and he did not hold back.
He quit the cabinet last week, lost confidence in Starmer's leadership, and today he went to the dispatch box to explain why. Sky's got the clip up.
His core argument is that labor is losing the fight against nationalism. He said, quote, "For the first time in our history, nationalists are in power in every corner of the United Kingdom."
He's lumping together Scottish nationalism, Welsh nationalism, and Reform UK under Nigel Farage as an existential threat. And he warned that unless labor changes course, it risks handing the keys of No 10 to reform.
That's a direct shot at Starmer's strategy. Streeting was health secretary, one of the biggest jobs in government, and he's essentially saying the current direction is electoral suicide.
The timing matters. The local elections on May 7 were brutal for labor. Poor results. Streeting clearly thinks the party is treading water while nationalism surges.
He used the phrase fight of our lives. That's not a guy who thinks a few policy tweaks will fix things. He's calling for a fundamental course correction.
And he's now a backbencher making that case from outside the tent. The question is whether anyone inside number 10 is listening.
Starmer's response will be telling. Does he acknowledge the warning or dismiss the messenger?
Right now, the only thing we know is that the former health secretary just put a very public marker down, and those local election results are only 3 weeks old.
Yeah, this isn't going away. Xi Jinping may be heading to Pyongyang as early as next week. Yonhap is reporting this based on senior South Korean government sources.
That's a pretty big deal. State visits between China and North Korea don't happen every day. What's the backdrop here?
Well, it comes right after Xi's summit with President Trump in Beijing last week. But leaders reaffirmed they want denuclearization. South Korean officials apparently think Xi might try to mediate between Trump and Kim Jong-un.
So, this could be a shuttle diplomacy move, and Seoul has its own stake in this too. President Lee Jae-myung raised the need for China to help mediate inter-Korean relations when he visited Beijing back in January.
Right. Today, the presidential office in Seoul put out a statement saying they expect China to play a constructive role on Korean Peninsula issues. They're monitoring closely.
And the prep work is already happening. Yonhap says Chinese security and protocol personnel have been in Pyongyang recently getting things set up.
That suggests it's more than just a rumor. If the visit happens, it'd be Xi's first trip to North Korea in years, though the tweet doesn't specify exactly when his last one was.
Could be as soon as late May or early June, according to the reports. That's a pretty tight window.
Yeah, and it puts China right back in the middle of the diplomatic chessboard between Washington and Pyongyang and between the two Koreas.
Let's see if Beijing confirms it officially. But the Yonhap sourcing feels solid. 126 energy market specialists just told Bloomberg Intelligence that crude is going to hover near $100 a barrel for the next year. And it's all because of the Iran war.
It's a pretty specific ceiling. What's actually capping it at 100 and not, say, 150?
Citigroup says there's an inventory buffer, 7 to 800 million barrels. That's acting like a lid. But that buffer is being aggressively depleted. The war shut down the Strait of Hormuz, so we're losing 12 to 14 million barrels of daily supply.
Right, so the cap is temporary. What happens if the ceasefire falls apart?
Citi warns that if the blockade keeps going and the buffer vanishes, you're looking at $120 to $150 a barrel. The survey consensus is basically the market betting the war stays contained enough to burn through those inventories slowly.
And the war started in late February, so we're going on 3 months now. Enverus is forecasting 95 for this year, 100 for next. That's not a spike, it's a plateau.
Exactly. A painfully long plateau. The question is how long the Strait of Hormuz stays closed. Every day that inventory buffer gets smaller, that $100 ceiling gets shakier.
So the market is basically pricing in a managed conflict, which is a bet that could go very wrong very fast.
A $100 floor with a potential blow-off top. Not a comfortable place to be. Ajax is playing a home game tonight in Volendam because of his Styles concerts at the Johan Cruyff Arena.
Wait, the actual Johan Cruyff Arena is just not available for a playoff?
That's exactly what happened. Kickoff is at 18:45 at Kreis Stadion. Ajax finished 5th in the league with 56 points. Groningen came 9th with 48. Winner moves on to face either Utrecht or Heerenveen on May 24 for a Conference League qualifying spot.
And these two split the season series. Ajax won 2-0 at home back in December, but Groningen took the return leg 3-1 in March. So form-wise, there's no clear favorite.
Right. Ajax had the better regular season, but Groningen ended stronger. And now the venue, Volendam, holds what, 7,000? That's a completely different atmosphere versus a full arena.
It's wild that a club of Ajax's stature is basically playing a neutral site game in their own country because of a concert schedule. Do we know if Groningen fans made the trip?
The tweet doesn't say, but it's only about 150 kilometers from Groningen to Volendam. Probably a decent away turnout. Either way, this is a one off semi-final with everything riding on it: Conference League football, European revenue, squad planning for next season.
And the loser is just done. No second chance. For Ajax, missing Europe entirely would be a serious financial blow.
Yeah, they're not in the Champions League or Europa League spots. This playoff path is their only way in. Meanwhile, Groningen, they've been building momentum under their manager. The tweet doesn't name him, but they've looked organized since that March win.
So it's pressure on Ajax to justify that fifth place finish, and Groningen playing with nothing to lose. Should be a tight one.
We'll know soon enough. RBC Capital just boosted Nvidia's price target to $270 from $250. That's a $20 bump. Not huge, but the reasoning's interesting.
Yeah, and they already started with an outperform rating when they initiated coverage, so this isn't a hedge, they're doubling down.
Right. They're citing AI compute demand still way outpacing supply, visibility running into 2027. They also name checked the Vera Rubin GPU platform and that billion-dollar partnership with Eli Lilly.
The Eli Lilly tie-in caught my eye. That's not typical NVIDIA AI news, that's drug discovery scale. It signals their chips are moving beyond data centers into specific verticals.
Exactly. RBC expects Nvidia to deliver a 3% to 5% beat and raise on first quarter fiscal 2027 earnings. So they're not just bullish on the product, they think the numbers will force the stock higher.
$270 feels conservative compared to the broader street. The average target across 54 analysts is $279, and all of them rate it buy. Stock's around $235 right now. That's upside, but not insane upside.
Which is maybe the point. RBC isn't calling for a moonshot, they're saying the fundamentals justify a steady climb. AI infrastructure spend isn't slowing.
Though I'd push back a little, Nvidia's already trading at a huge multiple. If enterprise AI adoption slows even a bit, that beat and raise could miss.
Sure, but RBC's argument is structural. Nvidia's supply position and balance sheet give it a moat that competitors can't replicate in the next 12 to 18 months. They're betting on lock-in.
That's fair. And with Vera Rubin coming, that's their next-gen GPU platform. The cycle isn't peaking yet. The question is whether $270 is just the next stop or the ceiling.
Either way, it's another Wall Street stamp of approval on a stock that's already the AI bellwether. RBC is just saying, keep holding. President Lee Jae-myung told his cabinet yesterday, is that Israeli territory? After Israel seized a Gaza-bound aid ship carrying Korean activists.
That was a serious escalation in rhetoric. He was directly questioning the legal basis for the capture, and then he went further. He ordered officials to review enforcing the ICC arrest warrant against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
The ICC warrant for Netanyahu was issued back in November 2024 for alleged war crimes in Gaza. Lee cited European nations that have said they'd arrest Netanyahu if he entered their territory. That's not something you hear from a sitting head of state casually.
And it had an immediate effect. Today, just one day later, Israel released the two detained Korean activists. No detention procedures, no formal process. They were deported straight out.
The Blue House welcomed the release, but also expressed strong regret over the initial arrests. Israel's statement said it hopes the incident won't affect bilateral relations and that ties will develop further.
So the question is, does this look like a diplomatic win for Lee or a calculated de-escalation by Israel to avoid a bigger blowup? Because Lee's remarks were unusually pointed, he called the detentions too severe and inhumane.
And he did it at a cabinet meeting, on the record. That's a very public warning shot. Israel clearly decided the cost of holding those two activists wasn't worth the bilateral fallout.
Yeah, but the ICC warrant piece is still hanging in the air. Lee didn't retract that, he just said to review it. So
Right, and the activists are home, but the underlying issue, the blockade, the aid ships, the legal questions, none of that's resolved.
So a laser hair removal device just shut down an airport. Avalon Airport, southwest of Melbourne. Bomb squad called. Terminal evacuated. Flights canceled to Sydney and Brisbane.
And one person detained. All before 6 in the morning, local time, the Victoria Police's bomb response unit cordoned off the domestic terminal after security screening flagged a suspicious item.
The item in question, a laser hair removal gadget, which raises the question, What exactly did the scanner see? Because apparently it was enough to trigger a full emergency response.
The tweet doesn't say what the device looked like or how it was packed, but police later confirmed it was a consumer beauty device, not an explosive. Still, the disruption was real.
Multiple delays, cancellations, a building evacuated, and someone spent part of their morning detained over what is effectively a fancy electronic razor.
I mean, to be fair, airport security scanners pick up dense electronics and unfamiliar wiring all the time. A laser hair removal device has batteries, circuitry, maybe a charging port. It could absolutely look suspicious if you don't know what you're looking at.
Sure, but the bar for call the bomb squad seems awfully low if a grooming tool clears it. Was this an overreaction or a necessary precaution?
Given what we've seen with actual devices being disguised as everyday objects, think of the laptops turned into improvised explosives, I can see why they'd err on the side of caution. But it is a genuinely funny headline.
Hair today, bomb scare tomorrow. That's the actual lead from one of the outlets covering this, the Malay Mail.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Anyway, the person detained was released once the device was identified. But the ripple effects, passengers rebooked, schedules thrown off, those last longer than the actual scare.
And hopefully the owner gets their device back, maybe with a note, next time, pack it in checked luggage. Xi Jinping could visit North Korea as early as next week. That's the report from Yonhap, picked up by the Telegraph.
Next week, that's barely a week after his summit with Trump in Beijing. Those were May 14 and 15, right?
Right, and according to the Korea Times, the Korean peninsula got very limited airtime at that summit. Trade, Taiwan, the Middle East, those dominated.
So Xi is now heading to Pyongyang to pick up the thread. The Telegraph frames it as raising hopes he'll rekindle Trump-Kim relations. Does that track?
Possibly, the South Korean government confirmed that Chinese security and protocol teams were recently in Pyongyang prepping, and Seoul's presidential office said today, May 21, they hope China plays a constructive role on the peninsula.
Constructive is a diplomatic word. What's unclear is whether Trump actually wants Xi as a mediator. The summit barely discussed Korea. That might signal Pyongyang is sliding down the priority list.
Still, the Yonhap report says she is expected to act as a go-between. Chinese state media only said the two leaders exchanged views on the peninsula, no details.
So we have a visit that might happen, a role that's hoped for, and a US-China summit that barely touched the topic. That's a lot of uncertainty.
It is, and we'll see if Xi's plane actually lands in Pyongyang on Monday. China just kicked off a clinical trial for a fully implantable brain-computer interface, 128 channels, wireless, the whole package.
128 channels, that's a lot of bandwidth. Who's behind it?
Beijing Tiantin Hospital is leading it, and the device comes from a company called Beijing Zheran Medical Technology. They call it the LEAP study. It's the first multi-center clinical trial in China for a high-throughput invasive BCI system.
And what's the target population?
Quadriplegic patients from spinal cord injury. They're planning to enroll 32 people across 11 different medical institutions. Patient enrollment is supposed to wrap up within 6 months, then a 180-day observation period after surgery.
6 months to enroll 32 patients sounds aggressive. But I guess if you're the only game in town for this kind of trial in China, you might get quickly.
The system itself is interesting. Flexible electrodes, a fully implanted wireless signal acquisition device, and it has rechargeable batteries with wireless charging. So no wires poking out of the skull.
That's the part that's been a challenge for a lot of BCI systems, keeping everything inside the body long-term without infection or battery failure. If they can pull that off with 128 channels, that's a real step forward.
And they're measuring electrode effectiveness, resistance changes, and neurological recovery over that 180 days. So it's not just a feasibility study, they're looking for actual functional improvement.
China's been pushing hard on domestic BCI development. This trial feels like a signal that they're moving from lab prototypes towards something you could see in a clinic. I'll be watching the enrollment numbers. So Jensen Huang is out there telling investors not to worry about the growth slowing down.
Right, Reuters has him saying NVIDIA can beat that $1 trillion sales forecast for its flagship AI chips. And the research I saw put some specifics on that. He laid out 3 ways they could overshoot.
3 ways. I'm listening.
First, more market share in frontier AI models. Second, standalone Vera CPU sales. He's calling that a multi-billion-dollar business aimed at a $200 billion market in agentic AI. Third, the LPX chips for $17 billion Grok acquisition.
And the $1 trillion figure itself, that's doubled from the 500 billion they were talking about back in February. They're clearly betting big on inference chips now, not just training.
Exactly. The whole market is shifting toward processors that run AI in real time. And for Q2 2026, NVIDIA projected $91 billion in total revenue, with data center demand driving sequential growth.
91 billion for a single quarter, that's not nothing. But the competition angle, hyperscalers are building their own custom chips. How does Huang address that?
He emphasized the customer base is actually pretty diversified, about 60% from the top five hyperscalers, but 40% from sovereign clouds, enterprises, robotics, edge computing. So they're not totally dependent on any one segment.
And they expect to stay supply constrained throughout Vera Rubin's life cycle. That's a good problem to have, I guess.
It is. Huang basically said, we have the products, we have the demand, and we have multiple ways to keep blowing past expectations. The question is whether investors buy it.
We'll find out when earnings hit. But the sheer scale of the numbers on trillion dollars in chip sales through 2027, that's hard to wrap your head around.
The FT is reporting that Raul Castro has been indicted by U.S. prosecutors. That's 94-year-old Raul Castro, the former Cuban president.
Indicted for what? This isn't some financial corruption charge. They're going after him for murder.
4 counts of murder, 1 count of conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, 2 counts of aircraft destruction. It all goes back to February 1996, the shoot down of 2 civilian planes operated by Brothers to the Rescue, a Miami-based exile group. 4 people died.
Right, the planes were in international airspace. Cuba claimed they were violating their territory. Castro was defense minister at the time, and the indictment alleges he authorized the military to take decisive and deadly action.
This is a huge escalation in the Trump administration's pressure campaign against Cuba. It comes just months after the U.S. captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, a key Cuban ally, in January.
And Castro hasn't been president since 2018, but he's still the ultimate decision maker inside the Communist Party. So the message is clear, we're coming for the old guard.
Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel called it political theater. But the charges are real, and the DOJ is treating this as a live case. Can you actually extradite a 94-year-old former head of state?
For now, it's an indictment, not an arrest warrant they can execute. But symbolically, it's massive. This is the first time a former Cuban leader has been charged with murder in a U.S. court.
And it puts the 1996 shoot-down back in the headlines. The families of the 4 victims have been waiting 30 years for any kind of accountability.
30 years and a shift in U.S. Cuba policy later, this is what it looks like. Wonder if Havana sees it as political theater or something more dangerous.
Probably both. Anyway, Seoul apartment prices just had their biggest weekly jump since January, up 0.28% last week, the 67th straight week of increases.
67 weeks, that is not a blip. That is structural. And the timing is brutal for the Bank of Korea because you got the Iran war pumping up inflation at the same time.
April CPI hit 2.6% year over year, highest since mid-2024, gasoline up 21%, diesel up over 30%. So you have the central bank looking at a housing market that won't cool down and energy costs that keep climbing.
The supply numbers are wild. Seoul's sales supply-demand index hit 108.3 in May. That's a 5-year high. And Jeonsi deposits, the lump sum lease system, up 2.89% year to date. That's 6 times faster than last year's pace. People are getting squeezed on every side.
The government keeps downplaying the risk, but the Bank of Korea is already signaling a shift. There's chatter about 2 rate hikes this year. The question is whether raising rates to fight inflation just makes housing even more unaffordable for anyone trying to borrow.
Right. And you've got construction costs climbing straight year because of the oil shock. So builders aren't rushing to add supply either. It's this feedback loop where every policy lever pulls against another one.
Year to date through mid-May, Seoul prices are up 3.1%. That's double the pace from the same period last year. The rally has real momentum.
And the Iran war is the wild card nobody can predict. If oil keeps climbing, inflation pushes past 3%, and then the BOK has to move harder. But that could tank the housing market entirely. Tough spot to be in.
Adamar Ben-Gris posted a video yesterday showing detained activists from the Gaza-bound flotilla kneeling with their hands zip-tied and foreheads on the ground.
I saw that. Captioned, Welcome to Israel, with the national anthem playing over it. He's waving an Israeli flag and telling them, We are the landlords.
The flotilla was called the Global Sumud Flotilla. About 430 activists from over 40 countries, including Ireland, Italy, and Australia. It left Turkey and was intercepted by the Israeli Navy.
Ben Gvir's security personnel are shown pushing down one activist who's shouting, Free Palestine, and the response has been sharp. Prime Minister Netanyahu himself said Ben Gvir's conduct was not in line with Israel's values.
That's rare. Netanyahu publicly rebuking a member of his own cabinet. Italy condemned it too. The Irish foreign minister called the treatment of detainees unacceptable.
The video shows them kneeling in rows at Ashdod port, hands bound behind their backs. It's hard to unsee that image. And Ben Gvir doubling down, he's the far-right national security minister, and he clearly thinks this is a flex.
The international condemnation was immediate. But the question is whether this changes anything inside Israel's coalition. Netanyahu's criticism is notable, but Ben-Gvir still holds real power.
Right, and Netanyahu's statement is careful. He says it's not in line with Israel's values, but he didn't order Ben Gvir to take the video down, didn't fire him. It's a rebuke without consequences.
The flotilla activists were all detained. We don't know yet if any will face charges or deportation, but the video itself has become the story.
It's a deliberate provocation. Ben Gvir knows exactly what he's doing when he posts something like that. And the fact that it's getting global backlash, that's probably the point for him. English councils are paying up to £2 million per year, for illegal children's homes.
The BBC is reporting that despite a 2021 ban on placing under 16s in unregistered settings, around 800 children are currently in those homes. 9 out of 10 councils are using them.
And the costs are staggering. The Children's Commissioner took a snapshot on a single day, 775 kids in illegal placements. That's costing taxpayers roughly £439 million annually.
One case they highlight, a teenage girl required 5 staff members around the clock, and the council paid £2.6 million for 1 year.
These aren't rogue operators in the margins, they're filling a genuine gap. Councils simply cannot find registered placements for children with complex needs.
Ofsted called it an ongoing national scandal back in December, and the weekly rates run from £13,000 to over £30,000 per child.
So the ban is there, but the system is forcing councils to break it just to get kids a roof. The alternative is leaving them without care entirely.
Right, and the Public Accounts Committee says there are around 800 children in England in illegal homes right now. That's not a tiny outlier.
The question is, who's accountable? The councils are spending public money, the providers are making huge profits, and vulnerable children are in unregulated settings.
Ofsted can't inspect them because they're not registered, so nobody knows what's happening inside.
The government banned these placements for under 16s 4 years ago, and yet the number hasn't dropped, it's grown.
So Boston just went from no tailgating to yes tailgating in about 2 weeks. All because of a FIFA policy that apparently wasn't even a blanket ban.
Right, this is the World Cup tailgate saga. The organizing committee announced on April 14th that traditional parking lot barbecues were prohibited, citing FIFA compliance, and the backlash was immediate, not just in Boston, but Atlanta, Dallas, New Jersey. Tailgating is basically a secular holiday for a lot of American sports fans.
L'Equipe is reporting that several cities said FIFA was banning it, and the outcry forced a reversal. Boston specifically backed down in late April. But here's the key detail from the reversal. FIFA clarified on April 28 that there was never an official blanket ban, just that site-specific restrictions could apply based on public safety.
So the cities blamed FIFA. FIFA said, not our call, and Boston pivoted. But the real story is what they replaced the ban with. Tailgating is now allowed, like any other event at the stadium, except parking capacity drops from 20,000 spots for a Patriots game to roughly 5,000 during World Cup matches.
That's a 75% cut. So you can bring your grill, but good luck finding a place to put your car.
Exactly. The 2026 World Cup runs June 11th through July 19th, and the US is hosting 78 of 104 matches. That's a lot of tailgating demand and not a lot of asphalt. I'm curious how many of the other host cities follow Boston's lead, or whether they just quietly keep the restriction and cite that site-specific safety clause.
So the tradition survives, but the logistics may not. Happy grilling if you can find a spot.
Iran just posted something that's going to raise eyebrows at every shipping company. The new Persian Gulf Strait Authority says the Strait of Hormuz is now a controlled maritime zone.
Controlled being the operative word, the authority says any transit through the strait now requires coordination and authorization from them. This isn't just a suggestion, they want ships to submit full applications before they're allowed through.
I've been looking at the details. Vessels have to email over ownership docs, crew manifests, cargo details, intent routes. That's a huge administrative lift for a waterway that carries about 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas.
And the geography here matters. They're not just claiming the strait itself. Reports say the expanded maritime control zones extend from the Gulf of Oman into the Persian Gulf, with boundaries that reportedly reach into UAE and Omani waters.
That is going to go over well. The US and China have both already come out against any kind of toll system for strait transit, and the authority was only formally announced on May 19 by Iran's Supreme National Security Council, so this is brand new.
So the question is enforcement. How do you actually make vessels comply when the two biggest naval powers in the region oppose the framework? The authority has an X account now, which is how this was announced, but
Right. It's one thing to set up a bureaucracy, it's another to get tanker captains to voluntarily email their manifests to Tehran before crossing, especially when the alternative is just sailing through. Iran International is reporting that Iran secretly executed two Iraqi nationals back in April, Ali Nader al-Ubaidi and Fazil Sheikh Karim, both in their late 20s, both from Amara in Iraq. The charge was spying for an unnamed Arab country.
secretly executed. That means no public announcement, no trial anyone could observe. The report comes from the Henga Human Rights Organization, which tracks these cases.
Right. And this is not an isolated incident. In just the last few weeks, Iran has hanged at least two other people on spying charges, Yaqub Karimpour and Nasser Bakarzadeh in May. Bakarzadeh was accused of gathering intelligence near the Natanz nuclear site. Then on May 11th, they executed a 29-year-old aerospace engineering graduate named Irfan Shakurzadeh, alleging ties to the CIA and Mossad.
It's a pattern. Human rights groups have been raising alarms about forced confessions and a complete lack of transparency in these proceedings. There's no way to verify the evidence, if there even was any.
And the families often only find out after the fact, if at all. In this case, the executions happened in April, and we're just learning about it now. The Iranian judiciary rarely comments on these operations, so groups like Henga are really the only source.
The accusation of spying for an Arab country is also notable. Iran tends to reserve that kind of language for regional rivals, but regardless of the target, the human cost is clear. Two young men from Iraq, executed in secret, their families left to piece together what happened.
And with executions accelerating this year, it's hard not to see this as a deliberate escalation. Whether it's deterrence, internal crackdowns, or sending a message, the outcome is the same.
519 confirmed cases, 29 deaths. That's the toll so far from an epidemic of silicosis among kitchen countertop workers in California, and Sky News just ran a really important investigation on it.
Silicosis, an incurable lung disease caused by inhaling crystalline silica dust, and the culprit is the engineered stone used in quartz countertops. It's over 90% pulverized silica, far more than natural granite or marble.
Right. The dust gets released when workers cut and polish the slabs, and doctors are calling this an epidemic. The median age at diagnosis is 46. That's devastating.
And nearly all the affected workers are Latino men, many in their 30s and 40s. Occupational health experts say this is the largest silicosis outbreak in decades. California passed SB 20 last year, the nation's first law targeting it, banning dry cutting and mandating respirators and proper ventilation.
But that law only came in 2025. The cases have been piling up since 2019. So the question is how much of this was preventable with earlier regulation, and how much of it reflects a slow moving regulatory failure around a material that's become standard in modern kitchens?
It's a classic case of a hazard that was known for years. Silicosis is an ancient disease, but the shift to engineered stone with its incredibly high silica content dramatically accelerated the risk, and the workforce is often informal, immigrant labor, harder to reach with safety training.
So now you've got a public health crisis that's literally built into kitchen countertops. The question is whether other states follow California's lead, and how fast.
Or whether the industry finds a substitute material, because you can't just ventilate your way out of a product that's essentially powdered rock.
So the can jury just got immortalized, literally, handprints pressed into cement yesterday.
That's the annual ceremony on the Croisette, right? This year's jury was led by Park Chan-wook.
Right, the South Korean director who gave us Old Boy and The Handmaiden. 9 members total, including Demi Moore and Ruth Negga.
Stellan Skarsgård 2, and Chloe Zhao. It's a pretty small. The 79th edition wraps up this weekend.
The handprint thing is a can tradition, leaves a physical mark of who judged each year. I always think it's a nice counterweight to the red carpet ephemerality.
Except for the part where you have to press your hands into wet cement in full formal wear. I've seen photos. Demi Moore looked like she was having fun with it.
She was laughing, yeah, and Ruth Negga was right there next to her. The whole jury participates together, so it's also a symbolic moment.
Park Chan-wook, as president, must have set a certain tone for the deliberations. Did you see his opening remarks? He talked about cinema as political discourse.
He did, and Paul Laverty, the screenwriter, was also on the jury. He's no stranger to political filmmaking either.
So a jury that clearly cares about message, not just spectacle. And now their hands are literally part of the festival's architecture.
It'll be interesting to see which film walks away with the Palme d'Or tomorrow.
Or later today, it might be tonight, actually. Anyway, the ceremony yesterday locked them into Cannes history permanently.
President Lee Jae-myung just waded into the GTX-A rebar controversy. His office says he's ordered a rigorous fact-finding and thorough safety inspections.
About time. This has been simmering since May 15th, when NBC broke the story that roughly 2,500 steel reinforcement bars were missing from support columns at the Samsung Station complex in Gangnam.
Yeah, the columns at basement level 5, where the GTX trains run, were built with single rebar instead of the designed double bars. That's half the required main reinforcement.
Hyundai Engineering and Construction is the contractor. They blamed a blueprint misinterpretation and self-reported to Seoul City. But the real question is how that gets past any quality check on a major transit hub.
The Ministry of Land and Infrastructure started emergency inspections right when the story broke. Now the president is piling on from the top.
And this has gotten intensely political. Opposition figures are pointing at Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon. Meanwhile, Oh's campaign actually filed complaints against NBC journalists and some government officials alleging election interference.
So the president's directive today, thorough fact-finding, feels like it's as much about public safety as it is about managing a political mess.
Right. The administration needs to show it's taking structural integrity seriously, especially with the election cycle in play. But the engineering question still nags me. Who signs off on a column with half the rebar and doesn't notice?
We'll see what the inspections turn up. The president asked for a report, so...
Nike's paying Barcelona €3 million for each Women's Champions League title. That's a first, isn't it?
First time the women's team gets that bonus explicitly baked into the kit contract, yeah. The whole deal was ratified back in December 2024, 14 years, roughly 1.7 billion euros all in. But the structure shifted.
Only the Men's Champions League wins triggered a payment?
Exactly. The old contract had penalty clauses too. Nike reportedly scrapped those. Barcelona also got more control over their own retail and e-commerce globally, but the 3 million euros per Champions Trophy women is the headline.
And Mundo Deportivo's report says it's a grand bonus. I mean, relative to the contract size, it's rounding error, but as a statement, it's pretty loud.
It signals Nike treating the women's team as a genuine revenue driver, not a side project. Barca Femeni has been dominant, multiple titles, so this clause is almost an inevitability payout.
Still, you have to wonder if 3 million euros moves the needle for a club that size. The average annual Nike payment is something like 127 million euros. And if they win again this spring, Nike cuts a check. Simple.
Right. It's almost a formality at this point.
I played with a broken finger. It was not easy, but these things can be part of the process. That's Debru Martinez talking about yesterday's Europa League final.
Yeah, and that detail is wild. He apparently broke the finger during warm up before Aston Villa played Freiburg in Istanbul and then played the full 90 minutes. Villa won 3-0.
I mean, that's goalkeeping. You can't exactly sub in a keeper mid-game unless it's a concussion, but still, a broken finger trying to catch crosses, the ball slipping off course every time. He said every bad thing brings something good.
Argentine sources are saying it was actually a small fracture, not a full break. So that's good news. But you have to think about the timing. May 2026, the World Cup is this year. Argentina's coaching staff was reportedly alarmed.
Scaloni must have been pacing the hotel hallway, because Martinez isn't just any keeper, he's the heartbeat of that Argentina side, the penalty hero, the whole vibe, and he's out there playing through a fracture in a club final.
He said he's done this his whole life and will keep doing it. That's the mentality, and medical tests were expected to give full clarity soon. The early word is he's deemed okay, with no major World Cup concerns.
Still, you wonder how much that affected his performance. Villa won 3-0, so clearly it didn't cost them, but the ball kept slipping. That's telling.
Yeah, he admitted catching was difficult, but he got through it, and now Argentina holds its breath until the scans come back.
Right. One small fracture in a finger, and suddenly a whole nation's World Cup hopes hinge on the results.
A flare gun. That's what started the largest fire in California this year on Santa Rosa Island.
A flare gun? How does a flare gun start a wildfire out in the Channel Islands?
Stranded sailor set it off as a distress signal on Friday the 17th. By Wednesday evening, that blaze had burned over 17,500 acres, more than 30% of the island.
30% of a national park. And containment?
44% as of last night. The fire reached the Torrey Pine Grove, one of only 2 places on Earth where those trees grow naturally.
That grove is basically irreplaceable. And it's not just the pines. The brief says there are 6 plant species found nowhere else on the planet, all on that island.
Right. The fire also destroyed 2 historic structures, but so far, no fatalities. 11 National Park Service employees were evacuated by helicopter, and about 78 firefighters are on the ground.
78 people fighting a fire on an island accessed by boat or air. Logistics must be brutal. Still, you hear human-caused and you expect carelessness, not a genuine emergency signal gone wrong.
It's a reminder that one spark, even with good intentions, can torch an ecosystem that took millennia to evolve. So, a Texas congressional candidate just called for turning an ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists, complete with a castration center.
I saw that. Maureen Galindo, she's a sex therapist, ran in the Democratic primary for Texas's 35th district, finished first actually. Now she's in a runoff against a Bexar County Sheriff's deputy named Johnny Garcia.
Right, and her Instagram post was specific. Turn Carnes ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers for human trafficking, and then the castration piece. She said it will probably be most of the Zionists.
And ActBlue removed her from their fundraising platform, but the reaction from Democratic leadership was swift. Hakeem Jeffries and DPCC Chair Suzanne Delben put out a joint statement calling the language vile and disqualifying.
They also accused Republicans of funding her campaign through a mysterious super PAC, but AOC called the comments absolutely disgusting and endorsed Garcia.
Galindo's defense is that she's distinguishing between Zionists and Jews. She says she's being misrepresented, but she's also made other anti Semitic statements, like claiming Jews run Hollywood and worship the synagogue of Satan.
So you got a candidate who won a primary plurality. Now the party is scrambling to distance itself and the runoff is still pending. This is the kind of story that sticks.
And it raises the question, how much damage does this do to the broader Democratic brand in a district that's already competitive?
A 54-page ruling that invokes both George Orwell and Shakespeare. That's what federal judge John Bates just handed down. And it's squarely aimed at the White House over presidential records.
And the core issue is pretty wild. The Department of Justice put out an opinion in April saying the Presidential Records Act is unconstitutional. That's a Watergate-era law, been on the books since 1978. The DOJ's Assistant Attorney General T. Elliott Gazer wrote that opinion.
Right, and Judge Bates just rejected that position, saying the law is likely constitutional and ordering the administration to comply. The ruling is very specific. The White House has to preserve emails, phone records, official documents, all of it, and eventually turn them over to the National Archives.
The lawsuit was brought by the American Historical Association and a watchdog group called American Oversight. They argued the DOJ's opinion basically let the president destroy records at will, which is a pretty big separation of powers problem.
Exactly. Bates gave the administration until May 26th to comply, and there's a compliance update due May 28th. The White House had told the court it was preserving records even while arguing the law was unconstitutional, which feels like a pretty awkward position to hold.
It's a significant ruling, but it's one step. The administration could appeal, and this could drag on. For now, though, the message is clear. You can't just declare a 48-year-old law invalid because you don't like.
It wasn't an artful way to say something. That's Jamie Dimon's take on Bill Winter's lower value human capital line.
And Dimon is careful there. He's not disputing the point, just the phrasing. Winters is apparently planning to cut roughly 7,800 to 8,000 jobs at Standard Chartered by 2030 through automation.
The backlash was immediate. Former Singapore President Halima Yacob called the language disturbing and demeaning. Winters then sent an internal memo saying his remarks were taken out of context.
Out of context is the usual move, but the transcript from his Hong Kong investor event is pretty clear, replacing in some cases lower value human capital with financial capital. That's not a slip.
Demon seems to be saying the substance isn't wrong. AI will affect all jobs. But calling people lower value human capital is a public relations nightmare.
It's the difference between a truthful statement and a smart one. Winters could have said routine back office roles will be automated. Instead, he turned human beings into a cost line.
And banks are going to keep rationalizing workforces. Standard Chartered's target is 2030. That's 4 years from now. Demon himself has said AI will change everything in banking.
Right, but the optics matter when you're a CEO. Calling your own staff lower value human capital, it's not just inartful, it's dismissive. No wonder the internal memo went out fast.
Demon's comment might be the polite version of, don't say the quiet part that loud.
Yeah. The quiet part being that thousands of banking jobs are heading toward automation, and the framing can make or break how you remember.
10,000 launches a year. That's what SpaceX just told the FAA it wants to hit within 5 years.
10,000. They did 170 last year. That's not an order of magnitude. That's 2 orders of magnitude.
FAA Administrator Brian Bedford confirmed the number after a meeting with Gwynne Shotwell. He said both parties are going to have to push themselves, and he emphasized the FAA would need a lot more reliability before signing off.
Reliability is the key word. 170 launches in 2025, that's already aggressive by any standard. They deployed about 2,500 satellites that year. Going from that to 10,000 launches annually is basically rewriting physics for launch cadence.
Well, SpaceX is already scaling. The FAA has authorized up to 25 Starship launches a year from Starbase, and as of February this year, up to 44 per year from Kennedy Space Center. That's a combined 69 just for Starship.
And they've spent over $15 billion developing Starship. So the investment is there, but 10,000 launches means launching more than 27 rockets a day every day for a year.
Elon Musk previously said the company wants to launch 10,000 communication satellites annually, though he didn't give a time frame. This FAA number is the first time a government official has put a timeline on it. 5 years.
5 years from now is 2031. We're not even close to the regulatory framework for that. Bedford basically said the FAA has to push itself too. That's a massive bureaucratic lift.
So SpaceX is signaling the ambition. The question is whether the regulator can keep up, or whether they'll end up designing around the regulator.
That sounds like a bet I wouldn't take just yet.
1,352,980. That's the new Russian troop loss figure from Ukraine's general staff as of today.
And that's 91.2 more just in the last 24 hours. These numbers keep climbing at a brutal pace.
The general staff also breaks down equipment. 11,938 tanks destroyed, over 24,500 armored vehicles, 42,000 artillery systems. The scale is almost numbing.
It's been 4 years and 3 months since the full-scale invasion. The cumulative number is just staggering, but we have to remember these are Ukrainian estimates, not independent audits.
Right, and Ukraine doesn't release its own casualty numbers, cites operational security, but Western analysts like CSIS put the casualty ratio somewhere between 2 and 2.5 Russians for every one Ukrainian.
That's still an enormous cost for Russia. Even if you discount the numbers slightly, you're looking at well over 500,000 Russian dead and wounded, minimum. For what?
The equipment losses are almost harder to wrap your head around. 97,000 vehicles and fuel tanks, 295,000 drones. That's not just manpower, that's entire stockpiles being chewed up.
And the Russians keep feeding more in. The past day alone, 910 more casualties. That's essentially a battalion wiped out every 24 hours.
The General Staff updates these figures almost daily. We've seen them tick past 1.3 million, then 1.34, now 1.35. It's a grim but necessary accounting.
Necessary for Ukraine's own morale, sure, but also a signal to the rest of the world that this war is still consuming everything in its path.
The fight against foreign developers buying Caribbean beaches, BBC just ran a deep piece on this, and the details are pretty stark.
I saw that. The Barbuda case is wild. A 400-acre resort called the Beach Club, backed by Robert De Niro and James Packer, scheduled to finish this year. Locals are being blocked from Princess Diana Beach by new bypass roads.
Right, and that development got its own law. The Paradise Found Act passed in 2015, which exempted it from Barbuda's 2007 Land Act that protected communal beach access. Then in 2022, Barbuda's highest court ruled those communal rights don't actually count as a property right.
So the legal framework that was supposed to protect locals got hollowed out by a specific act for one resort, and plot prices start at $7 million. That's not for locals, that's for foreign buyers.
Jamaica's even worse. Less than 1% of the 1,022 kilometers of coastline remains freely accessible to residents. 1%. There's a campaign group called JobEM fighting 5 separate legal challenges, including over the Paradise Park Resort development in Westmoreland.
It's not just luxury hotels, it's the whole infrastructure of exclusion. New roads that redirect foot traffic, private security, signage. The beach was always communal space in Caribbean culture. Now it's becoming a commodity.
And the scale is hard to grasp. The BBC piece doesn't say how many total projects across the region, but the pattern is clear. Foreign capital, local legal carve-outs, and a slow erosion of what people assumed was theirs.
The irony is tourism depends on that beach culture. You sell the Caribbean as paradise, then make it inaccessible to the people who live there. That's not sustainable.
Yeah, and the legal battles are ongoing. JobEM is pushing. Barbudans have taken cases to London courts, but the rulings so far have favored the developers.
It's a story about property law, but it's really about who gets to decide what a beach is for.
Gelsenkirchen, for decades the safest SPD seat in the Ruhr, the AfD just beat them there for the first time since the Federal Republic was founded.
By less than a percentage point, but yeah. AfD took 24.7% of the second votes. SPD got 24.1%. That's nearly double what the AfD polled in 2021.
Spiegel's calling it the end of a red bastion, and the data behind it is brutal. Gelsenkirchen now has Germany's highest unemployment rate, roughly 15.8%, and the lowest per capita income of any major city, around 16,000 euros, 200 euros a year.
That income number is just staggering. The city used to have 400,000 people during the coal and steel boom. Now it's down to 267,000. You lose a third of your population, and the jobs never come back. People are going to look for someone to blame.
And the framing in the piece points at two specific things: poverty driven migration from Southeast Europe, especially Bulgaria and Romania. Roughly 13% of the city's population now comes from those countries, and the SPD itself. The party that governed the city for generations is seen as having failed to manage that transition.
The AfD's campaign leaned hard on housing decay and resentment over immigration from those EU states. And what's striking is that this wasn't a protest vote against a distant Berlin elite, it was a local rejection. The SPD didn't just lose the city, they lost the argument about who could fix Gelsenkirchen.
So you have structural decline, demographic change, and a party that was once the unquestioned voice of the working class now getting eclipsed by the far right.
And February 23rd was the date that trade flipped. The question is whether the SPD can ever win that trust back, or if this is a permanent realignment.
Right.
We need to activate the censorship and the prosecution to prevent broadcasting opinions that don't suit him. That's Israeli Communications Minister Shlomo Karhi, direct quote, being shared around today.
It's from a retweet by Tal Schneider, originally from Itamar News, and it lands in a very specific context right now. Over the past couple of days, the military censor demanded Channel 14 pull a program. Shimon Riklin's show had been discussing potential Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities.
The censor said it violated security restrictions. Channel 14's lawyers fired back, saying the same details had already been published internationally without any censorship. So it's a confrontation that's been escalating.
And Karhi hasn't stopped there. He's been pushing to permanently shut down Al Jazeera and Al Mayadeen in Israel, and police intelligence is backing that effort. Separately, police opened an investigation into Channel 14 for statements about the Supreme Court and the government's legal advisor.
So the minister is essentially saying, use state power to stop views I disagree with. And it's happening alongside concrete moves, a censor pulling a show, a push to close foreign networks, a police probe into a domestic channel.
The government's defenders would say it's about national security, especially with the Iran nuclear discussion. But the quote itself is pretty stark. Censorship and prosecution, that's not veiled language.
No, it's not. And the timing with the Channel 14 Ricklin episode makes it very concrete. The censor demanded the program be taken down, then Karhi publicly endorses using those tools more broadly.
Right. And the broader pattern, Al Jazeera closure, police investigation, this quote, it's all moving in one direction.
Nearly 200 residents south of Lyon are already suing chemical companies for 36 million euros over PFAS contamination. And now, a separate group just filed suit against the French state itself.
3 environmental associations and 6 individuals. They're trying to force the government to act against these eternal pollutants, the PFAS chemicals that basically never break down.
The irony is that the state is simultaneously a regulator and, in some ways, a defendant. This lawsuit is purely about government failure to control contamination, whereas the January case targets the manufacturers directly, Arkema and Daikin Chemical.
The January case was massive, one of the largest civil environmental suits in Europe. The region south of Lyon, the so-called Valley of Chemistry around Pierre-G-Benit, is the most PFAS-contaminated area in France. Industrial emissions estimated at 3.5 tons per year.
And the health risks aren't theoretical. Cancer, hormonal disruption, elevated cholesterol, these chemicals accumulate in air, soil, water, food, human tissue. You can't escape them once they're out there.
So you have 2 legal tracks: civil damages from the polluters, and now a state-directed action demanding the government actually enforce its own rules. There are also criminal investigations running in parallel for endangerment of life and environmental crimes.
That's a lot of legal pressure. Whether it translates into faster cleanup or just years of court battles, remains to be seen.
The association's filing today, we've had enough studies, enough warnings. Make the state do something.
Right? And the state's response will be telling.
So, Santa Monica Pier, iconic California landmark, just got named one of the dirtiest beaches in the state for the 10th year in a row.
10th consecutive year on the Beach Bummer list. That's from Heal the Bay's annual report card, and this time they're ranked second, right behind Playa Blanca in Baja.
Second worst, and the report's based on 2024-2025 water quality data. The bacteria numbers are pretty grim. Fecal indicator levels up to 20 times above safety thresholds in recent years.
That's actually worse than earlier years. The report notes bacteria levels have risen significantly since 2020, despite years of work from Santa Monica. They've installed stormwater capture systems, put up bird deterrent netting.
Right, and the birds are a huge part of the problem. Heal the Bay says fish waste from pier fishing attracts seabirds, and that plus urban runoff and the sheer volume of activity on the pier keeps contamination high.
So the remediation hasn't really worked yet. 10 years on this list is a rough track record. I wonder if the city's going to have to rethink the fishing policy or something more aggressive.
The LA Times piece doesn't say what's next, just that the pier keeps showing up. And given tourism draws, it's not a great look for one of the region's biggest attractions.
Yeah, nobody wants to swim near a place called a beach bummer, especially when the bacteria levels are that high. Ilasun para la afición? That's Deco's reaction when asked about a big-name striker signing, because they just won La Liga, so apparently they don't need one.
Except Robert Lewandowski's contract expires June 30th. That's next month. So they absolutely need a plan.
They have a plan. The tweet says Deco is looking for a specific profile, and the reporting spells it out. Julian Alvarez is the first choice, but even Deco admits that's practically impossible. Atletico won't sell, PSG's lurking, and the price tag is over 100 million euros.
Right, so they pivot. And Joao Pedro from Chelsea has become the top alternative. Deco actually went to London to meet his representatives. That's active recruitment.
Joao Pedro is described as a modern, dynamic forward who can also play as a 10, but Chelsea will demand a premium too. Then you've got Lautaro Martinez, Osimhen on loan at Galatasaray, Marmoush at City. None of these are bargain bin options.
Meanwhile, Hansi Flick is pushing for a forward connected with the team who scores goals. That sounds like he wants a specific fit, not just any big name.
And Laporta's publicly saying signing a striker is not obligatory. So you've got the coach asking for one, the sporting director scouting hard, and the president downplaying the need. Classic Barcelona.
The longer answer Deco gives in that video, he basically says the fans should be happy with the title, not demanding more signings. There's a discipline here. Deco's trying to maintain squad hierarchy and financial control.
Which is smart, but the clock's ticking on Lewandowski. If you go into next season without a proper 9 because the perfect deal didn't materialize, that's a gamble. Alvarez isn't walking through that door. So is Joao Pedro the guy?
Norwegian journalist Helle Ling just had her Instagram and Facebook accounts suspended by Meta, and she's calling it a small price to pay for press freedom.
This is the reporter from Dagsavisen who went after Modi during his Norway visit, right? She shouted at him as he was leaving a press briefing, "Why don't you take some questions from the freest press in the world?"
That was May 18th in Oslo. Modi didn't respond. She then followed up with Indian Ministry of External Affairs officials asking about human rights and why the PM hasn't held a press conference in 12 years.
And 2 days later, her Meta accounts are gone. Instagram and Facebook both suspended. She posted about it on X, said it's a small price to pay.
No official reason from Meta yet, but the timing is notable. The BBC and Independent are covering it. Ling's also facing massive online backlash in India. Some users are calling her a spy.
A spy for asking a question at a press briefing? That's a leap. But it shows how fast the pylon can move, and it raises the question, did Meta act on a flood of coordinated reports, or was there something else going on?
Hard to know. Meta hasn't. Ling's story is a sharp reminder that challenging a sitting head of state, especially one with a powerful online following, can come with real professional consequences.
She seems to know that. Her exact quote, a small price to pay. She's framing it as part of the job.
Which is exactly the kind of line that makes this story hard to ignore. Press freedom isn't abstract when you watch someone's accounts go dark in real time. So, SpaceX is taking their IPO to NASDAQ June 12th under ticker SPCX, but the Financial Times is calling it Chinaless.
That's the angle that jumped out to me too. Elon Musk has had a long, complicated relationship with Chinese supply chains and regulators. For a company that wants to raise up to $75 billion dollars at a valuation over 1.75 trillion, excluding Chinese capital, is a signal.
It's a massive number, more than 2.5 times Saudi Aramco's 2019 IPO record of 29.4 billion, but the prospectus has to be public by next week, so we'll see the fine print.
I'm more interested in the combined entities' financials. The SpaceX AI merger, that's the Grok parent, generated 18.67 billion in revenue in 2025, but they also posted a net loss of 4.94 billion dollars, mostly because XAI burned 14 billion in cash.
So they're absorbing a massive cash furnace from the AI side. 14 billion in a single year is a wild burn rate for a subsidiary that's supposed to be the growth story.
Right. And the filing is confidential as of April 1st, but now they're accelerating. Public prospectus could be out as early as today. The betting is that retail demand will be insane regardless of the losses because it's SpaceX.
It's the most anticipated IPO possibly ever. What's interesting is that they're skipping Chinese investors entirely. FT says astronomical figures, but also hints at geopolitical reasons.
China isn't just an IPO market, it's also a key launch customer for some Starlink adjacent services. Excluding them now could reshape how that relationship works going forward.
That's the part that'll get scrutinized. You can't raise 75 billion and claim you don't need Chinese capital while also needing Chinese cooperation on spectrum or ground stations.
We'll have the sauce one in days. That document is going to get picked apart faster than any rocket launch.
So the Telegraph has court documents showing the Home Office and another government department agreed that Crowborough Training Camp in East Sussex could stay open as asylum accommodation until 2030. That's 4 years beyond what the council was told.
Right, because the original line was 12 months. The camp started housing asylum seekers back in January of this year, and the government kept telling Wealden District Council it was a temporary 1-year arrangement. Now suddenly there's a signed agreement for a potential 4-year extension.
Council leader Rachel Millward is not happy. She said the Home Office failed to communicate key information about the site's true duration. The camp is currently housing about 350 people, which is roughly half its 540-person capacity.
And the local MP Nuscani pointed out the government spent £3 million setting this place up. You don't drop that kind of money on a facility you plan to shutter in 12 months. The Home Office's official response is no decision has been made on the camp's future. But the court documents suggest a decision was absolutely made.
So you have a local authority saying they were misled, an MP saying the spending implies longer-term plans, and the government saying nothing's decided. That's a pretty wide gap.
It's a transparency gap, is what it is. The council found out about this extension option through court papers, not through a briefing from the Home Office. That's not a communication breakdown. That's a deliberate withholding. BT just dropped their full year numbers, and it's a bit of a mixed bag. Revenue missed, but EBITDA and earnings per share both came in above estimate.
Right. So Q4 adjusted revenue was 4.86 billion. Analysts were looking for 4.92. So a miss there. But adjusted EBITDA for the quarter hit 2.03 billion, beating 2.01, and full year adjusted basic EPS at 18.3p versus 17.5p expected.
That EPS beat is not nothing. But then you look at pre-tax profit, 1.44 billion against a street estimate of 1.65. That's a meaningful gap. So what are we supposed to make of this? The headline beats are there, but underneath you've got revenue coming in light and profit taking a hit.
Yeah, the market might struggle to decide which signal to follow, especially since the company itself had been guiding pretty confidently. Back in February at the Q3 update, they reiterated full year talked about record fiber connections. So this isn't a surprise stumble, it's just that the numbers landed on both sides of the consensus.
OpenReach did find 1.52 billion in Q4 revenue, slightly above the 1.51 estimate. That's the regulated infrastructure arm, and it's steady, but BT's consumer and business units probably dragged on the top line, and the pre-tax profit miss, that's the one that gives you pause. Full year adjusted EBITDA came in at 8.23 billion, basically in line with 8.22, so operational profitability is holding.
Right. So if you're an investor, the story is core earnings are stable, but top line growth is sluggish, and bottom line profit took a one offish hit. Not a disaster, but not a clean beat either.
Exactly. And the stock reaction in the next hour will tell us which number the market was really watching.
Antonio Filosa is standing in front of investors near Detroit right now, trying to sell a turnaround plan for Stellantis that involves Chinese partnerships and cutting brands.
And the market is not exactly feeling warm and fuzzy about it. His stock has dropped nearly 30% since he took over a year ago.
30% in a year. But the plan sounds aggressive. He's betting everything on just four brands: Jeep, Ram, Peugeot, and Fiat.
Right, so the rest, Citroën, Opel, Alfa Romeo, get demoted to regional also-rans. That's a big shift from when Stellantis was this sprawling 14-brand empire.
And the financial hole is real. They posted a 22.3 billion euro net loss in 2025. So Filosa basically said 2026 is the year of execution and partnerships are how they claw back.
Which brings us to yesterday's announcement with Dongfeng. They're setting up a joint venture in Europe to distribute Dongfeng's premium EVs and potentially build them at Stellantis' Rennes plant in France. That's a Chinese automaker making cars at a former French factory.
That's precisely the kind of unprecedented deal the tweet calls out. Jeep maker teaming up with Chinese rivals. And they've done similar things with Leap Motor already.
Yeah, Leapmotor was the first big bet, now Dongfeng. The question is whether investors see this as smart survival or desperation. The stock hasn't rallied on the news yet.
Pelosa is calling it a crosstown collaboration and emphasizing they hold leverage. But sliding sales force them into this. The tweet says unprecedented deals, and that's exactly right.
I guess the real test is whether the core four brands can actually grow revenue in a market where Chinese automakers are already eating everyone's lunch.
And whether the Rennes plant workers are thrilled about building Chinese EVs under a Stellantis badge, that's got to be a tough sell domestically.
Pelosi's presentation is happening right now. We'll see if he can convince anyone besides himself that this works. Costa Serena docked in Shanghai this week with over 2,700 passengers, nearly all of them South Korean.
98% South Korean to be precise. That's a new record for the largest single inbound group from Korea at the Wusongko terminal.
A 114,000-ton ship, 290 meters long. It only came back to mainland China's cruise market in June last year after a 6-year absence.
Right, and the timing lines up with that visa-free policy China introduced for South Korean citizens in November 2024. That's clearly paying off in cruise tourism.
Shanghai's cruise numbers have been climbing hard. In 2025, the port handled 544 voyages, up 17.5% from 2024, and 1.86 million passengers, a 35% jump year over year.
Those visa-free moves were meant to boost inbound tourism. You're seeing it here. A single ship, nearly all Korean, and the terminal staff probably handled that in a single morning.
And it's not a one-off either. Costa Serena runs a multi-destination route connecting Shanghai, Fukuoka in Japan, and Incheon in Korea. So these are package trips, not just a one-day stop.
I wonder how the local hospitality sector in Shanghai is absorbing that many visitors at once.
They've had practice, over 1.5 million passengers last year. The infrastructure was already scaling up.
Still, 2,700 people getting off a boat at once, restaurants, taxis, attractions. That's a pretty good stress test.
And a pretty good signal for the rest of the season. If this is the new normal, expect more records.
So, kids in England are getting free bus rides all August, £100 million from the government, ages 5 to 15, no registration needed.
That's a lot of cash for a short-term scheme. What's the logic? Cost of living pressure, right?
Exactly. Chancellor Rachel Reeves announced it back in May. The idea is to give families a break during the summer holidays. A family with two kids doing weekly return trips at £1.50 per fare could save about £27 across the month.
27 quid doesn't sound huge, but I guess every bit helps when you're shelling out for childcare and summer activities.
And it's unlimited journeys on participating local buses. So if you're in a city where buses are the main option, that could add up fast. The government actually points to a trial in the west of England that saw around 1.4 million free journeys since it launched. So there's precedent.
Right, so this isn't completely untested, but it's only for August and only England. What about the rest of the UK?
The announcement only covers England. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer framed it as part of broader efforts to ease summer financial pressures. There's no word on whether other nations will follow.
And it's specifically kids 5 up to 15, so not teenagers over 16, not toddlers, just that narrow band.
Yeah, it's targeted. No registration, no need to prove anything. Just hop on. The government is betting that removing the fare friction gets more families out and about.
Or at least stops the on-board chorus full volume for 1 month.
Parents across England are about to find out whether unlimited bus rides actually solve that problem.
I'm not sure any bus could survive August with that many kids on board.
We'll see how many actually use it. The trial numbers were promising, but a national rollout.
Jan Diomande, 19 years old. 12 goals, 9 assists in his first Bundesliga season at RB Leipzig. That's not a debut. That's a statement.
And a hat trick against Eintracht Frankfurt on matchday 14, the kid's fourth youngest ever to hit double-figure goals in a Bundesliga season, behind only Olaf Thon, Podolski, and Jadon Sancho.
The Ivan Rakitic comparisons are already flying on social media, but Diomande's a winger, different profile entirely. He came from Leganés for 20 million euros last summer. That fee looks like a bargain now.
Reports are already circling elite clubs supposedly ready to offer over 100 million. But here's the thing, he told Yahoo Sports his focus is on Leipzig and the 2026 World Cup. Ivory Coast have a real weapon now.
He's already got 9 senior caps and 3 goals for the Elephants, which is wild when you remember he was playing in Spain's second division 18 months ago.
Leipzig finished third in the Bundesliga this season, so they're back in the Champions League. If Diomande stays another year and lights up the group stage, that 100 million price tag only goes up.
He won 2 Rookie of the Month awards. He's the 4th youngest ever to score 10-plus goals in a Bundesliga season, and he's still 19. I don't know how Leipzig hold on to him.
They don't have to hold him forever. They just need to hold him long enough for that release clause to be truly painful.
I'm trying to remember the last time a 19-year-old arrived in Germany and just didn't need an adjustment period. Sancho needed a season. Holland needed about 6 games. Diomande was producing from matchday 1.
The tweet from Eurofoot just calls it a brilliant debut season. That's underselling it. This was a breakout, a proper one.
Right. And the scary part is he might not even be at his ceiling yet.
X Corp just lost a child protection compliance lawsuit in Australia, and the fine actually got bigger than the original penalty.
Wait, bigger? How does losing make the fine go up?
The court raised it from $610,500 to $650,000 Australian dollars and tacked on another $100,000 in legal costs. That's about $750,000 Australian total, just under $500,000 US.
And X's defense was what exactly? The tweet says loses lawsuit but doesn't explain how they tried to get out of it.
Their argument was basically Twitter doesn't exist anymore. They said since Twitter merged into X Corp in March 2023, the old company's regulatory obligations vanished with it. Justice Michael Wheelahan wasn't having it, ruled that X Corp inherits everything through the merger.
So the e-safety commissioner sent the original notice to Twitter back in February 2023, and X Corp just didn't answer properly?
They answered, but incompletely, left about 14 questions either blank or inadequately addressed. The commissioner wanted details on how they were handling child sexual exploitation material on the platform. X Corp's response missed the mark.
And now they've admitted violating the Online Safety Act. That's a pretty straightforward loss. No appeal mentioned yet?
Not in the Reuters report. The court's order is from today, May 21. X Corp admitted the violation, the penalties locked in. The whole Twitter doesn't exist anymore gambit just didn't hold up.
Hmm. That's a pretty expensive legal theory to
Denying that its top military commander met with Pakistan's interior minister, IRNA just put out a statement saying the claim by Al Arabiya is incorrect, that Ahmad Vahidi did not sit down with Mohsen Naqvi.
which is interesting because multiple Pakistani government sources and the Interior Ministry itself said the meeting happened. This was Naqvi's second trip to Tehran in less than a week. He was there yesterday, May 20, mediating between Washington and Tehran. The plan was to discuss a fresh U.S. proposal aimed at ending the conflict in the Middle East.
Right, and according to earlier reporting, Naqvi did meet Vahidi, but now the IRGC is saying no, that didn't happen. So we have a direct contradiction between what Pakistani officials told the press and what the Iranians are putting out.
That's a pretty serious he said, she said in the middle of a sensitive mediation channel. Naqvi also met Iran's Interior Minister Eskandar Momeni and was scheduled to see President Pezeshkian and Foreign Minister Araghchi, so the visit was clearly high level. Denying the Vahidi meeting specifically feels deliberate.
Or maybe the Iranians are trying to walk back the optics of the IRGC commander being too close to a Pakistani mediator carrying a U.S. proposal. The IRGC has its own political logic.
Exactly. But either way, you've got one side saying a key meeting happened and the other saying it didn't. For anyone trying to track whether these talks have any momentum, that's not a reassuring sign. I mean, if the parties can't even agree on who was in the room, every spring, Beijing just gets buried in this white fluff, and it never seems to get better. BBC Chinese is running a piece on it again.
The city's been fighting poplar and willow fluff since the 1960s. It's not a new problem. It's a legacy of a greening campaign that planted these trees because they grew fast and needed almost no care.
Right, but they planted mostly female trees on accident, right? I remember reading that. The sapling's gender was impossible to tell back then.
Exactly. Now, Beijing has about 2 million female poplar and willow trees along roads, rivers, and in villages, and the fluff season is real. It started April 4 this year, runs through late May with 3 peak periods.
The health numbers are the part that jumps out. Pollen allergy rates in Beijing went from about 10% in 2015 to nearly 20% in 2025. Hospital visits for it tripled, 120,000 to 470,000 annually.
And that's just pollen. The fluff itself triggers respiratory irritation, and there's a fire risk. It's not just annoying, it's actually dangerous.
So what's the fix? Because they've been trying to manage it for decades.
The brief mentions comprehensive control efforts, aerial pruning, spraying, replacing some trees, but you can't just chop down 2 million mature trees overnight. It's a slow transition.
I guess that's the cost of a decision made 50 years ago with no thought about the downside.
And the fluff keeps coming every spring. Anyway, so Arsenal finally did it. 22 years since the Invincibles, and Mikel Arteta has brought the Premier League title back to the Emirates.
7 seasons in the making. And what's striking is how they got there. It's not the Arsenal anyone expected. This isn't Wenger ball.
No, it's the opposite. The athletics piece breaks down the tactical themes, and the headline is basically, they embraced their superpower, and that superpower is set pieces.
Record 24 goals from set pieces, 18 from corners. That's absurd. Suffocating teams is the phrase. Physical, defensive first, long throw-ins, counter-press intensity. Arteta basically decided beauty was overrated.
Well, it worked, and the summer 2025 signings were the missing pieces. Martin Zubamendi played over 4,000 minutes in midfield, absolutely essential. Victor Gyökeres chipped in 14 league goals. Eberechi Eze gave them something wide.
And Martin Odegaard's progression. The Athletic specifically calls that out. He went from talented playmaker to captain lifting the trophy. That's the through line of the whole project.
Arteta shifted the entire tactical landscape. There was a moment where people wondered if he'd last. Now he's vindicated.
It's also just a fascinating case study in patience. Most clubs would have pulled the trigger after a couple of near misses. Arsenal kept the faith, kept evolving, and it paid off.
The Athletic's breakdown is worth reading. The detail on how they learned to suffocate teams, how the summer signing slotted in. It's the full story of a team that figured out what it was good at and doubled down.
And now they're champions. First time since 2004. That's a long wait.
Long wait over.
Trump Towers, that's what locals in Nuuk are calling the new U.S. consulate building, and the reaction is exactly what you'd expect.
Thousands turned out in both Greenland and Denmark. The Prime Minister himself, Jens Frederik Nielsen, was marching with protesters heading toward the consulate. Signs saying Greenland is not for sale and hands off Greenland.
Right, because this isn't just a routine diplomatic upgrade. President Trump has been explicit about wanting to acquire Greenland for national security, Arctic missile defense, strategic positioning, and he still hasn't ruled out using force to get it.
The consulate opened earlier this month, May 2026, and it's a modern high rise that really stands out in Nuuk. But the symbolism is hard to miss when the guy pushing the acquisition is still in office.
And the numbers are stark. 85% of Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the US. That's not a split decision, that's almost total rejection.
So the consulate opening was always going to be a lightning rod. The question is what the US hoped to achieve by opening it now during active acquisition talk.
Diplomatically, it's a gesture of presence. Practically, it's landed like a provocation. The protests in Copenhagen were big too, solidarity rallies with Greenlanders.
And Trump's Greenland envoy, Jeff Landry, is supposed to be making friends up there. That's his official mission. But when your boss keeps talking about buying the place and doesn't take military action off the table, Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is basically running the country like Osama bin Laden ran al-Qaeda, staying completely invisible, communicating only by handwritten courier notes.
That's the Fox News report. Yeah, a counterterrorism analyst compared his operational security directly to bin Laden's. Khamenei has been out of public view for nearly 3 months now.
And it's not just a strategic choice. He was seriously hurt in that February 28th airstrike. He lost a leg, suffered burns. That strike killed his father, former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, plus top military officials.
So there's a medical reason too, but the analyst says he's deliberately mirroring bin Laden's template to survive. Hand-delivered sealed messages through couriers so U.S. intelligence can't geolocate him.
U.S. intelligence assesses he's still involved in shaping war strategy, but fairly removed from the day-to-day. The IRGC senior commanders are actually running operations.
Which raises an interesting question. Is he really leading, or is he a figurehead while the Revolutionary Guard calls the shots? He was announced as Supreme Leader days after the strike, but U.S. intelligence has never visually confirmed him.
CNN reported that he's 56 and that his invisibility might actually help the regime survive. If nobody can find the leader, nobody can decapitate the command structure.
It's a brutal irony. The U.S. took out the father and crippled the son, and now the son's hiding like America's most wanted terrorist, and the regime is still functioning. The analyst quoted in Fox said it's the first time the U.S. has done to Tehran what it did to bin Laden in Abbottabad.
Except bin Laden was eventually found. The question is whether Khamenei's courier network holds up better than al-Qaeda's did.
Right, and whether Iran's negotiators even want him visible. Some analysts say a hidden leader gives them more flexibility in talks. They can always blame the invisible supreme leader for saying no.
Iran's ISNA says Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir is expected in Tehran Thursday, part of Islamabad's mediation push between Tehran and Washington.
Hold on, this visit already happened. Munir was in Tehran back on April 15, 3-day trip, met President Pezeshkian, the parliament speaker, the foreign minister. He even carried what Iran's state media called a new message from the White House.
So the tweet's reporting old news? Or is there a follow-up round?
If there's a second visit, the tweet doesn't mention it. What we know from April is that the initial round of U.S.-Iran talks in Islamabad lasted nearly 21 hours, ended without a deal. Both sides kept channels open. Munir's Tehran visit was meant to salvage that before a fragile 2-week ceasefire expired on April 22.
Right, that ceasefire did expire. So the talks stalled after Munir left?
Basically, Munir met with the top Iranian leadership. Pakistani officials were optimistic about a nuclear breakthrough. Trump even said the war was very close to over, praised Munir's mediation. But the war had already killed about 3,000 people in Iran. No second round materialized in April.
So now a month later, maybe the tweet is about a fresh round? ISNA reporting it as expected this Thursday, which is today.
Could be, but the April visit was well documented, carried by Al Jazeera, Dawn, Times of India. If Munir is going again today, that's new, but the tweet doesn't say he's already left or that this is a second trip. It just says expected.
Fair point. If he does go, it suggests the back channel is still alive even after the ceasefire lapsed. There's clearly still a diplomatic thread here.
Red is the right word. Whether it holds, we'll see.
Reuters is reporting that Eswatini was one of the first to volunteer for Trump's third country deportation program, even though there are questions about whether it's even legal.
Volunteer is doing a lot of work there. Eswatini was looking at a 10% tariff and a foreign aid cutback back in April. Then suddenly in May, a secret MOU gets signed. Eswatini takes up to 160 deportees, and the U.S. sends them $5.1 million for border and migration capacity.
Right, and the first flight landed July 16. 5 people from Cuba, Jamaica, Laos, Vietnam, Yemen. DHS described them as so uniquely barbaric that their home countries refused to take them back.
That's the framing, but here's the part that got my attention. Civil society groups filed a high court application on July 20th, the 20th anniversary of Eswatini's constitution, arguing the whole deal bypassed parliamentary approval. They say it's a secretive arrangement that violates constitutional safeguards.
And despite that pending litigation, a second batch of 10 deportees arrived anyway, so the program is moving faster than the courts can stop it.
Analysts are calling this a dangerous precedent. Powerful nations using economically weaker states as dumping grounds. Eswatini is a small absolute monarchy, not exactly in a position to say no when the US is waiving $5 million and threatening tariffs.
The tweet says Eswatini was one of the first to volunteer, but how voluntary is it when the alternative is economic punishment?
Exactly, and the legal challenge isn't just about process, it's about whether any of this is constitutional under Eswatini's own laws. The court hasn't ruled yet, but the deportations keep coming in the meantime.
So we've got a secret deal, a constitutional challenge, and a second plane already landed. This is not a story that's going to fade quietly. Trade between China and Russia hit a record high last year. Again,
Which year? Because the numbers have been all over the place since the invasion.
2024, nearly $245 billion total. That's up from 190 in 2022.
Right, so the immediate post-invasion jump was big, but then 2025 actually dipped down almost 7% to about 228 billion.
That's true, but the new customs data for the first 4 months of 2026 shows a rebound up nearly 20% year on year to about $85 billion.
So the overall trajectory is still upward. Despite the dip, the FT is calling it a surge to record levels, and the numbers back that up. Since the full-scale invasion in February 2022, the trend has been steep.
It's interesting how resilient the trade relationship has been. Sanctions were supposed to isolate Russia, but China seems to be stepping in as the primary economic partner.
Step in is a good way to put it. Russian exports to China, oil, gas, commodities, and Chinese exports of machinery, electronics, consumer goods, it's become a lifeline.
And the growth rate is staggering when you look at early 2023. The first 5 months alone, trade was up 41% over the same period in 2022.
Right. So even when the overall trade dipped in 2025, the long-term growth is still dramatic. The question is whether this is sustainable, especially with the multipolar world narrative that Xi and Putin keep pushing.
That's a big question. For now, the data is clear. The economic ties are deeper than ever.
And with the 2026 rebound, it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon.
The Bank of Japan just polled financial institutions on its bond tapering plan, and the answer is basically don't touch it.
Right, the majority of surveyed banks and brokerages said no adjustment to the existing program. That's the 400 billion quarterly reduction, taking monthly purchases from 6 trillion down to 3 trillion by March of this year.
Which they're on track to hit. The meetings were held May 20th and 21st, just yesterday and today. and the BOJ released the sum of market views, participants weren't asking for a radical shift.
Some did suggest slowing the taper to around ESC's 200 billion per quarter instead of 400 billion, but the dominant voice was keep the current pace. Which is interesting because the BOJ has a policy meeting coming up June 16th and 17th where they'll decide the new tapering program for April onward.
So, this is literally the feedback they're gathering right now to inform that decision. The bond market has been jumpy, long term rates have been rising, but the institutions surveyed seem to want predictability more than aggressive tightening.
And the BOJ's board member Noguchi said the recent yield rise likely won't impact the new taper plan. So the central bank is signaling they'll listen to the market, but they're not panicking.
That's the key tension. The BOJ wants to normalize after years of massive stimulus, but they're trying to do it without spooking the fragile 1 quadrillion JGB market. And the feedback so far is basically steady as she goes.
We'll see if the June meeting delivers exactly that, or if the dubs in the room push for a slower glide path. The survey says one thing, but the board votes another.
So, the Zelenskys marked Vaishavanka Day a couple days back, both in traditional embroidered shirts.
That's the Ukrainian national holiday for the embroidery, right?
Yeah, exactly. First Lady Elena wore this light shirt inspired by the Yavorov shawl, the Gaptivalnia design, and Zelensky went with a black linen piece called Vidsich, which means fight back.
Those are symbolic choices.
Very much so. The shirt he wore, the Vidsich, it's from Etnodim, has coats of arms and symbols of courage and strength woven in, and they published a photo together on it.
How much are we talking price-wise?
His shirt ran about 4,400 hryvnia, so roughly $110. Hers was pricier, about 9,950 hryvnia, closer to $250.
Okay, so not like a statement of austerity or anything. These are designer pieces.
Right, but I think the point is less about the cost and more about the symbolism, and especially his. You've got the president of Ukraine during an active war wearing a shirt literally called Fight Back with military symbols embroidered on it.
It's a pretty direct message.
Yeah, and Vishavanka Day itself is this national thing. It's about celebrating Ukrainian embroidery as cultural identity. So, them both showing up in coordinated traditional wear, it's not just a photo op.
It feels like a deliberate statement at this particular moment.
Exactly. The fact that they both chose pieces with very specific symbolism, hers tied to regional heritage, his tied to resistance, that's not accidental.
And it gets shared out by Kyiv Independent and gets picked up.
Yeah, and the details matter. People notice what he's wearing and why. Edamur Ben-Gvir posted videos yesterday taunting activists from a Gaza-bound aid flotilla, handcuffed, blindfolded, forced to kneel, and he's telling them, "Welcome to Israel, we are the masters of the house."
I saw that. 430 people detained from the global Sumud flotilla trying to breach the blockade, and instead of just an interception, you get a minister personally mocking people on camera.
The reaction is fast. Italian PM Maloney called it intolerable, said it violates human dignity. She's demanding an apology and has summoned Israel's ambassador.
Ireland's Micheál Martin called it absolutely unacceptable. France, Canada, Spain, Australia, all lining up to condemn this. Not just the flotilla interception, but the way Ben-Gvir chose to rub it in.
And this is on video. He posted it himself. That's what's driving the outrage. It's not a leaked report, it's the minister putting it on his own feed.
It's a deliberate humiliation. The activists were from multiple countries, and now you have European governments demanding answers. Maloney didn't mince words. She's usually more measured on Israel.
Right. And the timing, this happened yesterday, and the diplomatic fallout is unfolding right now. The question is whether this escalates beyond statements.
Well, summoning an ambassador is a step. It's a formal protest. But the video, once you've seen someone in power laughing at blindfolded detainees, that image doesn't fade. 10 million units, that's where Rongchang braised goose sales landed in 2025, up from 3 million the year before. All because an American YouTuber took a bite.
Right, the eye show speed visit. He was handed a goose by a local creator nicknamed Uncle Goose, Lin Jiang, during a public appearance in Chengdu. The clip went Nuclear.
60 billion views of platforms. Tourist arrivals hit 28 million, nearly a 50% jump. During May Day last year, the district saw 350,000 visitors on day one alone, and offline braised goose sales surged 446%.
But The Economist's piece notes that the boom was temporary. By October's National Day holiday, crowds had thinned and price war.
Classic viral chase problem. Spiked, supply flooded in, margins. The question is whether Rongchang can turn a fad into a durable industry.
Local authorities are trying. They're building an umbrella brand for Rongchang braised goose and upgrading infrastructure to attract repeat visitors, but that's a long play.
And Uncle Goose? He's apparently back chasing traffic now, trying to recreate the moment. You can't schedule virality, though.
No, you can't. The goose farmers who cashed in last year got a real economic lift, but the tweet frames it as a cautionary tale, too. Western fascination with Chinese products can bring money and then leave just as fast.
It's the Chinamaxing effect writ small, a moment of global attention, a spike in demand, and then the question of what you do after the cameras leave. Rongchang's still figuring that out.
8 years after Dorukhan Brugashik was found dead at a construction site in Izmir, Turkish authorities just issued detention orders for 26 suspects.
That's a massive development. So, this was initially ruled a suicide back in 2018, the 26-year-old son of retired General Ethem Brukashik, but forensic analysis later showed blunt force trauma to the back, not consistent with a fall.
Right, prosecutors now allege his body was moved to the discovery location, and the suspect list is striking 5 construction site workers facing aggravated murder charges that carry life sentences, plus 8 police officers accused of abuse of office.
8 police officers. So this wasn't just a mishandled scene, it's alleged they actively participated in a cover-up. There's a witness who recently testified that a suspect confessed to beating a child with construction materials and throwing him from a building in Narladere, claiming it was staged as a suicide.
The case has been consolidated in Izmir's 21st Heavy Penal Court, and today, May 21, 2026, marks the second court hearing. The defendant count has now reached 13.
So 26 detention orders, but only 13 defendants so far. Some suspects may not have been arrested yet, or the list is still being processed. Either way, this is a case that refused to die. Literally, the original suicide finding was overturned after forensic reinvestigation.
It took 8 years for a retired general's family to get this far. That says something about how hard it is to crack cases involving police officers as potential suspects.
And note the charges: aggravated murder for the workers, abuse of office for the cops. The legal system is drawing a clear line between who did the act and who enabled it. The next hearing will be telling.
Especially with that witness testimony now on the record. A confession about beating a child with construction materials.
Sky News tracked down Christopher Harborn in Southeast Asia. Turns out he's been living in Thailand under a different name, Chakrit Sakankrit, while pouring millions into Reform UK.
And we're not talking pocket change. He gave Nigel Farage a personal £5 million gift in early 2024, which Farage says was for security. Then in August, Harborn dropped £9 million on reform. That's the largest single donation from a living person in UK political history.
And another £3 million in November. Total to reform, 12 million. But that £5 million personal gift wasn't declared at the time, so now the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner and the Electoral Commission are both investigating.
Farage's defense is that it was for security purposes, but the timing is awfully convenient. Harborn has donated over £24.5 million to UK politics since 2001. He's been bankrolling various causes for decades.
The Sky report shows they went to find him in person. He's based in Thailand, runs an aviation fuel business, made his fortune in crypto early, and he's not hiding exactly, but the name change and the undeclared gift raise obvious questions about transparency.
I mean, Reform's entire platform is about cleaning up politics, and their biggest donor is a crypto billionaire living abroad who gave the leader £5 million off the books.
Yeah, Farage says the gift was personal, not political, but the regulators are clearly not buying that distinction.
And Harborne himself told the BBC he'll keep donating despite any new rules. So this isn't going away. Thiago Silva just became the oldest player ever to win the Portuguese league title, 41 years old, and still getting it done.
Wait, he's still in Europe? I figured his career was winding down in Brazil or somewhere. How did this happen?
He rejoined FC Porto back in January, where he started basically with the B team way back in 2004. This season, Porto clinched the title on May 2nd, 1-0 over Alverca, goal from John Bednarik in the 40th minute. Thiago Silva wasn't in the squad for that match, but he'd played 7 league games this season, 13 across all competitions.
So he surpassed Pepe's record, right? Pepe was what, 39 when he won it?
Exactly. Pepe held the record at 39. Silva edges him by 2 years. And this is trophy number 32 for him. Ridiculous longevity.
That many trophies over a career, and he still finds a way to add a new one in his 40s. What was Porto's drought like?
They hadn't won the league since the 2021-22 season, so 3 years without it, and then they bring in a 41-year-old center back to help steady the defense, and it works.
Just a pure story of a guy who refuses to stop? Not many players get to break a record like that at his age.
And it's not like he's just a mascot. He appeared in 7 league matches, was on the pitch contributing. It's not a ceremonial role. That's what makes it impressive.
Fair. I keep waiting for him to slow down, and the game keeps proving me wrong. That photo Elon just retweeted: first Model S deliveries in 2012, and then the final one. It's a 14-year bookend.
And it's really happening. Custom orders closed April 1st. Farewell emails went out to US customers back in March. The Model S and Model X are done.
Honorable discharge is how Musk put it on the Q4 earnings call in January. I mean, the Model S is the car that proved EVs could be fast, long range, and actually desirable. June 22, 2012, that was the first delivery day.
Franz von Holthausen was right there in that 2012 photo, and he's in the 2026 one too, chief designer from start to finish. The Model S was his baby. That car basically defined the modern EV silhouette.
And the Model X followed in 2015 with those Falcon Wing doors. They had a good run, but sales have been sliding for years. Tesla is putting its factory capacity behind the Cybertruck, the Model 3 refresh, the Roadster that's supposedly still coming.
They're framing this as a ceremony, not a cancellation. Musk posted that throwback, hinting at something official, but for a lot of early Tesla owners, this is genuinely emotional. The Model S was the first car that made people believe an electric sedan could be cool.
14 years. That's a long life cycle for any vehicle. And it's not like they're killing the brand, they're just closing the chapter. Still, seeing that side-by-side photo,
The same guy, the same designer, handing over the first last, hard not to feel the weight of it. Mauro Lusternelli to Union Berlin, done deal, €1 million fee to FC Thun. He'll be presented today.
that's a wild hire for a Bundesliga club. Thun just won their first Swiss League title in 74 years, a genuinely historic run, and now their coach is gone within weeks.
The timing makes sense from Union's side. They've been in what the club called far advanced talks for a while now. Horst Held and Dirk Zingler clearly wanted this guy.
And he replaces Marie-Louise Etta, right? She was the Bundesliga's first female head coach.
Correct. She moved to Union's women's team. So Lusternelli steps into a club that's been searching for stability.
But here's the thing. He's 50 years old, under contract with Thun. through 2028 and just led a club that nobody expected to win anything to a fairy tale championship. Is he ready for the pressure of a Bundesliga relegation fight?
The tweet doesn't say where Union finished this season, but it's worth noting that they're hiring a coach who just pulled off one of the biggest underdog stories in Swiss football history. Zahn hadn't won a title since 1952.
Right, and that's exactly why this is interesting. The Swiss Super League isn't the Bundesliga. The intensity is different, the quality of opposition is different, but Lusternelli clearly has something. You don't win a league with a club like Thun by accident.
The fee is modest, 1 million euros. That suggests both sides wanted this done quickly. Dunn gets compensation, Union gets their man, and Lusternelli gets a shot at the big stage.
I just wonder how Thun fans feel today. Your championship coach walks out the door 3 weeks after you win the title. That's brutal.
Football. Success breeds poaching, and Union Berlin clearly believes Lusternelli can translate that Swiss magic to the Bundesliga. Sporting CP and Benfica are apparently in a direct fight for Jeremy Hernández. Mata Moretto reporting open conversations between both clubs and the players' camp.
This has been simmering for a while. Sporting already tried to sign him last summer, bid 25 million euro plus €5 in add-ons. Deportivo said no flat.
And Deportivo's stance hasn't softened. They've got that 40 to 50 million euro release clause in place, and they're in the middle of a promotion push in the second division. They're not selling mid-season.
Right, but the players' camp seems to have a preference. Hernandez is reportedly open to Sporting specifically because they're in the Champions League. That's the difference maker for him.
Meanwhile, Benfica is also putting on pressure, so both Lisbon clubs are essentially racing each other. And the numbers this season justify the hype. The kids got around 10 or 11 goals and 7 to 9 assists across maybe 30 appearances.
That's serious production for a 23-year-old winger. Market value already pegged around 25 million euro, but Deportivo are demanding double that. They make it clear no talks until their season resolves, and right now they're sitting in promotion positions.
So we wait. But the fact that Sporting already tested those waters once with a rejected offer, and now Benfica jumps in, that's a proper bidding war waiting to happen.
Yeah, and if Deportivo go up, that release clause might actually feel low.
Two-thirds of Iran's missile launchers are still intact, and roughly half their drone capability survived the strikes. That's the latest U.S. intelligence assessment, and it's a very different picture from the one the administration's been painting.
And apparently, Iran's already producing new drones during the ceasefire that started in early April. CNN's got 4 U.S. intelligence sources saying the rebuilding is happening faster than anyone expected, with direct help from Russia and China.
Right, the Chinese are providing missile components, and the U.S.-Israeli strikes apparently did less damage than hoped. So the question is, what exactly did those strikes accomplish?
They bought time, maybe, but the intelligence timeline is stark. Iran could fully restore its drone attack capability within 6 months. That's not a long window.
And keep in mind, this is during a 6-week ceasefire. The assumption was that the pause would slow things down. Instead, it seems like they've been using it to rebuild.
I mean, the administration kept saying Iranian military capacity was degraded, and maybe relative to what it was before the strikes, it is. But degraded and gone are very different things. If you still got half your drones and 2/3 of your launchers, still a threat.
Plus, you add Russian technical support, Chinese components. This isn't Iran rebuilding alone. This is Iran rebuilding with the help of 2 major powers.
Exactly. So the ceasefire ends in what, a couple of weeks? And you've got Iran reportedly already back in production mode. That doesn't exactly scream diplomatic success.
The intelligence community seems to be sounding the alarm here. 4 sources all saying the same thing. Meanwhile, the public messaging from the White House has been much more confident.
Well, that's the gap. What the intel says versus what the political leadership says. And in this case, the intel is saying the window for action is closing faster than anyone hoped.
The WHO just declared a public health emergency of international concern over Ebola, and this isn't the strain we're used to hearing about.
Right, this is the Bundibugyo virus. Rare. No approved vaccine, no treatment. It hasn't been detected in over a decade.
And it's spreading fast. As of May 20th, more than 390 suspected cases and at least 100 deaths, mostly in Congo's eastern Ituri province.
The outbreak was actually first detected late. The initial patient died on April 24th, but officials didn't declare until May 15th because of incorrect lab testing. That gave the virus 3 weeks to spread unchecked.
So by the time they caught it, it had already moved. Cases have now been confirmed in Kinshasa, that's 600 miles from Ituri and across the border into Uganda.
And there's a US doctor infected, confirmed by the CDC. The CDC has already restricted travel.
The WHO's emergency declaration is a big step, but without a vaccine for this specific strain, containment is going to be a lot harder than the last round.
Yeah, the last major Ebola outbreak had a vaccine. This one doesn't, and it's already in multiple countries.
The question now is how fast the international response can move, and whether the clock already ran out in those 3 lost weeks.
That's the part that's hard to shake.
The AP's photo from India is stark. Empty streets, shuttered markets, just brutal heat.
45 Celsius forecast for Delhi today, but some places are already past that. Banda in Uttar Pradesh hit 48.2 on the 19th.
48 is extreme, even by Indian summer standards, and the IMD says 9 of the world's 15 hottest cities right now are in India.
They've issued orange alerts for Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, warning of severe heatwave conditions stretching through at least May 26.
What's driving it? The briefing points to strong, dry, westerly winds coming off the Thar Desert, plus clear skies and intense solar radiation. So the usual monsoon relief isn't coming yet.
And temperatures across northwest, west, and central India are running 3 to 5 degrees above normal. That's not a small bump.
Hospitals are already reporting more heat-related illness admissions. The IMD's advice is basically the standard playbook: minimize sun exposure, stay hydrated, but when it's 45 in the afternoon, that's easier said than done.
Right? And the orange alert means it's not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous, especially for outdoor workers, construction crews, street vendors who can't just stay inside.
The AP noted roads and markets emptying during afternoons. That's people adapting, but it also means economic activity is stalling for hours every day.
Yeah, and we're still in May. The real peak of summer in northern India is usually June, so this could get worse before it gets better.
Let's hope the orange alert gets taken seriously. I'm not a terrorist. That's Ben Stimson, the 48-year-old from Oldham, in his first interview with British media, sitting down with Sky News' Ivor Bennett.
And he's saying this after flying to Russia in late February 2022 to fight for Vladimir Putin's forces in Ukraine. He's posted videos from the front line in Russian-occupied Donetsk, claiming to be part of the Pyatnashka Brigade.
Right, and this is actually his second go-round with pro-Russian forces. Back in 2015, he spent 4 months with separatists in the Donbass, said he was there for humanitarian work, came back to the UK in November 2015, got arrested, convicted of terrorism offenses, 5 years and 4 months in 2017.
So he's done time, gets out, and then goes back to fight for the same side. Sky is calling him a traitor in the UK, a hero in Russia. What's his actual justification in this interview?
The clip doesn't give the full interview, but the research shows he's been insisting he's not a terrorist, defending his ideological choice. The tweet frames it as a mystery. Why did an antiques dealer from Oldham decide to fight for Putin? But there's clearly a pattern here. He's been consistent since 2015.
An antique dealer. That's the detail that gets me. He's not some ex-soldier with a grudge. He's a guy who sold antiques and then decided to join a separatist militia twice. And now he's giving his first British interview from Russia.
Sky's Ivor Bennett got the sit-down. The framing is pretty stark, traitor here, hero there, but Stimson's own words, "I'm not a terrorist," suggest he doesn't see it that way. He sees himself as ideologically aligned with Russia.
I wonder if the interview digs into the 2017 conviction or whether he tries to frame that as a misunderstanding. 5 years and 4 months is a serious sentence. He'd have to address that.
The tweet doesn't say, but given it's his first British media interview, you'd expect Bennett pushed on it. Anyway, the Prince of Wales wiping away tears of joy, that's the image that's going around after Villa's Europa League final win.
2026, and Aston Villa finally do it. They put 3 past Freiburg in Istanbul. Tielemans, Wendia, Rodgers with the goals, 30-year trophy drought over.
William's been a lifelong supporter. He was born less than a month after Villa's 1982 European Cup win, so he's literally never seen them win a European trophy in his lifetime. Until last night.
The BBC footage is something else. He's in the stands at Besiktas Park, pumping his fists, hugging strangers. Full emotional release.
He posted afterward, called it 4 years since the last taste of European silverware, slight mathematical fudge, 30-year drought for the club, 44 for him personally. Close enough.
And Villa captain John McGinn, after the match, said Williams just a normal guy and joked he should get his credit card out for celebratory drinks.
The manager, Unai Emery, this was his fifth Europa League title, a record. He's essentially made that competition his personal trophy case.
Right. And the prince is just a fan in the stands. No formality. That's the part that lands the heir to the throne crying over a football match like any other supporter.
You can't fake that. 30 years of waiting, and the guy who's next in line gets to see it happen.
I've got the photo. William Midwipe trying to compose himself. Not composing himself, really.
Yeah. Good night to be a villain. London police just asked organizers of the Nova Festival Memorial Exhibition to take down their advertising sign. The reason they gave credible risk of anti-Semitic terrorism if the venue location was known in advance.
This is the moment music stood still exhibit, right? Traveling display with personal items from the 4-3 team people killed at the Nova Music Festival on October 7, 2023. Survivor testimony, bullet-riddled vehicles, and the Met Police essentially told them to hide the signage.
The order came down yesterday, May 20, the same day the exhibition opened. The exact venue in London is still not being disclosed publicly. Police are deploying visible and undercover officers plus advanced threat detection systems for the duration. It runs through July 5.
And this isn't happening in a vacuum. There's been a real spike in anti-Semitic violence across London recently. Arson attacks on synagogues, a stabbing in Golders Green. The police are clearly treating the threat level as extremely high.
What's striking is that we're talking about a memorial commemorating a massacre at a music festival, and the police feel they can't even let people know where to find it ahead of time.
It forces an uncomfortable question. When a democratic city's police department has to effectively hide a Holocaust memorial-style exhibit because of terrorist threat, what does that say about the state of public safety for Jewish communities right now?
The organizers are cooperating. The memorial is still on, still open, you just can't see the ads. But the signal this sends is pretty grim.
Yeah, a memorial hidden by its own government's police force. That's not a headline anyone wanted to write.
Composite PMI in France just hit 43.5. That's a 5.5-year low for the Eurozone's second largest economy.
And Bloomberg's calling it Iran war shock. The survey data out today from S&P Global shows the contraction isn't just manufacturing. Services PMI collapsed to 42.9 from 46.5. That's brutal.
Manufacturing actually held slightly better at 48.9, but it still dipped below 50 into contraction territory. The real story is firms explicitly blaming Middle East conflict pressures, fuel costs, energy prices, general uncertainty.
Right, because France is heavily reliant on energy imports, and new orders are plummeting. That's what you'd expect when businesses look at the geopolitical picture and freeze.
The composite was at 47.6 in April, so this dropped to 43.5 in just 1 month. That's the sharpest pace in 5.5 years. And remember, this is preliminary May data.
It raises the question, is this a temporary shock or the start of a recessionary spiral for the bloc? Because if France is this weak, it drags the whole Eurozone down.
Survey respondents are pretty clear. It's the energy price spike tied to the Iran situation. You're seeing it hit consumer demand and business confidence simultaneously.
Yeah, and the timing is rough. The ECB has been trying to thread a needle on rates, and now you've got a major economy showing a 66-month low on the composite. That's not a blip, that's a signal.
We'll see if the final print revises at all, but the direction is unambiguous. French business activity is shrinking, and fast. Donald Trump just confirmed he'll speak directly with Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te. That would be the first time a sitting U.S. president has talked to a Taiwan leader since 1979.
Right, the last exception was Trump's 2016 call with Tsai Ing-wen, but that was before he took office. This is different. He's president now, and he said it standing at Joint Base Andrews.
He told reporters, I speak to everybody, we'll work on that, the Taiwan problem. The context here matters. He's coming straight off a May 13-14 Beijing trip where he sat down with Xi Jinping.
And during those talks, Trump said he's still undecided on a $14 billion arms package for Taiwan. He called weapons sales very good trading material. Xi's response? He warned that mishandling Taiwan could lead to clashes and conflicts between the US and China.
So Trump is essentially threading a needle. He's in Beijing negotiating trade and arms. Then days later, he's confirming a direct call with Lai. Taiwan's government is framing this as pursuing a democratic and free way of life and hoping for continued U.S. military support.
The diplomatic break here is real. Since Washington shifted recognition to Beijing in 1979, no sitting U.S. president has taken a call from Taipei. Trump is willing to blow that up for leverage.
Or for a deal, he's treating the $14 billion package as a bargaining chip. But a direct presidential call with Taiwan, that's the kind of move that changes the baseline for everyone after him.
Yeah, and Xi already drew his red line. We're watching whether this call actually happens or whether it gets traded away in the next round of talks.
Trump said, I'll speak to him. So we wait.
525%. That's the jump in EV sales across Africa between 2023 and 2025, according to the IEA.
From about 4,000 units to nearly 25,000. And the leaders, Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa, together they made up roughly 70% of the continent's EV sales last year.
Egypt alone sold 7,900 EVs in 2025. Morocco was right behind with 5,500. South Africa at 3,800. And the real driver here isn't just green ambition, it's fuel prices and shortages tied to geopolitical tensions.
Yeah, the semaphore piece points out that African countries imported over 44,000 EVs from China in 2025, up from 19,000 the year before. Ethiopia took a third of those imports after banning gas and diesel vehicles back in 2024.
Ethiopia's move is striking. A full ban on internal combustion engines, and they're leaning hard on Chinese imports to make it work. But even with that surge, African EVs are still just 0.2% of global sales.
Tiny slice. But the growth rate is what catches the eye. Government incentives, fuel shortages, and a real pivot toward Chinese supply chains, it's a different story than the one playing out in Europe or North America.
Right. And it's worth noting that the tweet we're seeing today is an Arabic language report from ATA, so this is getting regional attention too, not just a niche data point.
No, it's a real shift. Whether that 525% growth holds as the base gets bigger, that's the question. 42.9 on the French Services PMI. That's the flash print for May, beating the 46.6 estimate by a wide margin, just not in the direction anybody wanted.
That's a 66-month low. We haven't seen services activity this week since late 2020, and the composite fell from 47.6 to 43.5, fastest contraction in 5.5 years. This is bad.
The manufacturing side actually flipped too. That flash PMI dropped to 48.9 from 52.8 in April, so it went from expansion to contraction in 1 month.
And that's the part that's going to spook markets. You had goods production holding up. Now it's joining services in the sub-50 club. S&P Global's Joe Hayes put it bluntly, price indices in both sectors are moving higher again, which just compounds demand destruction.
So inflation is still sticky, demand is falling, and you've got the ECB trying to figure out its next move. The research attributing this to oil price shocks and Middle East tensions, those aren't going away overnight.
Right, this is France's second largest economy in the Eurozone. When it seizes up like this, it raises questions about the whole bloc. The expectation was a slow recovery, not a slide into contraction territory across the board.
One number that stood out to me, the services PMI was 46.5 in April. That was already in contraction. So a drop from 46.5 to 42.9 is not a small miss. That's acceleration.
Yeah, and 42.9 is deep contraction territory. You usually only see that during outright recessions or shocks. This isn't a soft patch, this is a structural weakening.
Question now is whether the ECB treats this as a reason to cut faster or whether they stay focused on those rising price indices Hayes mentioned.
That's the tension. If input costs are still climbing, cutting too early could reignite inflation. But if you don't cut, you watch demand crater further.
No easy answers out of Paris this morning. 8 civilians killed in Indonesia's Papua region. Reuters is reporting rebels attacked gold miners in the Yahukimo Regency, Highland Papua province.
This happened yesterday, May 20th. The military says armed separatists from the West Papua National Liberation Army carried it out. The victims were working in the Korowai region.
The group TPNPB claimed responsibility, but they're alleging the victims were military intelligence officers disguised as miners. The Indonesian military denies that.
That's a familiar pattern in this conflict. Both sides accuse the other of infiltration. The military identified the perpetrators as members of TPNPB OPM Kodap 16 Yahukimo, led by a commander named Mayor Koitua Haluka.
8 miners killed at once. That's a major escalation in a region that's seen simmering violence for decades. Papua's separatist conflict traces back to the 1969 UN overseen vote that established Indonesian control.
Right, and the military spokesperson, Brigadier General M. Warya Arthadeguna, confirmed the number and the location. The group called on the government to stop what it called infiltrating the region.
This is the kind of story that doesn't always get sustained international attention, but it's an ongoing humanitarian crisis. Civilians caught between armed separatists and a military that's accused of its own abuses.
The Indonesian Human Rights Commission has been investigating civilian killings in Papua separately. This will likely add pressure on Jakarta to respond, but also raises the risk of heavier military operations that could hurt more non-combatants.
8 dead, no clear path forward. That's where it sits right now. The Trump administration just issued a State Department cable threatening to revoke visas for the Palestinian UN delegation unless Ambassador Riyad Mansour drops his bid for Vice President of the General Assembly.
This is the same Mansour who already withdrew from the presidency race back in February after U.S. pressure. Now they're coming after him for one of 21 VP slots?
Exactly. The cable was obtained by NPR, marked sensitive but unclassified. It tells U.S. diplomats in Jerusalem to lean on Palestinian officials, saying the bid fuels tension and undermines Trump's Gaza peace plan. It also notes Mansour has a history of accusing Israel of genocide.
And the threat is explicit. Revoke visas for the whole delegation unless he steps aside. I mean, this is a diplomatic visa for a UN mission. That's a pretty aggressive lever.
The State Department had actually waived visa sanctions for the Palestinian mission back in September 2025. The cable warns it would be unfortunate to have to revisit any available options. So this is a reversal.
The VP elections are set for June 2. That's less than 2 weeks away, so the timing is deliberate.
Right, and this isn't the first time Trump's team has used visa threats against Palestinian diplomats. There were activists warning last year that these restrictions would hurt diplomacy. Now we're seeing it play out in real time.
I'm curious, does the UN General Assembly have any recourse here? Because threatening a member state's delegation over a routine election for a vice president slot.
The cable frames it as a matter of U.S. national interest and the peace plan, but the Palestinian mission is recognized as a permanent observer. They have diplomatic status in New York. Revoking visas would effectively cripple their ability to operate at the UN.
So Mansour either withdraws or the delegation loses its visas. And this comes right after he already folded on the presidency bid. Feels like a pattern.
It does, and the administration seems comfortable applying that pressure openly. The question is whether the other UN member states will push back or if this just becomes the new normal for Palestinian representation.
Sky News posted a clip from Ridge and Frost this morning, and the tweet cuts off right as Tom Keating from RUSI starts talking. Something about a UK government decision, but we're missing the punchline.
Ham Keatingi is the director of the Center for Finance and Security at RUSI. He's their go to on sanctions and financial crime, so whatever decision the government made, it's almost certainly related to that world.
The tweet just says he's telling Wilfred Frost about the UK government's decision to, and then it ends. It's a teaser, not a full quote. Could be about the Farage bank account fallout, or the Russia sanctions regime, or de-risking policy.
Right, Keatingi has been all over those topics. RUSI's Center for Finance and Security has been tracking the war of attrition between Russia and the West on sanctions, and they've also weighed in on the whole Farage bank account furor and the UK shifting its tune on de-risking.
So it's a wide net. Without the full context, we're stuck speculating. But the fact that Sky News is promoting it suggests it's a timely clip, probably something fresh from this morning's broadcast.
Keatingi tends to be pretty direct. If he's telling Frost the government made a decision, it's likely a move that's either tightening or loosening something in the financial security space. Could be a new sanctions package, a regulatory shift.
Or it could be a reaction to something that just broke. The UK has been under pressure to clarify its stance on politically exposed persons after the Farage debacle. That's squarely in Keatingi's lane.
We'll have to wait for Sky to post the full clip or for the transcript to surface, but the fact that this is the snippet they chose to push, truncated as it is, tells me it's a soundbite worth hearing.
Yeah, but it's frustrating. You get the setup, the expert, the network, and then silence. Hopefully they fix the cutoff soon. Greek finance minister just told the Financial Times that most of the Troika reforms were absolutely necessary. That is a remarkable thing to hear out loud.
Kyriakos Pierakakis isn't hedging much either. He called the reforms a sine qua non, an essential prerequisite for where Greece is now economically.
Right, but we're talking about a decade of brutal austerity. Between 2010 and 2018, the Troika, the European Commission, ECB, and IMF forced Athens to implement deep spending cuts and economic liberalization in exchange for over 250 billion euros in bailout funds.
And he's not pretending it was all good. He told the FT the Troika's handling had both positive and negative aspects. He's recommending future bailout programs actually study what worked and what failed.
That's the interesting part. A sitting finance minister saying the medicine was necessary, but the way it was administered needs a post-mortem. That's a very different tone than what we heard from Greek officials for years.
Well, Greece's economy is in a different place now. Tourism is booming, the debt to GDP ratio has been improving, Pierakakis can afford to be reflective.
Or he's trying to position Greece as a responsible partner ahead of whatever comes next in EU fiscal rules. Either way, it's a striking admission from someone whose country bore the brunt of those policies.
Yeah, you don't often hear a politician say, we needed those cuts, while also saying, and here's how they should have been done better.
That's the mature version of the argument. Whether voters in Greece or elsewhere in Europe are ready to hear it is another question.
There's a photo making the rounds from Sydney's Vivid Festival. Performers in coral-inspired costumes, really elaborate, like living reefs walking through the opera house.
Yeah, AFP's tweet on that. It's from a piece called Mourning the Great Barrier Reef. Performer Ananini and a bunch of coral scientists staged it last May. Dr. Charlie Veron, Professor Peter Harrison, these are the people who've been studying bleaching for decades.
And they're not just dressing up. The whole thing was a requiem for the reef. Underwater footage from Lizard Island in the northern section, scientists speaking about what they're seeing. It was part of Vivid, but it wasn't exactly festive.
Because the data behind it is brutal. The reef, 2,300 kilometers of tropical coral, the world's largest living structure, just went through its most widespread bleaching on record. That's from a government report last August. Sixth mass bleaching event since 2016.
Most spatially extensive since records began nearly 40 years ago is how they put it, driven by that unprecedented ocean heat in 2024. So the performance last year wasn't abstract. It was literally scientists standing on stage describing what they've documented.
And the costumes aren't just pretty, they're meant to show what's at risk. That reef houses staggering biodiversity. The report called it an ecosystem under stress, on a one-way path if climate action doesn't accelerate.
So you've got artists and scientists together using the Opera House stage to make people look. AFP's tweet is just a reminder that this is ongoing. The performance was a year ago, but the bleaching hasn't stopped.
And the question nobody's really answered is what happens when the Requiem stops being a performance and starts being just the reality?
CNN has a new report out that directly contradicts what the Trump administration has been saying about Iran's military capabilities.
What's the gap?
U.S. intelligence assessments show Iran retained about 70% of its pre war missile stockpile. They've also reopened 30 of their 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz.
That's a lot different from decimated. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has been telling the public Iran's capabilities were exactly that.
Right. And now we're also hearing Iran is already producing drones again faster than expected. That's according to CNN, citing U.S. intel. The Arab news feed just flagged it.
So the ceasefire that started in April, the administration's been selling that as a win. Iran used it to dig launchers and missiles. Satellite images, heavy equipment on site.
Yeah, NBC News has been tracking that. And the Institute for the Study of War notes sending drone components to Iran via the Caspian Sea to support reconstruction.
So while the White House is claiming military devastation, the intelligence community sees a very different picture: a rebuilt industrial base, operational missile sites, and active resupply from Russia.
The CNN piece from May 14th is pretty stark. It says classified assessments suggest substantially greater retained capacity than public statements acknowledge.
Which means the administration's public posture and what the intelligence actually shows are not aligned. That gap is getting harder to ignore.
Especially if Iran can now fire thousands of missiles while still producing drones on its own soil.
The timeline matters too. If the ceasefire holds, Iran gets more time to dig out those launchers. If it breaks, they've already rearmed.
43.5. That's France's composite PMI for May, and it absolutely cratered.
Down from 47.6 in April and miles below the 47.7 the street was expecting. That's not just a miss, that's a collapse.
Lowest reading in over 5 years, 66 months to be precise. The research notes this is the 9th straight month of contraction, but May's number is a whole new level of bad.
And it's the services side that really drove the knife in. Services contracted hard. Manufacturing showed a bit more resilience, but not enough to offset the damage.
New orders falling at an accelerated pace, business confidence weakening. The report specifically flags persistent geopolitical uncertainty and economic headwinds. That's a polite way of saying things are getting worse.
Meanwhile, input costs are still elevated. So firms are getting squeezed from both ends, higher costs on one side, weaker demand on the other, and they're responding by discounting prices to try to stimulate any business they can.
Employment took a hit too. Services firms kept cutting headcounts, though the overall drop was marginal. Still, that's not a sign of confidence.
So you've got 9 consecutive months of contraction, the worst reading in over 5 years, and all the forward indicators, orders, confidence, hiring pointing down. The only question is how much further this can fall before something breaks.
France's private sector is in a deepening slump, and the PMI data suggests the second quarter is shaping up to be brutal. Vedat Mariki scored somewhere around 21 goals this season for Mallorca, and now both Galatasaray and Fenerbahce are monitoring his situation closely.
That's not surprising. He's 32, still a proven finisher, and Mallorca might be going down, which changes the math.
Exactly. Fenerbahce actually tried to get him in the winter window, but Mallorca refused to sell. Now they're back in, especially if relegation happens.
But Galatasaray's entry makes this interesting. Okan Barouk coached Mariki at Rizespor, and reportedly he's already called the player personally to recruit him.
That personal connection could tip it. but Fenerbahce fans remember him from his first stint. He scored 17 goals in 41 matches for them before moving to Lazio.
The tweet cites Matteo Moretto saying both clubs are closely tracking his situation. It's a straight-up Istanbul derby in the transfer market.
And Mariki's agent has been talking too. Mallorca's position might soften if they drop out of La Liga.
Right? A 32-year-old on a likely relegation clause, that's a bargain window for Turkish clubs, but Baruch's call means Galatasaray aren't just lurking, they're actively recruiting.
So Fenerbahce had first mover advantage in the winter. Now it's a two-horse race, with the manager factor favoring Galatasaray.
And both clubs need a number 9. Fenerbahce's attack has been inconsistent this season, and Galatasaray's depth up front isn't what it used to be.
Mariki's physical style, hold-up play, aerial threat, fits the Super League perfectly. The question is whether he'd want to return to Fenerbahce or start fresh at Galatasaray.
Especially with Okan Baruch on the phone, that's a tough pitch to beat. So the London Rush is teasing a mixed bag this morning. EasyJet summer bookings supposedly dropping, but then Rachel Reeves about to lay out cost of living support.
Yeah, although I don't think the booking headline tells the full story. EasyJet's half-year results show losses widen to £30.94 million, but revenues up 8%, and summer forwardings are actually strong. Q3 is 80% sold, Q4 is 42%. They're expecting record profits over $700 million.
So the tweet might be over-egging the drop, maybe a dip from a crazy high base last year. But the real news is Reeves tomorrow, the Great British Summer Savings Package. Free bus travel for kids aged 5 to 15 throughout August. That's over £100 million.
Plus tariff cuts on more than 100 food items, biscuits, chocolate, dried fruit, and separately, Starmer announced a fuel duty freeze through year-end, all to cushion the Iran war cost of living hit.
It's striking how explicit the government is being about the war as a driver. The package is literally framed as shielding households from conflict-related price rises. EasyJet's own boss has been warning about tax hikes on flights, though. There's tension there.
Right, the airline's still bullish on demand, but the macro backdrop is fragile. You've got strong bookings coexisting with government intervention to keep families afloat. That's a weird place to be.
It is, and we'll see how the markets react when Reeves actually delivers tomorrow.
Toulouse are in talks with Motherwell manager Jens Berthel Askew to become their next head coach, and this one looks fairly advanced.
43 years old, Danish, first season in Scottish football, and he takes Motherwell to 4th place in the Premiership. That's a serious statement of intent.
L'Équipe broke it yesterday, and by Tuesday evening, the Scottish press had Motherwell and Toulouse reaching a financial agreement. Askew is now finalizing personal terms.
4th place in the Premiership with an attacking style. That kind of debut gets noticed. Celtic were reportedly sniffing around, but Toulouse moved first.
Toulouse need a replacement for Carles Martinez Novell, whose 3-year run ended after a 10th place finish in Liga 1. President Olivier Cloerec wants the successor named before the summer window opens.
That timeline makes sense. You don't go into June without a manager if you're trying to rebuild the squad.
Askew has never managed in France, but he's worked in Denmark and now Scotland. Liga 1 is a different step up in quality and pressure.
It is, but look at what he did with Motherwell. 4th place in a competitive league playing attractive football. That's a strong audition.
The transfer specialist Sasha Tavalieri says the clubs agreed terms yesterday, so this is moving fast.
Toulouse clearly sees something in him, and honestly, if you're a mid-table League One club, you take a punt on a young, ambitious coach who just outperformed his budget.
The question is whether Askew is ready for the jump. League One is deeper than the Scottish Premiership.
It is, but he won't know until he tries, and Toulouse is giving him that chance right now.
Saudi oil export revenues just hit 92.5 billion rials in March. That's a 37% jump year over year, an increase of $6.7 billion.
37% is huge, especially after January was down and February barely ticked up. What flipped it?
The General Authority for Statistics released the data today. March revenues came in at $24.65 billion, up from just under 18 billion a year ago. That's 25 billion reals more in 1 month.
So prices must have helped, but is this volumes or rates? The tweet doesn't break it out.
It doesn't, but the scale is worth noting. We're talking about an extra $6.7 billion in a single month compared to last March. That's not a rounding error.
It's also worth asking, is this a one-off spike or a new baseline? March 2025 was a relatively low number, 17.9 billion, so the base effect is strong.
True, but even against the average of the last 6 months, that March figure is well above trend. RC Lens just posted the press conference lineup for the Coupe de France final. Pierre Sage and Adrien Thomasson will face the media today at the Stade de France, streamed live at 4 p.m.
This is the day before the biggest match in the club's modern history. Lens have never won this trophy, and they're playing OGC Nice tomorrow for it.
It's also their 120th anniversary year, which Sage has explicitly tied to wanting to actually lift the trophy, not just reach the final. He said after the semifinal win over Toulouse, 4-1, that he was already focused on the final.
Right, they bulldozed Toulouse, and the club opened their own stadium for fans who couldn't get tickets to the Stade de France. Giant screens, the whole thing. The general sale tickets went on sale about a week ago. Just a few thousand remained.
The press conference is the last public moment before kickoff. Thomasson, as a player representative, experienced, been in big moments before.
Sage has been pretty direct about the mentality too. He said something along the lines of, "We don't just want to be there, we want to win it." That kind of clarity matters before a final.
Especially for a club that's never held the Coupe de France. There's history on the line, and Nice won't make it easy.
Nice are a strong side, but Lens at the Stade de France with that fan support, the atmosphere is going to be enormous.
We'll see what Sage and Thomasson say in a few hours. The stream goes live at 4. So, FC Nantes posts a celebratory graphic. Seco Ducore extended until 2029. But the official announcement from March 2025 says 2027. That's a 2-year discrepancy.
Wait, the tweet literally says 2029? And the club's own site says 2027, that's not a typo, that's a different contract.
Right. Ducore is a 19-year-old center back, joined Nantes from PSG's academy last summer. 1.87 meters, strong in the air, good passing range, surprising pace for his size. He made his Ligue 1 debut against Lille just before the extension was announced.
So which is it? Did he sign through 2027 and the tweet is wrong, or did he actually extend again to 2029 and nobody else reported it?
Every reputable source, like Keep, the club's official site, sport.fr, all say the extension runs until June 2027. The tweet appears to be either a fabrication or a significant error. No other outlet has picked up a 2029 deal.
That's odd for an official club account, unless it's a throwback or a fan account misread, but the handle is at FC Nantes with a blue check. You'd expect accuracy there.
Yeah. Ducore is seen as a rising prospect. Franco Malian came through PSG's youth league side. With older defenders expected to leave, Nantes wanted to lock him in. But 2027 was the number, not 2029.
So either the graphic designer had the wrong year, or someone jumped the gun on a new extension that hasn't been formalized yet. Either way, the player himself is probably happy with the attention.
Let's see if the club walks it back or if a corrected tweet appears. Olympique Lyonnais just announced they're installing EV charging stations at Groupama Stadium, partnering with a company called Atlanta.
Atlante, that's the European charging infrastructure firm, part of the NHOA group. What are they putting in?
2 stations with 36 parking spaces total, all on the public lots. The whole project is about 600,000 euros, funded entirely by Atlanta.
And OL doesn't own the hardware? That seems smart.
Right, it's a 15-year agreement where Atlante keeps the charging revenue and pays OL rent for the land, same model they use with highways and airports.
So the stadium becomes a landlord for EV infrastructure. What's the timeline?
Completion, targeted before the 2026-27 League One season, starts on August 23. So they've got about 3 months.
And this fits into OL's broader sustainability push, right? They've already got solar partnerships, Reservoir Sun, ENGE from a few years back.
Exactly. The tweet frames it as more sustainable mobility around the stadium. It's not just game day parking, it's a long term asset play.
Lante is a subsidiary of Taiwan-based NHOA, which is part of TCC, a conglomerate that does mining, energy, waste, transport, so they bring real infrastructure muscle.
And for OL, it's minimal upfront cost. They just lease the land. The charging company takes the construction and operational risk.
36 spots, that's not huge for a stadium that seats nearly 60,000, but it's a start.
I guess they'll scale if demand is there. Either way, it's another step toward making a matchday carbon footprint a little lighter.
Or at least making the walk from the far lot a bit less painful if your battery's dead.
Fair point. The WHO is holding a round table today on misinformation, and it's not just about talking. The session is called Addressing Health Myths and Disinformation, Protecting Scientific Integrity.
It's at the 79th World Health Assembly, right? Happening right now at WHO headquarters in Geneva.
Exactly. It's a strategic roundtable, 13 o'clock to 14:15 CST. They've got member states and partners in the room, and it's being webcast in 6 UN languages.
6 languages, that's a serious commitment to reach globally. But I'm curious, what's the concrete output here? We've seen WHO talk about misinformation for years, especially during the pandemic.
The tweets are exchanging practical approaches, things like countering false information, strengthening information integrity, improving public engagement with evidence based health content.
Practical approaches. That's the key phrase, because the problem statement is clear. Misinformation undermines public health progress, disrupts emergency responses, distorts health seeking behavior, erodes trust in science. That's straight from the WHO.
Right, and they want to identify concrete actions that support national strategies. Not just a declaration, but actual coordination.
So, what does improving public engagement look like in practice? I mean, we've seen how hard it is to get people to trust science when algorithms amplify outrage.
That's exactly the kind of exchange these roundtables are designed for. Member states share what's worked locally, maybe a community health worker program, a media literacy campaign, something that scales.
1 hour, 15 minutes feels tight for that, but I suppose it's about planting seeds, not solving everything in one session.
And reinforcing WHO's leadership on urgent health priorities, the assembly runs through the week, so this is one piece of a larger puzzle.
There. I'll be watching for any follow-up documents or national pledges, because the devil's in the implementation.
No argument there. Success isn't a given. That's the line from Zuckerberg's internal memo today as Meta cuts about 8,000 jobs, roughly 10% of the workforce.
And this is round 2 of the year of efficiency, right? Except the framing's different this time. Last time it was cost-cutting. Now it's an explicit AI pivot.
Exactly. About 7,000 employees are being reassigned into new AI-focused roles, and they're leaving another 6,000 open positions unfilled. The memo itself says AI is the most consequential technology of our lifetimes.
That language is deliberate. He's trying to sell this as an investment rather than a failure. But 8,000 people are getting 4 months severance plus extra weeks per year of service. That's not nothing, but it's also not a gentle landing.
The spending numbers are staggering, though. Meta plans to put $135 billion into AI this year alone. That's roughly what they spent on AI in the previous 3 years combined.
Right, and that's the part I keep coming back to. You can spend that kind of money and still have to cut 1/10 of your staff. It suggests the transformation is more brutal on the ground than the press release makes it sound.
Zuckerberg acknowledged that in the memo too, success isn't a given. That's a remarkably candid line from a CEO in a layoff announcement.
It is. But it's also a way to say, this might not work, and if it doesn't, don't say I didn't warn you.
Poland's government just extended its suspension of asylum applications at the Belarus border for another 60 days.
Another one? How many times have they